Chapter 113. This heart-devouring beast's divine ability actually has a bit of an effect on the soul. The current Feng Wuqian, subconsciously, will be a heart-devouring beast himself, and now, it sees another heart-devouring beast injured and dying, so it is very angry. Seeing Feng Wuqian looking around with a ferocious expression, Lingxi stuck out her tongue and said. No wonder that girl quickly left the heart-devouring beast when she saw Feng Wuqian looking at her. Although this girl called Chu Yunyao looks like a calamity, it is clear that she is a bit scheming. Long Chun didn't really like this kind of girl. What he liked was someone like Yang Lingqing, who was more tenacious and pure, or someone like Lingxi, who was more simple and cute. At this moment, seeing Feng Wuqian walking around the heart-devouring beast and letting out roars, the others all kept quiet out of fear. Even Chu Yunyao had retreated to the back, and the others didn't dare to make a move. Why don't everyone attack together and subdue Feng Wuqian first? At this time, someone suggested. That's not appropriate. If we do this, we might kill him. Feng Wuqian is now the treasure of the Qingyang Hall. If any of us accidentally kill him, it would be hard to explain ourselves. This was the dilemma in the hearts of these advanced mortal core stage experts. At this moment, Chu Yunyao, who should have stepped forward, didn't move. Her beautiful eyes stared coldly at Feng Wuqian, and she thought to herself, this Feng Wuqian, whoever wants to deal with him can go ahead and deal with him. If you guys don't deal with him, once his bedevilment time is over and he faints, that Tai Ching sword will also be mine. With this idea in mind, Chu Yunyao led the people from the Azure Emperor Hall and retreated. She watched from afar, but didn't leave this place. At this time, Feng Wuqian finally turned his eyes, which were filled with killing intent, towards the others. Retreat. Seeing that even Chu Yunyao had retreated, the leaders of the other halls hurriedly led their own teams to retreat, in case they were affected by Feng Wuqian. The only ones who didn't leave were the people from the Qingyang Hall. They didn't have Feng Wuqian as their leader, and Lu Ling refused to leave no matter what. She kept crying and throwing a tantrum, looking at Feng Wuqian. This caused the others to be extremely anxious, like ants on a hot pan. Miss Ling, let's retreat quickly. Once Brother Wu Tian's bedevilment period is over, he will naturally recover. However, no matter what she said, Lu Ling refused to leave. She looked at Feng Wuqian with teary eyes. On one hand, her heart ached for him, but on the other hand, she couldn't understand why this man, who used to be like a god in her heart, would end up in such a sorry state. How did this happen? Yes, it's that bitch's fault. Thinking of Chu Yunyao, Lu Ling's eyes erupted with ice-cold killing intent. At this moment, everyone except the people from the Qingyang Hall had retreated. Therefore, in Feng Wuqian's eyes, these people were very conspicuous. This caused his black eyes to instantly stare at this group of people. Roar! In the blink of an eye, he burst out with a super-fast speed, like an arrow leaving the bow, and charged toward the rest of the Qingyang Hall. Looking at the killing intent in Feng Wuqian's eyes, everyone was shocked. Only one late mortal core warrior dashed out towards Feng Wuqian. They're dragging Lu Ling away. No matter what, Lu Ling was an elder of the Qingyang Hall, Lu Yuan's daughter. Therefore, protecting her was something they had to do. When the late mortal core warrior said this, he immediately charged toward Feng Wuqian. Feng Wuqian, wake up! With a loud bang, he threw a punch toward Feng Wuqian. Immediately, a huge airwave swept toward Feng Wuqian. Seeing that this man still dared to attack him, Feng Wuqian immediately let out a loud roar. The red, illusory flame wings appeared on his back once again. With just a flap, Feng Wuqian's speed increased by a few times. At this moment, a flaming divine bird appeared in Feng Wuqian's hand. Suddenly, a huge amount of energy exploded out. This was obviously the skill from the vermilion bird skill that Feng Wuqian had used when he was fighting the heart-devouring demon beast. It was called the Spirit Gathering Feathers, and it was extremely frightening. Right at this moment, the flaming feathers were like countless arrows flying toward the late mortal core warrior who was trying to stop Feng Wuqian. The difference in strength between the two was obvious. Right now, everyone in the Qingyang Hall had shocked and sad expressions on their faces. This was because they saw that the late mortal core warrior who was trying to stop Feng Wuqian had been completely destroyed by Feng Wuqian's skill. Before he could even say a word, his burnt body fell onto the ground. Senior disciple Lu. Everyone cried out in sorrow. However, they were running out of time, because after Feng Wuqian killed that man, he didn't stop and continued charging toward Lu Ling and the others. Run! At this moment, they didn't care about Lu Ling anymore. They pulled her a few times, but Lu Ling still didn't move. They had no choice but to abandon her and run for their lives. Fleeing in the face of death was only human nature. However, in this case, only Lu Ling could face Feng Wuqian. Big brother Wuqian, right now, Lu Ling's face was pale. She stared blankly at Feng Wuqian who was staring at her with a bloodthirsty and cold expression. Too bad, Feng Wuqian couldn't recognize her at all. Everyone else had run away, and only Lu Ling was left here. Therefore, he immediately locked his killing intent onto Lu Ling. After sensing Feng Wuqian's cold killing intent, Lu Ling was truly afraid. At this moment, she realized that there was only her and Feng Wuqian in this spacious place. The Feng Wuqian who gave her a sense of security was now like a demon who wanted to take her life. The cold killing intent that was locked onto her caused her body to tremble. At this moment, Feng Wuqian let out a furious roar and charged toward her. Lu Ling screamed in pain. In a hurry, she could only raise her trembling arm and cover her face. Looking at this scene, Lu Lan shook her head. She lightly moved her feet and was about to rescue Lu Ling and announced that the Qingyang Hall would withdraw from the competition for the Tai Ching sword. But right at this moment, a blood-red shadow appeared in front of Lu Ling with a speed that even a late mortal core warrior couldn't possess. In an instant, it knocked Feng Wuqian away. Lu Lan finally stopped moving. She looked at the blood-red shadow with a puzzled expression. When she saw the face of the man, Lu Lan was so shocked that her mouth was slightly wide open. Her face was filled with shock. Long Chen, how could it be him? Lu Lan was well aware of how powerful that speed was. Yet, Long Chen was able to unleash such speed. She was extremely astonished. He hasn't been killed yet, has he been hiding until now? That's right, hiding all the time until the end. It's his style. But, if you want to defeat Feng Wuqian and win my little sister's heart, your little strength is far from enough. Long Chen had actually gone to save Lu Ling, but Lu Lan had misunderstood it as him liking Lu Ling, and he was only helping her to please her. This kind of action of a hero saving a damsel in distress was easy to achieve, but Long Chen was just dreaming. Deacon Lu, this beast warrior, which hall is he from? He is a disciple of the Qingyang Hall. Although they had seen Long Chen before, they had never seen Long Chen's dragon soul transformation. The reason why they asked this question was to confirm it. The Qingyang Hall again? This guy, didn't he see that a late mortal core warrior was killed by Feng Wuqian just now? Other than Lu Lan's side, the others also saw Long Chen's appearance. Those who didn't know him were naturally puzzled. Chu Yunyao was also bewildered. Looking at the beast warrior who suddenly appeared, her face was filled with doubt. After asking a few people, one of them vaguely remembered and said, I remember that the Qingyang Hall seems to have a beast warrior who just entered the clan. His name is Long Chen, and he seems to have a conflict with Feng Wuqian. As soon as he entered the heaven realm, he was chased away by Feng Wuqian. Long Chen? Chu Yunyao had never heard of this name before, but she didn't care much about this accident. He only looked at Long Chen with interest, looking forward to what he would do next. And the person who found Long Chen's appearance the most unbelievable was Lu Ling, who was standing behind him. Her eyes trembled as she looked at Long Chen, her eyes filled with disbelief. Previously, when Long Chen escaped from the Qingyang Hall's group, he had caused such a huge commotion and taught Lu Ling a lesson. In Lu Ling's heart, she wanted nothing more than to hack Long Chen into 1,000 pieces. But now, he had appeared in such a manner and saved her from the brink of death. In Lu Ling's mind, if such a scene could happen, it would be Long Chen trying to kill her, and Feng Wutian appearing to ruthlessly beat up Long Chen. That would be the right way, but she didn't expect that the two roles would be switched over. This kind of confusion made her unable to react at all. At this time, Long Chen suddenly turned his head, and revealed an evil smile, saying, "Hey, girl, did that slap last time make you feel good? Are you interested in letting me give you another one? Don't worry, I won't charge too much." Looking at this despicable young man looking at her with a playful expression, Lu Ling realized that at this moment, she couldn't get angry at all. She stared blankly at Long Chen, not knowing what to do. And at this moment, from the corner of her eyes, she saw Feng Wutian charging towards Long Chen with a face full of rage. She was startled and hurriedly shouted, "Be careful. Don't worry." After saying this, Long Chen turned around. In his eyes, Feng Wutian's figure was getting closer and closer to him. "Feng Wutian, I didn't expect to fight you under such circumstances. I have already reached the initial mortal core stage. If that crazy woman, Lu Lan, were to see me defeat you in front of everyone's eyes, how wonderful would her expression be?" Chapter 114. What Long Chen didn't know was that Lu Lan was looking at him right now. His aura has become much stronger. I think he has reached the early mortal core realm. From the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm to the early mortal core realm, it had only been less than a month. Therefore, no matter how Long Chen's battle turned out, Lu Lan would still pay more attention to him. If we train him well and stimulate his potential, it's not impossible for him to surpass Feng Wutian. Lu Lan looked at Long Chen and slightly nodded her head. At this moment, Long Chen had completely collided with Feng Wutian. What shocked everyone was that Long Chen had completely blocked Feng Wutian's attack with just his physical strength. At the same time, he had knocked Feng Wutian backwards. This way, the distance between them would be further away from Lu Ling, and he wouldn't accidentally hurt her. Lu Ling could feel this. Suddenly, she realized that her eyes were a little wet. When she thought about Long Chen, she suddenly felt that he wasn't that hateful. The reason why she hated him so much was only because of Feng Wutian. Peak of the mortal core realm, from the test just now, Long Chen had a rough idea of Feng Wutian's strength. In terms of quantity of true qi, Feng Wutian was almost at the earth core stage, so his quantity was more than 10 times that of Long Chen's. On the other hand, Long Chen's Dragon Soul True Qi had 10 times the properties, and with the addition of the Thunder Flame's power, he was not inferior to Feng Wutian in terms of True Qi. At this moment, a layer of faint red flame was flowing on Long Chen's dragon body, and there was a faint trace of lightning flowing within it. I have a middle-level profound rank battle skill, and also this Thunder Flame battle body. These are all my advantages. But that Chu Yunyao also knows a middle-level profound rank sword skill. I wonder what this Feng Wutian has. While he was thinking about this, Long Chen had already unleashed his profound dragon seal, clashing with Feng Wutian even more powerful. At this time, Feng Wutian also realized how powerful Long Chen was. The move he used was actually the one he had used before, the Fire Spirit Seal. The two great seals collided in the air. The Supreme Profound Dragon Seal was an advanced yellow class combat skill, while the Fire Spirit Seal was an elementary mystic class combat skill. They were one level lower in terms of level, but in this aspect, Long Chen was stronger. This collision caused an explosion in the field, and both of them were knocked back. How is this possible? Seeing that Long Chen had actually used a high-level yellow-ranked battle skill to block Feng Wutian's attack, even she, Chu Yunyao, did not dare to casually receive this move of Feng Wutian's, so when she saw this scene, Chu Yunyao's face was filled with shock. Only now did she finally look at Long Chen seriously. This fellow, has he been hiding at the side all this while, waiting for an opportunity to strike and reap the benefits? Thinking up to here, Chu Yunyao's gaze towards Long Chen was already flickering with hostility. Fortunately, I was quick-witted and made Feng Wutian become like this. Otherwise, when I'm exhausted from the battle with Feng Wutian and you come out, you might really be able to take advantage of me. At this time, everyone knew that Long Chen was the third strongest warrior in the Heaven Martial Realm besides Feng Wutian and Chu Yunyao. However, it was clear that Long Chen had yet to reach the peak of the Mortal Core realm, so they were still not optimistic about Long Chen. Among them, there was Lu Ling. Previously, Long Chen was still in front of Feng Wutian, and had fled in a sorry state. Now, although he had barely managed to block one of Feng Wutian's attacks, the huge gap in cultivation was not something that luck could make up for. Big Brother Wutian, at this time, Lu Ling still hoped that Feng Wutian would wake up immediately and return to his usual wise and powerful appearance. As for Long Chen, although at this time, she realized that she didn't hate him that much, she definitely didn't like him to the point of liking him. However, Long Chen was able to block Feng Wutian's Fire Spirit Seal with just the Supreme Profound Dragon Seal, which caused Lu Lan to reveal a look of shock. She blinked her eyes to confirm that she wasn't mistaken, and only then did a slight ripple appear in her heart. His progress is actually so great, the others were also a bit speechless. There are two young juniors in the Qingyang Hall, each with greater potential than the other. That Feng Wutian has a 4-star potential, and this Long Chen should also be rated as a 4-star potential. Long Chen definitely didn't know about their conversation. At this moment, he was pondering what was so special about Feng Wutian. At this time, Feng Wutian had already recovered from the shock of Long Chen's Supreme Profound Dragon Seal. At this moment, his gaze toward Long Chen was extremely cold. It was at this point that Long Chen suddenly noticed a faint red mark on Feng Wutian's forehead. It was a tiny mark, but it was already a firebird. Is this the vermilion bird mark? Long Chen's hearing was very good, so he heard the discussions of the others. This mark must be the Feng Wutian's bloodline that Lu Lan mentioned. Long Chen didn't really understand anything about bloodlines. However, at this moment, he could see that Feng Wutian's aura had actually skyrocketed after the vermilion bird mark had appeared. This meant that he was most likely getting stronger. A raging flame suddenly burned on Feng Wutian's body, turning his entire body into a flaming man, vermilion bird bathing in flames. This bloodline's power directly doubled Feng Wutian's true energy, and the nature of that true energy seems to have reached more than 3 times. The current Feng Wutian is already infinitely close to the Earth Core realm. Chu Yunyao frowned. Chu Yunyao frowned. The vermilion bird bathing flame in Feng Wutian's bloodline was actually what she feared the most about him. Otherwise, how could a mere Qingyang Hall's Feng Wutian be a match for the strongest Mortal Core warrior raised by the Green Emperor Hall? Although Long Chen didn't know what the name of the power within Feng Wutian's bloodline was or what its origins were, what he knew was that compared to before, Feng Wutian's true energy had increased explosively, and he was also much stronger than Long Chen. Is the power of a bloodline actually so miraculous? Long Chen was suddenly puzzled, but suddenly, he thought of the blood-refining qi and the dragon soul transformation. These two moves were both derived from the ancient divine dragon's inherited blood essence. Did that mean that these two moves were actually the power of a bloodline? One had to know that the blood-refining qi and the dragon soul transformation were truly heaven-defying abilities. At this time, Long Chen couldn't care less. Feng Wutian had even used the vermilion bird bathing in flames, and everyone was extremely nervous. If Long Chen couldn't stop Feng Wutian, then it was very likely that Feng Wutian's anger would affect them in the end. As for Chu Yunyao, although she was extremely shocked by Long Chen's appearance, she was still happy in her heart. If this brat called Long Chen can block Feng Wutian for a while longer and consume more of his energy, then it will be much easier for me to make a move. I have to say, this Long Chen has appeared at the right time. facing this Feng Wuqian, Long Chen did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. At this time, Feng Wuqian had already completed the vermilion bird bathing in flames, and his entire body was surrounded by flames. He suddenly let out a furious roar and crazily charged towards Long Chen. At this moment, Feng Wuqian's aura rose to its peak. The flaming air currents crazily twirled around him, growing larger and larger. A strong heat wave pressed towards everyone. Long Chen could already feel how much power was contained within these flames. At this time, all of the flames suddenly converged together, forming a huge flaming divine bird in front of Feng Wuqian. An ear-piercing bird cry rang out, and Long Chen immediately felt a ringing in his ears. Vermilion bird technique, fire god bird transformation. Suddenly, Feng Wuqian's entire body disappeared, leaving only a giant flaming bird in the world. It flapped its huge wings and whizzed towards Long Chen. Wherever it went, even the soil and rocks were charred black, not to mention the trees that were instantly burned to ashes. Does this Feng Wuqian actually have a mid-grade profound rank battle skill? In addition to this bloodline's divine ability, no wonder Lu Lan values him so much. Under Feng Wuqian's attack, Lu Ling was so scared that her face turned pale and she let out a scream. As for the others, they all believed that Long Chen was dead for sure this time. Even Chu Yunyao, seeing such an attack, she didn't have the confidence to block it, so she shook her head and thought to herself, it's about to end. However, looking at this extremely huge attack, Long Chen smiled. The heaven-burning devil Yang Fist scarlet flames burning the heavens probably won't be able to withstand even one move. Right now, Feng Wuqian's situation is probably not far from mine in every aspect. Furthermore, I haven't used that move since I learned it. Just as Feng Wuqian was about to use the fire god bird transformation, Long Chen's eyes suddenly burst out with a strong black light. In the eyes of the crowd, it was as if there were two strange black suns hidden within his eyes. A huge amount of red and black energy began to revolve around Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen was like a dazzling sun, and this sun was black. A blazing energy was emitted from Long Chen's body towards the outside world. That masculine aura was incomparably sharp. The others all avoided their eyes, not daring to look directly at Long Chen. What is he going to do in front of the fire god bird transformation? No one understood, but at this time, Long Chen had already shown them. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a powerful aura that was not inferior to his opponent's suddenly erupted from Long Chen's body. It was as if a black sun had exploded from his body, and a blazing aura filled the air with a burnt smell. If Feng Wuqian's flames could be said to be yang and blazing, then Long Chen's black sun was 10 times more yang than Feng Wuqian's flames. Long Chen also rushed towards Feng Wuqian. He leaped high into the air and clasped his fists together. Immediately, a black sphere of true energy formed in his hands, and then, like a meteor crashing into the ground, Long Chen rushed towards Feng Wuqian. Burning Heaven Demon Yang Fist, Demon Yang. Earth Piercing. Chapter 115. What? A middle profound rank battle skill. Chu Yunyao covered her mouth as she watched this scene in shock. As for Lu Ling, she was even more stunned. She knew exactly how strong Feng Wuqian was, but when did Long Chen become so strong? All in all, what happened today was like a dream to her. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Long Chen's burning heaven Devil Sun Fist, the even more powerful move, Devil Sun penetrating earth and Feng Wuqian's Fire Phoenix Divine Bird transformation clashed. This was the most powerful move of the two of them, and when they used it in their strongest state, the scene was filled with shock. There were a total of 2 moves in the burning heaven Devil Sun Fist. They were the Crimson Flames burning heaven and the Devil Sun penetrating earth. Compared to the Crimson Flames burning heaven, the Devil Sun penetrating earth was much stronger. It was even stronger than the middle profound rank battle skill, the Fire Phoenix Divine Bird transformation, that Feng Wuqian had used after using the vermilion bird bathed in fire. This time, Long Chen didn't hold back, and went all out with his strongest move. He had just achieved the Thunder Flame battle body, the power of Thunder Flame in his Dragon Soul true energy, and even the dragon's 9 heavens roaming dragon steps. At first, the might of the Devil Sun penetrating Earth penetrating Devil Sun 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 penetrating bird transformation. It was as if the sun in the sky had smashed into the ground. The Fire Phoenix divine bird transformation raised its head and was blasted into pieces by the Devil Sun penetrating Earth. Loud explosions rang out one after another. The dazzling light in the arena made it difficult for the crowd to open their eyes. However, they saw the Devil Sun penetrating Earth win against the Fire Phoenix divine bird transformation. At this moment, Long Chen's attack shattered Feng Wuqian's attack, and the ferocious aftershock collided with Feng Wuqian's body. This powerful and enormous attack instantly caused Feng Wuqian to cough up a mouthful of blood, and he was sent flying backwards. Only then did he crash to the ground. When he crashed to the ground, his entire body was charred black, and he was unconscious. As for Long Chen, he steadily landed on the ground. At this time, all the disturbances were over. Everyone stared blankly at the young man in the middle of the field. There was complete silence. Chu Yunyao's current expression was also quite brilliant. She had originally only wanted to let Long Chen wear down Feng Wuqian's fighting strength, but he had actually used an absolute advantage to directly defeat Feng Wuqian, who had used his strongest attack. Who's making such a joke? Chu Yunyao stared blankly at Long Chen, her face full of astonishment. As for Lu Lan's expression, it would only be more interesting than Chu Yunyao's. In front of everyone, she had always been a goddess-like existence. Her every move and smile were filled with charm. But at this moment, her expression was sluggish. Her mouth was slightly open, and her eyes were completely filled with shock. In her heart, Long Chen's appearance was becoming clearer and clearer. From the first time she saw him, she found him interesting. Then, she despised him. Until now, Long Chen's performance hit her hard in the heart. Just what kind of person is he? Lu Lan took a deep breath, her full chest heaving up and down. Then, she shook her head and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This time, in front of Long Chen, she had lost a lot of face. Before coming to the Sky Martial Realm trial, she kept saying that there was a 90% chance that Long Chen would die in the Sky Martial Realm trial. She didn't expect that in the end, Long Chen would actually defeat Feng Wuqian, whom she had nurtured for several years and was proud of. If this was said, no one would be willing to believe it. Brother Wuqian, at this time, Lu Ling also recovered from her endless shock. Seeing that Feng Wuqian was injured and that it was unknown whether he was dead or alive, her heart immediately broke. She took a step forward and ran towards Feng Wuqian. The other people from the Azure Yang Hall also gradually recovered from their shock and chased after Lu Ling. At this time, Feng Wuqian had already completely fainted. Lu Ling didn't know what to do as she hugged him. In the end, it was the other people who took out elixirs and gave it to Feng Wuqian. However, at this time, Feng Wuqian's clothes were tattered, his face was burnt black, his hair was also burnt by Long Chen and it was extremely ugly. He didn't have the appearance of a handsome man from before. It was the first time that Lu Ling saw Feng Wuqian in such a sorry state. All of this was because of Long Chen. But when mentioning Long Chen, Lu Ling discovered that she couldn't hate him anymore. And today, Long Chen's name had completely spread throughout the Azure clan. Now, when the news spread, Long Chen would instantly become famous in the Azure clan. His name would even spread to the other clans. Deacon Lu, this Long Chen, if you do your best to sculpt him, I think he can still participate in the inner clan selection. At this time, someone suddenly said something in Lu Lan's ear. Lu Lan was a little moved, but she thought of something and shook her head with a bitter smile. the inner clan selection criteria are so harsh. Long Chen has no chance of passing. That's true, but Yunyao's brother, Yunxi, should be going to participate in the next inner clan selection. This time, it's the Eastern Blue Dragon clan's turn again, right? Lu Lan nodded. When she mentioned that name, Lu Lan felt a headache. Chu Yunxi was Chu Yunyao's brother. He was only 18 years old this year, but he had already entered the Earth Core realm for more than a year. And now, he had already reached a higher level, the small success of the Earth Core realm. A year ago, when he entered the Earth Core realm, he was known as the #1 genius of the Azure clan. It was best to have a good relationship with such a person. However, what gave Lu Lan a headache was that the brat actually fell in love with her, and had already declared that he would marry no one but her in this life. Father is already prepared to accept the marriage proposal of the Azure Emperor Hall. Could it be that I really have to marry that guy and live the life of a woman from now on? Lu Lan was very repulsed by this point. She had been dealing with the matters of the Azure Sun Hall since she was young, and had already formed her own swift and decisive character. She was very unwilling to give up everything she had now. However, she was not young anymore, so she had to accept her fate. At this time, the development of the situation in the field made Lu Lan recover from her headache. Long Chen defeated Feng Wutian, but he stopped in the end and did not kill him. Under the treatment of the other members of the Azure Sun Hall, his life was saved. However, it was impossible for him to wake up now. The matter of Feng Wutian had come to an end, and the more important thing next was the ownership of the Tai Ching sword. Just now, Long Chen was so terrifying. The other Dan stage great accomplishment warriors looked at each other in dismay. No one dared to make a move. Except for Chu Yunyao. This Tai Ching sword was something she had to obtain this time. She couldn't give it up because of a dark horse like Long Chen. This brat must have used a lot of energy to use that move. Compared to Feng Wutian, I'm stronger. This Tai Ching sword will still be mine in the end. Thinking of this, Chu Yunyao did not say a word. She looked coldly at Long Chen and walked towards Long Chen. The heart-corroding demon beast that was still struggling on the verge of death was between the two of them. Seeing that there was going to be a good show, everyone naturally couldn't take their eyes off it. Looking at Long Chen, Chu Yunyao opened her mouth and said, "I admire you very much for being able to defeat Feng Wutian. However, please let me have this Tai Ching sword. I see that you don't use a sword. I believe that the Tai Ching sword is useless to you." Long Chen smiled and said, "You speak so strangely. If I don't use a sword, can't I take this sword? If I take it out to exchange for money, it will be a lot of money." Chu Yunyao saw that Long Chen still had no intention of ceding the sword even though she had already said so much. She was slightly angry in her heart. However, she had seen how powerful Long Chen was, so she wouldn't make a move unless she had no other choice. At this moment, she looked at Long Chen gloomily. She was anxiously thinking of a way to deal with Long Chen without bloodshed. Soon, a figure appeared in her mind. She smiled sweetly and said, "I don't know if you've heard of Dongfang Tianyu? He has a good relationship with me. If you give this Tai Ching sword to me, he might be able to give you some pointers in the future." Dongfang Tianyu? I've never heard of it. Little girl, don't talk about it anymore. Didn't we fight for the Tai Ching sword with our strength? If you want it, then let's see who's the real deal. Don't be afraid, I'll show you mercy. Although he said that, in Long Chen's heart, there was already a trace of worry. The Lingwu family had 9 outer clans and 4 inner clans. The outer clans were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, silver, and gold, and the 4 inner clans were the Eastern Blue Dragon, Nangong Zhuke, Shimen White Tiger, and Beitang Xuanwu. Among them, the Blue Dragon clan had the surname Dongfang. The Dongfang Tianyu that Chu Yunyao was talking about was obviously a member of the Blue Dragon clan. Seeing that Long Chen still didn't know what was good for him, Chu Yunyao didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled. I don't want to make too many moves, so as to avoid harming our relationship, but you think I'm afraid of you. Fine, since you don't want to give up, I'll let you try. Just how big is the difference between the Azure Emperor Hall and your bottom-ranked Azure Yang Hall? Yo? Long Chen put on a look of surprise, and even a little lecherous. He laughed loudly and said, "Little girl, your mouth moves so nimbly. You must be very good at talking. Why don't you find some time to let me try it?" When she said this, Chu Yunyao didn't understand what it meant at all. Her face was blank, and very quickly, it turned into a cold killing intent. However, those people who understood had their faces flushed red. Towards Long Chen's boldness, they really prostrated themselves on all fours in admiration. Even Lu Lan gritted her teeth at Long Chen's words. Her face flushed red as she thought to herself, "This brat, he even dares to take liberties with the woman that Dongfang Tianyu has set his eyes on. With this kind of personality, how can he live for a long time?" Just as Lu Lan thought of this, a whirlwind swept past. A young man wearing a white brocade robe with a blue dragon tattoo appeared beside Chu Yunyao. This man's face was surprisingly white and clean, and he had an imposing appearance. He was also a rare handsome man. At this moment, he smiled at Chu Yunxi and said, "Yao, why do you look so pale? Did someone bully you? Tell your big brother Tianyu, I'll take care of it for you." Chapter 116. The appearance of this youth immediately caused Long Chen's pupils to constrict. Although this person was of the same age, regardless of whether it was status or strength, he had reached a level that Long Chen had to look up to. In terms of strength, there was only one explanation for someone who could make Long Chen feel fear, and that was the Earth Core stage. To be able to enter the Earth Core stage at this age, he was definitely a genius amongst geniuses. Moreover, he called himself Big Brother Tianyu. Without a doubt, he was the Dongfang Tianyu that Chu Yunyao had mentioned just now. Within the Lingwu family, one of the four great inner clans, a member of the Dongfang family. Thinking of this, Long Chen knew that facing someone of such status and identity, the only thing he could do now was endure with all his might. It was just like how he treated Huang Feiyang and Feng Wutian back then. As long as he endured and protected his own name, Long Chen would have a chance of survival. Chu Yunyao was obviously the person this Dongfang Tianyu had taken a fancy to. Long Chen felt a wave of lingering fear. If what he had said just now had been heard by this Dongfang Tianyu, then the current him would definitely not even have a corpse left. When he had just joined the Lingwu family, Gan Lin had once told him that in the Lingwu family, the four great inner clans were the true clansmen. They were the masters of the outer clans, existences that could not be provoked. Although Long Chen resisted in his heart, he had no choice but to admit that the Lingwu family system was simply too huge. In front of such a power, he was just an ant, so he had to be convinced. Therefore, at this time, he had already removed the dragon soul transformation and returned to his previous delicate and pretty appearance. After transforming into the dragon soul, although he was stronger, he was also filled with killing intent. If this Dongfang Tianyu hated him, then he would be finished. The time isn't right. I'll just pretend to be a grandson for a while. At this time, seeing Dongfang Tianyu appear, Chu Yunyao's eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. She excitedly said, "Big Brother Tianyu, how did you know I was here? I heard from your father that you came to participate in the Heaven Martial Arts Realm Trial, so I followed you here. You outsiders are really something. Why are you doing a trial for no reason? If you were to get hurt, that wouldn't be good." "Oh right, you weren't happy just now, what happened?" Dongfang Tianyu looked at Chu Yunyao with concern. When Chu Yunxi thought of Long Chen, a trace of hostility flashed in the depths of her eyes. However, it only lasted for a moment. She looked at Long Chen and said sweetly, "No, I'm just fighting over the clear chi sword in the heart-devouring beast's body. I can't blame others for competing with me. Dongfang Tianyu furrowed his brows, and his tone turned ice-cold. He turned his head and looked straight at Long Chen. At the same time, he said, he actually dares to fight with you over something? Could it be that he doesn't know of my existence? By then, he had already turned to look at Long Chen with a cold, murderous glint in his eyes. Long Chen hurriedly said, Miss Yunyao wants to get a real test, that's why she wants us to use our full strength. We only dared to make a move because we listened to her. Otherwise, with you here, how would we dare to fight with Miss Yunyao? As long as there was life, there was no need to worry about firewood. Now that he was pretending to be a grandson and preserving his life, there might be a chance for revenge in the future. Therefore, Long Chen was very open-minded. Even though he had been abandoned. Is that so? Dongfang Tianyu nodded. Long Chen's words were very useful to him. Chu Yunyao had originally wanted to borrow Dongfang Tianyu's hand to tactfully get rid of Long Chen, but after hearing Long Chen's words, all of her killing moves were dissolved. If she were to pester endlessly and insist on proving that Long Chen was lying, it would be hard for Dongfang Tianyu to think that she wasn't pure enough and had a strong desire for revenge. Thus, she gritted her teeth and decided to let Long Chen go first. Brat, as long as you are still in the Lingwu family, I have a way to take your life. No one who dares to contradict me will be able to live. At this time, Dongfang Tianyu had already killed the heart-devouring demon beast. From its body, he took out a qianquan bag, and then took out a light green longsword. He handed it over to Chu Yunyao and muttered, This Tai Ching sword is a pretty good treasure. Take it back, when you reach the Earth Core stage, I'll ask my father for something else for you. Thank you, big brother Tianyu. Chu Yunxi happily received the Tai Ching sword that she had yearned for even in her dreams and put it into her own qianquan bag. She secretly looked provocatively at Long Chen, this cowardly man, and seeing that Long Chen didn't move at all, with a flattering face, she felt so disgusted that she wanted to vomit. Then, she completely focused her attention on Dongfang Tianyu and said, Big brother Tianyu, I have already obtained this Tai Ching sword. The trial is over, let's go out first. That's exactly what I wanted. Not far from Yuanling City, there's a beautiful deep stream. The environment is elegant, and the flowers are everywhere. I was just about to take you to see it. The two of them only cared about talking and didn't even look at the others. Then, under Dongfang Tianyu's lead, they left this place and headed towards that beautiful deep stream. As for Long Chen, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, at this time, the way everyone looked at him was a little strange. Originally, they had admired Long Chen a lot, but when they saw that Long Chen had met an expert and immediately turned into a grandson, a look of abandonment appeared in their eyes. He's just a lowly person. He doesn't even have the strength of character. We are ashamed to be in the same group. Now that the Sky Martial Realm's trial had ended, Chu Yunyao effortlessly obtained the Tai Ching sword and became the final winner. Everyone had already accepted this result and left one by one. Even Lu Ling and the others, seeing that it was over and Feng Wutian was still heavily injured and unconscious, quickly left this place. Only by bringing Feng Wutian back to the Qingyang Hall would he be able to receive adequate treatment. Very quickly, only Long Chen was left here. Beside him was the corpse of the heart-devouring demon beast. At this moment, Long Chen's expression was extremely depressed. After spending so much effort, in the end, the Tai Ching sword was still taken away by that little girl. Chu Yunyao, it won't be that easy to kill me. Sooner or later, I will make you regret it. Also, Dongfang Tianyu, the person who truly gave Long Chen a lot of pressure was Dongfang Tianyu. This was the first time that the terror of the four great inner clans of the Lingwu family was clearly displayed in front of Long Chen. Under this enormous power machine, Long Chen finally realized how weak he was even though he had defeated Feng Wutian. Fortunately, there's the corpse of the heart-devouring demon beast. Finally, I've gotten some rewards. Chu Yunyao didn't take away the corpse of the heart-devouring demon beast, and since Long Chen was still standing here, of course no one else dared to take it. Long Chen had just absorbed the red flame golden swanni, and he had broken through to the initial mortal core realm. That was why he wasn't in a hurry. He took out another storage bag and placed the heart-devouring devil beast's body into it. Just as he was about to leave the heaven martial realm, he discovered that there was an outstanding and charming woman in front of him. Wasn't that great Deacon Lu? Lu Ling hurriedly went out to look for her. She didn't expect her to appear here. To be able to arrive here so quickly, it meant that Lu Lan had been watching from here for a long time. Long Chen knew that Lu Lan had probably seen everything that he had done just now. Therefore, the gaze she used to look at Long Chen did not have any pretense of charm, nor did it have any contempt that came from her bones. Instead, it was very calm. What is it? Is your heart finally itching from your father's peerless charm? Long Chen walked up to Lu Lan's side, looked at her slender and delicate body, and said shamelessly. Before, he had pretended to be a gentleman, but he had been provoked by Lu Lan twice. Now, he finally had a chance to get back at her. However, Great Beauty Lu wasn't angry. She smiled faintly and started walking towards the exit of the heaven martial realm. As she walked, she said, I already knew that you were a hooligan, so I purposely wanted you to reveal your true nature. I didn't expect that I wouldn't succeed, and now you've revealed your true colors. Originally, Lu Lan thought that Long Chen would definitely not be a match for Feng Wutian. But now that Long Chen had defeated Feng Wutian and proved himself in front of her, Long Chen knew that his performance had already set off a huge wave in this woman's heart. She just pretended to be calm and didn't show it. However, she no longer had the aura of Long Chen, and Long Chen already knew that at least he had conquered a part of this woman. When the two of them walked together, it was as if they were old friends chatting. To tell the truth, I've indeed underestimated you before, but you can't overestimate yourself either. Just now, when you saw Dongfang Tianyu, I'm sure you know better than me how you felt. Long Chen was very clear about the pressure Dongfang Tianyu was under. This time, Dongfang Tianyu had pretended to be a coward in front of him. Speaking of which, based on your performance just now, I should give you a new potential value. Lu Lan looked at Long Chen with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. How much? 4 stars. Long Chen nodded, that's not even 5 stars. In the Green Clan, how many people have 5 stars? Lu Lan smiled helplessly, just 1. However, you don't need to know who he is. Long Chen, since you've obtained a 4-star potential value, the Lingwu family could have done something for you. They could have helped you deal with the Scarlet Blood sect, but unfortunately, this action was rejected by the senior elders. Only now do I know the identity of the Scarlet Blood sect leader. Long Chen's brows deeply furrowed as he asked, what kind of identity does the Scarlet Blood sect leader have? Lu Lan smiled bitterly, shaking her head, before this, I didn't know either. Because his identity is rather secretive, ordinary people don't know. Oh, right, do you know the Beast Soul Hall in Yuan Emperor City? Could the Scarlet Blood sect leader be related to Yuan Emperor City? Long Chen had a bad premonition in his heart. Yuan Emperor City is a power that's similar to Lingwu City. Lu Lan said directly, the strongest expert of Yuan Emperor City's Beast Spirit Hall is called Yuan Emperor. This generation's Yuan Emperor has many children, and the Scarlet Blood Sacred Church's sect leader is one of the grandchildren of the current Yuan Emperor. Chapter 117. Hearing this news, Long Chen's body trembled. He looked at Lu Lan in disbelief and said, it can't be, right? A random Scarlet Blood sect leader's grandfather is Yuan Emperor? Lu Lan shook her head helplessly. Her peach blossom face was filled with regret. There are such coincidences in this world. That's right, the Scarlet Blood sect leader is indeed Yuan Emperor's grandson. Although Yuan Emperor has more than 100 grandsons and this grandson is not well received by him, our Lingwu city and Yuan Emperor city have always been at odds. If we touch the Scarlet Blood sect because of you, Beauty Lu looked at Long Chen. Long Chen, I believe you understand that Lingwu city and Yuan Emperor city are two great powers that are as incompatible as fire and water. It has not been easy for the two of them to achieve their current peaceful state. Therefore, even a small matter can become a fuse. Lu Lan's meaning was very clear. If the Lingwu family made a move against the Scarlet Blood sect, it might cause Yuan Emperor city to retaliate and pay a huge price. After all, the Lingwu family was the most important. Therefore, the current Long Chen did not have the qualifications to let the family take such a risk for him. This was the reality. However, Long Chen did not place much hope on the Lingwu family. He thought for a while and a smile appeared on his face. Seeing Long Chen's indifferent attitude, Lu Lan frowned and said, "Hey, could it be that you want to deal with the Scarlet Blood sect by yourself? I have great enmity with the Scarlet Blood sect. If I don't kill them, they will definitely kill me. Since that's the case, what reason do I have not to deal with them?" Long Chen raised his head and looked at Lu Lan's fair face with sparkling eyes. Looking at Long Chen's resolute gaze and the unyielding attitude in his eyes, Lu Lan, who was used to controlling others, felt a little uncomfortable. She took a deep breath and said coldly, "Long Chen, when the time comes, don't blame me for not reminding you. If Yuan Emperor doesn't pursue this matter, consider yourself lucky. If he does, we will definitely send you to him immediately. You don't need to tell me, I naturally know." Long Chen curled his lips and said indifferently. He had always been fearless. This was his style, but being fearless did not mean that he was brainless. Besides, the Red Blood Holy Church has 1,000 followers, 8 guardians, and 5 sect elders. All 5 sect elders are at the late mortal core realm, and the Red Blood Holy Church's chief is an Earth Core warrior. Although you're basically invincible in the mortal core realm right now, if you face an Earth Core warrior, you'll definitely die. When Lu Lan saw how fearless Long Chen was, she could only advise him. If it was in the past, she wouldn't have bothered to say such words. But now, Long Chen had already displayed his immense potential. In the Azure clan, there were less than 10 people who could obtain a 4-star evaluation. As for Lu Lan herself, her potential value was only 4 stars. The Earth Core realm is so powerful? Long Chen was a little surprised. In his opinion, since he was able to defeat Feng Wutian, who was infinitely close to the Earth Core realm, he should be able to deal with an Earth Core warrior. Do you know why the Divine Core realm is divided into Mortal Core, Earth Core, and Heavenly Core? The difference between the first 3 stages of the Divine Core realm, the middle 3 stages, and the last 3 stages is huge. There is a huge divide between the Mortal Core realm and the Earth Core realm, and there is a huge divide between the Earth Core realm and the Heavenly Core realm. With your current strength, you are no match for an Earth Core warrior. Hearing Lu Lan's words, Long Chen didn't have much confidence in himself. But, this didn't mean he was afraid, it just made him feel more pressured. The matter with the Red Blood Holy Church has been delayed for a long time. Now that the Heavenly Martial Realm is over, I need to solve the problem with the Red Blood Holy Church as soon as possible. Only then will I have nothing to worry about. While thinking, Long Chen followed Lu Lan back to the Azure Sun Hall. Looking at this young man who remained silent, but didn't show any fear in his eyes, Lu Lan shook her head and thought to herself, this young man is indeed a rare talent. But, he is too arrogant, and he always seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. I'm afraid he will bring a lot of trouble to the family. When the charming Lu Lan and Long Chen walked together, they inevitably attracted the attention of the passers-by. Lu Lan had a great reputation among the outer families, and Long Chen's reputation had also slowly spread out today. Right now, when the crowd saw Long Chen walking together with the beautiful Lu Lan, they couldn't help but have some wild thoughts in their minds. Soon, Long Chen followed Lu Lan back to the Azure Sun Hall. The people in the Azure Sun Hall were exactly the same as when he left. However, among the younger generation, Long Chen was the only one. Lu Yuan and the others were looking at Long Chen with mixed emotions. When Long Chen left, none of them paid any attention to this young man. At most, they felt it was funny that Long Chen stood them up. However, what had happened in the heavenly martial realm had spread across the entire Green clan. Even the tragedy of the 3 mortal core warriors of the Azure Sun Hall had been heard by Lu Yuan and the others. Come, Long Chen, right? Sit here. Although Long Chen had injured Feng Wuqian, with the resources of the Azure Sun Hall, it was very easy for him to heal Feng Wuqian. With Long Chen and Feng Wuqian, in a few years, they would definitely become geniuses like Lu Lan, who could support the Azure Sun Hall. The status of the Azure Sun Hall would also rise greatly in the Green clan. At this moment, Lu Yuan looked at Long Chen. No matter how he looked at him, he felt that he was very pleasing to the eye. Especially when Long Chen was younger than Feng Wuqian by 3 years. He was much more flexible than Feng Wuqian. Seeing this old man, Long Chen was already sneering in his heart. However, he was a smart person. Seeing that someone wanted to protect him, he hurriedly sat down obediently and looked at Lu Yuan with a face full of joy. That flattering expression of his made it seem like he was just short of calling him father. I, Long Chen, pay my respects to Lord Elder Yuan. Before, Lu Yuan even thought that Long Chen was a bit arrogant, but now that he saw him, he seemed to be extremely modest. With that, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes and smiled, then said, "You're truly not bad. To tell the truth, I've underestimated you before. In this Heaven Realm trial, although none of you managed to obtain the Tai Ching sword in the end, you brought me quite a bit of face. After I came to the Lingwu family, Sister Lu has helped me a lot. Now that I've achieved something, it's only right." Long Chen was very thick-skinned. His face didn't even blush when he said that. When Lu Lan heard the word Sister Lu, his face twitched a bit. When he came back, Long Chen's face was still cold. He didn't think that his face would change when he saw Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had only seen Long Chen once. Last time, Long Chen didn't say anything, so Lu Yuan automatically thought that he was an introverted and cowardly disciple. Now that he saw him, he realized that he had indeed underestimated Long Chen. Moreover, Long Chen respected his elders and was neither servile nor overbearing. No matter how he looked at it, he was a good child. Lu Yuan thought very highly of Long Chen, but Long Chen didn't feel proud. He knew that even though he knew Long Chen's potential, he still rejected the Scarlet Blood Church's matter. That meant that Lu Yuan wasn't a good person. Long Chen, I brought you here because I wanted to give you a reward. After chatting a bit more, Lu Yuan suddenly stroked his beard and smiled at Long Chen. Many thanks, Senior Elder. If there was a reward, it would be a waste not to accept it. Long Chen didn't even know what it was, so he was prepared to accept it. Originally, I wanted to give you a middle-grade profound class battle skill. But now I've changed my mind. When Lu Yuan said this, the 4 elders and 5 deacons were all shocked. The reward for Long Chen had already been prepared by Lu Yuan before Long Chen had arrived. Now that he had changed his mind, it could only be said that Long Chen's likable performance had made Lu Yuan fall in love with him. I wonder what Senior Elder is going to give this little one. Long Chen had an expression of anticipation. If it was a profound class battle skill, Long Chen didn't really need it since he had the Solar Devil Burning Fist. Lu Yuan sized up Long Chen and said, "Your Dragon Vein Source Beast Soul is a 5th rank yellow rank underground blood lizard, and after breaking through to the Divine Core Realm, I suppose you haven't found a profound class Source Beast Soul yet. Coincidentally, I have a Beast Soul with me, but it's too precious for you, so I can't just give it to you. If you want to get it, you need to fulfill some conditions. Long Chen was startled. Only now did he remember that he was a beast warrior in front of the others. In fact, he didn't need the beast soul at all. He just wanted to exchange it for contribution points. But what Lu Yuan said next startled him. This is the beast soul of a mystic level 6 demonic beast, demonic dragon Violet Rain. Demonic dragon Violet Rain is a very powerful existence among the mystic level 6 demonic beasts. This beast soul can be sold for 100,000 divine jade in the Dawn Light of Commerce Alliance. The words 100,000 divine jades caused Long Chen to feel a little breathless. He was used to being poor. Even when he had the most divine jades in his pocket, he only had 100 divine jades. Just how many things could he buy with 100,000 divine jades? Even in the Lingwu family, without 10,000 contribution points, it's impossible to get this beast soul. But, you've done well this time, and this beast soul belongs to me. Therefore, I only need 500 contribution points to exchange for it. This can be considered a test for you. Lu Yuan looked at Long Chen seriously and said, "You haven't done anything for the Qingyang Hall. If I give it to you directly, people will inevitably gossip. Therefore, you have to work hard." At this point, Lu Yuan glanced at the other elders and deacons. His meaning was obvious. They were the ones who would gossip. When Lu Yuan mentioned the beast soul of the demonic dragon Violet Rain, the few of them looked a little unnatural. Lu Lan looked at Lu Yuan and sighed. Father has invested too much this time. He even took out the beast soul of a 6th rank profound class demon beast. Even I would have a hard time dealing with demonic dragon Violet Rain. But... She looked at Long Chen. Demonic dragon Violet Rain is very suitable for this kid. But, he's going to the sacred Red Blood Church to die. How can he get the 500 contribution points? Moreover, is it that easy to get 500 contribution points? In fact, in Long Chen's mind, there was only one thought: how can I get this beast soul and sell it for 100,000 divine jades? Chapter 118. After talking about Violet Rain, Lu Yuan smiled lightly. Looking at Long Chen's happy face, he thought that Long Chen was very interested in Violet Rain's beast soul, and he was very happy. For him, Long Chen was a big surprise. He was very happy that he had been so happy for a long time. At the same time, he was very satisfied with his daughter. Lu Yuan knew that the reason why Long Chen could reach his current realm was because of Lu Lan's pressure. Lan has already told him about the Red Blood Church, so I don't have to remind him anymore. But I have to tell him about that. Thinking about this, Lu Yuan said, "Long Chen, do you know about the next inner family selection?" Inner family selection? Long Chen had only heard from Gan Lin that the inner family would take in outstanding disciples from the outer family and train them. However, he also said that Long Chen had to at least be able to enter the Earth Core realm. Could it be that I have a part in this inner family selection? Yes. Now, all the outer families have sent their recommendations to the inner family, and I have the right to make the recommendation. I will report your information in a few days, and as long as you pass the examination, you will have the chance to participate in the inner family selection. Long Chen suddenly felt that he had performed too well in front of Lu Yuan. Seeing that this old man was treating him so well, Long Chen immediately thanked him. Long Chen will definitely repay elders' kindness. He, Lu Yuan stroked his long beard. Before this, he had looked down on Long Chen, and he had even scolded Long Chen. But now, his attitude had changed 360 degrees, and he was treating Long Chen so well. He felt a little embarrassed. But, Long Chen, don't be too happy yet. You are still at the mortal core realm, and you haven't reached the inner family's requirements. You have to work hard, and if you can get the beast soul of Violet Rain before the inner family selection, and your strength has improved, then you will have the chance. Is the inner clan selection really so difficult? Long Chen probed. Lu Yuan helplessly nodded and said, "It is indeed very difficult. Basically, there will be 10 to 20 people who pass the examination, but there will only be 2 spots. This time, it will at most let you show your face in front of the various races." To truly enter the inner clan, there was only one word to describe it: difficult. 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 Although Long Chen knew that becoming an inner clan member would definitely allow him to obtain more resources, receive better training, and improve further, Long Chen was not in a hurry. However, looking at Lu Yuan's excited expression, it was likely that it would be very difficult. Right at this moment, Lu Yuan said with a sigh, "In our green family, the only young warrior with a potential value of 5 stars is Chu Yunxi from the Green Imperial Hall. Chu Yunxi is 18 years old this year, and he's already at the initial Earth Core realm. He's already been nominated to enter the inner race selection battle." When he mentioned Chu Yunxi, Lu Yuan looked very excited. However, when he saw Lu Lan glaring at him angrily, his expression froze, and he grew silent. Chu Yunxi? 18 years old, initial Earth Core realm? Long Chen was inwardly speechless. Only now did he realize that Huang Feiyang and Feng Wutian were nothing compared to him. This Chu Yunxi was the true genius. Long Chen realized that he was still looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. When he defeated Feng Wutian, he thought he had truly entered the ranks of geniuses. But now, it seemed that he was still far from it. There's still a long way to go in the future. At this moment, Lu Yuan said, "That's all for today. Long Chen, you've experienced the Sky Martial Realm's trial, you must be tired. Go back first." Long Chen nodded his head, then he bid farewell to the crowd and turned around to leave. The crowd looked at his back as he left, and they couldn't help but sigh. "Lan, come with me." He walked all the way to the garden at the back. Then, he turned his head around and said to Lu Lan who followed him, "When you were in the Heaven Realm, Chu Fengqing, a senior member of the Azure Imperial Hall, came to find me again." In his words, he mentioned the matter of marriage proposal. Lu Lan was startled. "Father, did you agree?" "How could I agree without your consent?" "But Lan, he already said that 20 days later, he will personally bring Chu Yunxi to propose. I didn't reject him on the spot, so, in order to prevent the relationship between the 2 clans from being destroyed, I have to agree to his proposal, right?" Speaking of this, Lu Lan felt very lonely. Seeing his daughter like this, Lu Yuan's heart ached. He said, "Lan, don't think too much about it. Chu Yunxi is a peerless genius, and it's very possible that he will enter the inner clan. His future is limitless. I'll be at ease if you follow him." "Father." Lu Lan raised her head and said helplessly, "You don't understand. He's too stubborn and arrogant. No matter how much of a genius he is, I can't stand him." After leaving the Green Imperial Hall, Long Chen walked to the Green Willow House alone. Along the way, people stopped when they saw him. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and respect. Long Chen's performance in the Heaven Martial Arts realm had already spread far and wide. "Stop right there." Suddenly, a voice could be heard. A beautiful girl stood behind him. It turned out to be Lu Ling. Seeing that her eyes were still red, Long Chen found it funny. She must be crying because of Feng Wutian. Feng Wutian wanted to be Long Chen's enemy, but Long Chen had injured her instead. She couldn't blame anyone else for that. "Oh, crying because of your lover? How touching, I'm about to burst into tears too." Lu Ling had seen this hateful guy by chance and hated him. She couldn't help but shout at him, but she didn't expect to be teased by him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had saved her life before, she would have definitely risked her life. "Long Chen, you're a total bastard, you bastard." Lu Ling pointed at Long Chen and scolded him, not caring about her image at all. Long Chen didn't seem to care about her insults at all. He said, "What? What's the matter?" When it came to him, Lu Ling really had the urge to rush up and tear his face apart. "Brat, I stopped you because it's too early for you to be happy. Take advantage of Brother Wutian's state to defeat him. That's nothing. Brother Wutian has already woken up." "Oh? He's awake?" "Yes. You're scared now. Moreover, he's profited from his misfortune and is about to enter the Earth Core realm. Just wait for him to ruthlessly teach you a lesson." Earth Core realm again? Thinking about how he had taught Feng Wutian a lesson this time, now that he had woken up and his reputation had fallen, he would definitely come to find trouble with him. Long Chen was now extremely worried about the Scarlet Blood sect. Adding on the fact that Feng Wutian was awake, he frowned deeply. "Sure enough, you're afraid. What a coward. You only know how to take advantage of Brother Wutian's unconscious to attack him." Saying that, Lu Ling sneered and left. Long Chen shook his head and returned to his residence. "Little Shi, my strength has been rising very quickly recently. It seems like I've reached my limit. Can I still increase it?" Of course, Lingxi could finally come out from the sword and move her body. She was so happy that she kept flying around the house. After playing around for a while, she flew in front of Long Chen. Wrinkling her nose, she cutely said, "Your current strength is only at the bottom of the dragon sacrificial continent. You're now a dragon warrior. Although your starting point is slow, it's still much higher than others." "Higher by how much?" "Don't worry about it. In any case, this little bit of increase in strength won't be a problem." Lingxi's background was high and her knowledge was much broader than the people around Long Chen. Towards her words, Long Chen believed them completely. "Alright, I'll continue to work hard. First, I'll pull out the thorn in my heart that is the Scarlet Blood sect. Then, I'll plan my own path." Lingxi nodded her head heavily. Then, she stretched out her hand and looked at Long Chen with a sneaky gaze. "I want it." "What do you want?" Long Chen was startled. "Of course it's food." Seeing that Long Chen still didn't know, Lingxi immediately showed her fangs and claws and looked at Long Chen angrily. Oh. Long Chen said helplessly, "I'll refine those beast cores and beast souls after I get them. Then, I'll go to the treasure pavilion and find some herbs for you." "That's a good girl." Lingxi smiled satisfactorily. Her eyes squinted into crescent moons. It was really beautiful. Long Chen smiled bitterly. "Last time, you helped me get the Thunder Flame crystals, and you've already consumed a lot of your strength. I've already decided that after I leave the Sky Realm, I'll get you something again. Now is the time." "Thunder Flame crystals?" Mentioning this, Lingxi became excited and said, "Oh right, now that you've reached the Mortal Core realm, your true energy has increased by at least 10 times. You can now suppress even more Thunder Flame crystals. In other words, I can still absorb Thunder Flame crystals?" Long Chen's voice was filled with surprise. "Of course, if you don't believe me, you can try." Of course, Long Chen believed Lingxi's words, but he wasn't in a hurry right now. He came to the basement where he cultivated and started collecting his rewards. There are 6 Mystic Rank 2 Beast Cores and Beast Souls, but these aren't worth much. The most valuable ones are the Beast Cores and Beast Souls of the Red Flame Golden Swanee and the Heart-Devouring Devil Beast. How much can they be exchanged for? Lingxi's eyes were filled with stars. The 2 items from the Red Flame Golden Swanee can be exchanged for about 20 contribution points, and the Beast Soul and Beast Core of the Heart-Devouring Devil Beast can be exchanged for more than 200 contribution points. How much is that? Lingxi was too lazy to calculate, so she asked directly. It's equivalent to more than 2,000 divine jade. At this moment, Long Chen remembered the 500 contribution points Lu Yuan mentioned. A mystic rank 6 beast soul was worth 100 times more than a mystic rank 4 beast soul, but he only wanted Long Chen to exchange it with 500 contribution points. Obviously, it was equivalent to giving it to Long Chen. So, in order to get the beast soul and exchange it for 100,000 divine jade, I need to kill a few mystic rank 4 beast souls, which are equivalent to Earth Core warriors. After calculating, Long Chen was shocked. He thought 500 contribution points was easy, but now he realized how difficult it was. That heart-devouring devil beast appeared in the mortal core realm. It must be the weakest mystic rank 4 beast, that's why we can kill it. Hearing Long Chen mention 100,000 divine jades, Ling Shi reminded him, hey, don't let your imagination run wild. Where do you plan to exchange that beast soul for 100,000 divine jades? Anyway, if you go to the treasure pavilion, that old man will definitely explode in anger. Only now did Long Chen realize that the beast soul was indeed troublesome. If the old man gave the beast soul to Long Chen, but Long Chen didn't refine it, he would definitely be suspicious. At that time, Long Chen wouldn't know how to explain it. Forget it, don't think too much. I'll condense the beast soul first, then I'll go to the treasure pavilion with you. Chapter 119. Long Chen, who had come to the Bao pavilion, was no longer as unknown as before. Basically, the people of the Green Clan were all very concerned about the Heaven Realm trial this time, and at the same time, they also knew of Long Chen's great name. However, Long Chen was still unfamiliar with the crowd, so no one took the initiative to greet him. However, whispers of discussion were unavoidable. He was even able to defeat Feng Wuqian, who used the vermilion bird bathing in flames. Furthermore, he is still young. This Long Chen has truly shocked everyone this time. Indeed, not bad. Although it is slightly inexperienced, with more training, I believe that in the future, he will be able to take on an important role in the Qingyang Hall. I heard that the elder of the Qingyang Hall, Lu Yuan, has already submitted his name to the inner clan selection battle. Although it is impossible for him to pass, to have the qualifications to enter, he would at least have the evaluation of a 4-star potential value. That's natural. In the end, Long Chen did not obtain the Tai Ching sword because of the East. Let's not talk about the matters of the inner clan. Long Chen passed by the 2 middle-aged men. When he mentioned the Tai Ching sword, the other person hurriedly stopped him. Long Chen understood what they meant. From their point of view, the Tai Ching sword should have been produced during the fight between Long Chen and Chu Yunyao. The appearance of the inner clan members had broken the rules of the various outer clans. However, the crowd only dared to complain a few times. After all, the main body of the Lingwu family was the inner clan. The power of the inner clan is actually this great? It seems that if I don't enter the inner clan, I will be suppressed for the rest of my life. Thinking of this, Long Chen's heart trembled. Soon, he arrived at the treasure pavilion, the place where beast souls and Yao cores were traded. There was only one wall, and only one passageway about the size of a plate. It was used to deliver items, but Long Chen had no way of getting a clear look at the people inside. Put your beast core and beast spirit here. Put your identity jade tablet in as well. A deep voice sounded from the other side of the wall. Long Chen didn't waste any time. He placed everything he could use on the table. At this moment, a fair arm reached out and took everything on the table. When he got the heart-devouring beast's beast soul and beast core, the man's hand paused for a moment and suddenly asked, "You're not going to refine this mystic rank for beast soul?" Long Chen instantly understood that even the people in the treasure pavilion had some understanding of him. In the eyes of the others, Long Chen was a true beast warrior. Since he had broken through to the divine core realm, he should be absorbing the beast souls, but he just didn't. Previously, others had thought that Long Chen didn't have a beast soul he was satisfied with, but now that they knew that Long Chen had the heart-eroding war beast, they all thought that Long Chen would refine it. There's no hurry. Oh, the man nodded, but didn't say anything else. However, from his sighing tone, Long Chen could roughly guess that the man must have thought that he wasn't satisfied with a mystic rank 4 beast soul, and was being too arrogant. I'll exchange my identity jade tablet for yours. You'll get 250 contribution points in total. It was more than what he had expected. Long Chen was in a good mood. After thanking the man, he went to where the soul carrier fruit was. Sure enough, there was a soul carrier fruit here. I want this soul carrier fruit. Long Chen said to the staff member in charge of this area, who was a charming beauty. When Long Chen came last time, this beautiful lady had only met him once, and she only had a slight impression of this man who needed the soul carrier fruit. This time, Long Chen's reputation had risen, so her attitude became much better. With a sweet smile on her face, she said, 9 contribution points in total. Last time, you said you needed the soul carrier fruit, I guess you'll be here soon. When Long Chen saw the beautiful lady smiling at him, he revealed his true colors as a rich young man. He said with a smile, I'm here to buy the soul carrier fruit, and I'm also here to see you, sister. You're asking for a beating. The beautiful lady giggled and covered her mouth with her hand. Long Chen stopped for a second, then he asked, Sister, do you know if there are any other soul-nurturing herbs in the treasure pavilion? The beautiful lady thought for a while and said, there aren't many soul-carrier fruits, the headquarters will only supply the missing herbs, but they won't increase the quantity. But, I remember there is a soul grass on the 2nd floor of the treasure pavilion, it's a mid-mystic rank herb. Soul grass? Ling Shi was a little excited. She whispered into Long Chen's ear, Scoundrel, the medicinal properties of the soul grass are countless times better than the soul-breeding fruit. This is a spirit herb that is close to a high mystic rank spirit herb. A single soul grass is comparable to hundreds of soul-breeding fruits. If I had the soul grass, I would be able to face an Earth Core warrior head-on. Hearing that Lingxi really needed the soul grass, Long Chen asked, Sister, what's the price of the soul grass? Hearing this question, the beautiful lady shook her head and said, let's not talk about the price first. Only Earth Core warriors can go up to the 2nd floor. Long Chen had a bitter expression on his face. The strict hierarchy of the Lingwu family made him very depressed. But, if you really need it, since you called me sister, I can get it for you. Thank you, sister. Long Chen was overjoyed. Don't be happy too early. The beautiful lady frowned and said helplessly, soul grass is considered a precious item among the mid-mystic rank herbs. It's very useful for increasing one's power of understanding. Without 300 contribution points, it's impossible to get it. Hearing the number 300, Long Chen's face fell. Right now, I only have 240 contribution points. If I want to get 300, I'll have to enter the Sky Martial realm. But that old man Lu Yuan wants 500 contribution points from me, what should I do? Thinking about this, Long Chen frowned deeply. If you're not in a hurry, wait until you have enough contribution points, then come back and buy it. Long Chen nodded, thanked the beautiful lady and walked towards the direction of the Green Willow House. Whatever, who cares about that old man? It's not easy to get his mystic rank 6 beast soul. I might as well protect Lingxi first. The opponent I'm facing right now is too strong. If she tries to show off, I'm afraid that she'll lose her life if she's not careful. Returning to his residence, Long Chen first let Lingxi refine the spirit-breeding fruit, then he took out a thunder flame crystal. In this battle, the thunder flame crystal helped me a lot. I still have 38 thunder flame crystals left. What will happen if I fuse them all? Level 1 thunder flame battle body is already equivalent to a mid-mystic rank body refining technique. Then what about level 2 thunder flame battle body? With his true chi exploding, Long Chen fused with this thunder flame crystal. What he didn't expect was that fusing with the 11th thunder flame crystal was much easier than the 10th one. Under the suppression of his surging true energy, Long Chen spent more than an hour to assimilate the 11th Thunder Flame Crystal. There was no danger, but there was no pain. Next, the 12th one, in the process of fusing with the Thunder Flame Crystals, time passed bit by bit. Long Chen suddenly had a feeling that there was no day or night in the cave. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he had already fused with the 15th Thunder Flame Crystal. Only now did the difficulty gradually appear. He had no choice but to use the Dragon Soul transformation and turn into a dragon's body. After fusing with these Thunder Flame Crystals, I'll enter the Sky Realm again and get the Soulgrass for Lingxi. Finally, I'll directly leave the Lingwu family and search for the whereabouts of the Scarlet Blood Church. Long Chen's goal was extremely clear. However, just as he was preparing to fuse with the 16th Thunder Flame Crystal, an urgent knocking sound suddenly rang out. Long Chen opened the door and saw an anxious Gan Lin. The feeling that Gan Lin gave Long Chen was that he was usually calm and indifferent. However, right now, his face was filled with anxiety. Long Chen's heart jumped and he hurriedly asked, "Senior Gan, what happened?" Gan Lin hurriedly said, "Long Chen, someone from your family has come to find you. Quickly go to the martial hall." Family? Long Chen's heart immediately jumped. His family was definitely the people from the Baiyang village's Yang family. Since the Yang family had come to find the Lingwu family, something big must have happened. Long Chen had a bad premonition in his heart. He hurriedly rushed towards the martial hall. Not long after, he saw the man who had already started to grow old, Yang Yuntian. "Second uncle, what happened?" Yang Yuntian's heart was filled with grief. After seeing Long Chen, he hurriedly said, "Chen, Ling Qing was captured by the Scarlet Blood Church." Chapter 120. What? Long Chen was dumbfounded. His breathing immediately sped up and became coarse. His eyes gradually became bloodshot. "Chen, don't get too agitated. Let me explain it to you." Although Yang Yuntian was also very anxious when he saw Long Chen's appearance, he knew that he needed to calm Long Chen down. Long Chen and Yang Lingqing's relationship was like that of real siblings. Now that something had happened to Yang Lingqing, how was Long Chen supposed to calm down? He was just short of killing his way to the front door. Suppressing the murderous intent in his heart, as well as the deep self-blame, Long Chen knew that what he needed the most right now was to remain calm. However, as soon as he thought of the scenes between himself and Yang Lingqing, as well as the group of bastards from the Scarlet Blood Sacred Sect, Long Chen clenched his fists until they made cracking sounds. Is it because of the blood sacrifice ceremony? A bloody light surged in Long Chen's eyes. Seeing that Long Chen's mood had calmed down, Yang Yuntian was relieved. Deep sorrow appeared on his face as he said, "It's all my fault as a useless father. I couldn't properly protect my daughter." Yang Yuntian had already lost a son. Now that he thought about how he might lose his daughter as well, his mind was already blank. "Second uncle, don't blame yourself. What exactly happened? Tell me in detail." Long Chen bit his lower lip as he said this. "Chen, did you participate in killing the other two great protectors of the Scarlet Blood Sacred Sect?" Yang Yuntian raised his head and asked. Long Chen was startled. Thinking of Protector Qin and Protector Shi, he was puzzled and asked, "How do you know about this?" Yang Yuntian shook his head helplessly and said, "This is what that thief said. The Scarlet Blood Sect killed two protectors in Yanluo town. After investigating, they found out that the Lingwu family was the culprit. Among the three, you were one of them, so he investigated your background and found out that you were from the Yang family of White Poplar Town. Then, in order to take revenge, one of the Scarlet Blood Sect's protectors came to White Poplar Town. After arriving at White Poplar Town, he found out that Blood Yuanzi was also killed by you. So, he made a move against our Yang family. Long Chen didn't expect that the matter of killing Blood Yuanzi would be exposed because of him. Among the 8 protectors of the Crimson Blood Holy Church, 3 of them had died because of Long Chen. It was no wonder that the other party would attack them. When he heard that, Long Chen's self-blame grew even heavier. He wished he could immediately slaughter his way to the Scarlet Blood Sacred Sect, but he knew he couldn't do that. Why did he kidnap Ling Qing? Yang Yuntian said bitterly, "My dad had broken through to the Divine Core realm with the help of the evoking Divine Fruit, and he was barely able to fight against that thief. That's why he couldn't take advantage of him." But, during the fight, Ling Qing was accidentally injured. He saw that Ling Qing's blood had a faint green color, so he said that Ling Qing had a profound Yin body that's rarely seen in 100 years. That's why he took her away. Your grandfather had just broken through to the Divine Core realm, so he couldn't stop him, profound Yin body. Hearing these words, Gan Lin, who was standing at the side, trembled. Long Chen hastily asked, "Now, that guy has returned to the Scarlet Blood Sect, right?" Yang Yuntian nodded his head. With a pale face, he said, "I heard from that guy that Ling Qing has a profound Yin body, and it's very important to their blood sacrifice ceremony. My dad has been moving around the southern spirit region for the past few days, and he's found out that the blood sacrifice ceremony will be held in 1 day." For Long Chen, this news was like a bolt from the blue. 2 days. Blood sacrifice ceremony. Anger and hatred surged crazily in Long Chen's heart. An ice-cold light appeared in his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. He gnashed his teeth and said, "If anything happens to Ling Qing, I will bury all of you from the Scarlet Blood Holy Church with her." Seeing the violent aura on Long Chen's body, Yang Yuntian cried out in alarm. He hurriedly said, "Chen, I didn't come here to find you because I want you to be reckless and charge into the Scarlet Blood Sect to court death. You're now a member of the Lingwu family, so I came here to ask if you have the power to mobilize the Lingwu family." The leader of the Scarlet Blood Sect was the grandson of Emperor Yuan. Long Chen wasn't a member of the Lingwu family. Who would take such a risk to help him? At least Lu Lan wouldn't, and Lu Yuan wouldn't either. "Second uncle, don't say any more. Ask Grandpa to come here and stay. I'll go to the Scarlet Blood Sect now. I promise you that I'll rescue Ling Qing in 1 day." Long Chen's voice was cold, but it was filled with determination. Profound Yin body. The Scarlet Blood Sect's blood sacrifice ceremony requires the blood of a young girl. If Ling Qing has a profound Yin body, her blood will definitely be drained clean. If such a thing happened, Long Chen would definitely go crazy. Even at that moment, he was unable to control his feelings of anger. Seeing Long Chen like this, Yang Yuntian knew that he had always had a violent temper and was impulsive. He hurriedly said, "Chen, I didn't come here for you to risk your life. You have a bright future ahead of you, and now that you've joined the Lingwu family, it's time for you to develop and soar. I don't want to harm you because of Ling Qing. The Scarlet Blood Sect is hell. Is that a place where a young man like you can go?" In Yang Yuntian's mind, Long Chen hadn't even reached the Mortal Core realm, and the Scarlet Blood Sect was a place where Earth Core warriors could be found. "Long Chen, listen to me. Go and ask the Lingwu family for help, you might have a chance." Just as Yang Yuntian was speaking, Lu Lan walked in with a cold expression. Gan Lin quickly bowed and said, "Lady Deacon." Hearing the words Lady Deacon, Yang Yuntian was shocked. He knew that this Lady Deacon was the owner of this huge green willow residence. In terms of cultivation, she was definitely an Earth Core warrior. He quickly suppressed his excitement and said respectfully to Lu Lan, "Yang Yuntian greets Lady Deacon." Lu Lan nodded at him, then she looked at Long Chen. Right at this moment, Long Chen was looking at Lu Lan with a fierce look. Seeing the disrespect in Long Chen's eyes, Yang Yuntian was shocked. He quickly wanted to remind Long Chen, but out of his expectation, Long Chen said with a cold voice, "Great Deacon Lu, didn't you say that you'll keep an eye on the Scarlet Blood sect for me? Once there's any movement, you'll inform me? Even Yang Yuntian, an outsider, could hear the strong dissatisfaction in Long Chen's words. He quickly pulled Long Chen and said to Lu Lan with an apologetic expression, "Lady Deacon, my nephew is young and doesn't know any better. I hope Lady Deacon won't lower yourself to his level." Lu Lan's expression was calm. She didn't even look at Yang Yuntian, she was looking at Long Chen. Lu Lan was also surprised that such a thing happened. At this moment, she indifferently said, "Only one of the protectors of the Scarlet Blood sect went to White Poplar Town. These past few days, I was busy with the matters of the Heaven Realm, so I didn't pay attention to it. That's normal. Moreover, Long Chen, didn't I tell you to give up on dealing with the Scarlet Blood sect? Could it be that you don't know that this will bring you a fatal disaster? If you don't handle this properly, your entire Yang family will die without a burial ground." Long Chen wasn't scared by her. He let out a cold laugh and said, "All right, I don't want to talk about responsibility with you anymore. I just want to ask you one thing. Now that my little sister has been captured by them, I'm going to kill my way to the Scarlet Blood sect. Are you going to help me or not?" Long Chen's words didn't have a single trace of respect. According to Yang Yuntian's understanding, when Long Chen said something like this, he should be killed by Deacon Lu immediately. But, he didn't expect that Deacon Lu seemed to think highly of Long Chen. Yang Yuntian stared blankly at the two of them confronting each other. His heart was gradually filled with shock. Right at this moment, he suddenly wanted to know one thing. What was Long Chen's current strength? Could it be that in just a little over a month, he had broken through to the mortal core realm? When he remembered that Long Chen also had the Epiphany fruit, Yang Yuntian felt that this matter was highly possible. Right at this moment, Lu Lan hesitated for a moment, then she shook her head and said, "You're making the Azure Sun clan take such a huge risk for your personal affairs. Not only will I not agree to this, even my father won't agree to this. Besides, Long Chen, the Scarlet Blood sect is not a power you can fight against. I won't allow you to go." "What right do you have to not allow me to go?" When Long Chen heard what she said, his heart for the Lingwu family had already died by more than half. When he heard that Lu Lan still wanted to restrict him, he couldn't help but laugh coldly. "You." Being challenged by Long Chen like this, no matter how firm her heart was, she couldn't help but become angry. Her curvaceous body was slightly trembling as she stared at Long Chen with her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. Yang Yuntian cursed silently. Long Chen had angered Chief Deacon Lu. Perhaps before they could go to the Scarlet Blood sect and save Yang Lingqing, Long Chen would die here. He quickly signaled to Long Chen, then said to Chief Deacon Lu in a flattering manner, "Master Deacon, Chen, doesn't know any better, he doesn't think before he speaks. Please don't argue with him, we'll deal with the Scarlet Blood sect ourselves. Can we leave now?" Yang Yuntian's words made Long Chen very unhappy. He pulled Yang Yuntian behind him and said, "You don't have to flatter her, what right does she have to enjoy this?" Looking at Chief Deacon Lu coldly and ignoring Yang Yuntian's shocked expression, Long Chen said in a gloomy voice, "My sister is now in someone else's hands, and you want me to stay here? Then let me ask you, if I, Long Chen, am such a person, then what is the difference between me and an animal? And if you are such a person, then what is the difference between you and an animal? Long Chen, don't go too far." Lu Lan was so angry that her face turned red at the mention of the word animal. However, Long Chen's words were very reasonable, so she had no reason to refute them. "How am I going too far?" Long Chen smiled coldly. He gestured to Yang Yuntian and said, "If I will be expelled by the Lingwu family for saving my sister, then I won't stay in the Lingwu family any longer. Second uncle, let's go." After saying that, he walked around Lu Lan under her furious gaze and headed for the door. "Long Chen, if you die, don't blame me for not warning you today. My life or death has nothing to do with you, great beauty Lu. Hearing this, Yang Yuntian's mind was in chaos. To be able to talk to a deacon like this, what level has he reached? Chapter 121. Right now, Yang Yuntian was still in shock from Long Chen's performance. Even after leaving Lingwu City, he still looked at the young man in front of him in a daze. You know where the sacred red blood church is? Long Chen turned around. After leaving Lingwu City, he was no longer as excited as before. However, most of his killing intent was hidden within his body. Your grandfather knows, he's in the southern spirit region. I know where he is. Then let's meet up with grandfather first. Long Chen didn't say anything else and hurried on his way. Yang Yuntian hurriedly followed behind him. At this moment, he had just recovered from the shock of what had just happened. His eyes flickered as he looked at Long Chen. Along the way, he asked in a low voice, Chen, can you tell me how strong you are now? If he didn't tell him, neither Yang Yuntian nor Yang Tsangqiong would let Long Chen attack the sacred red blood church. Right now, although I am still at the initial mortal core realm, I am confident that no one in the mortal core realm can be my match. Last time, during the Lingwu family's Sky Martial Realm trial, I defeated a warrior who had 1 foot in the Earth core realm. Yang Yuntian opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, is what you're saying true? It's only been a month. Long Chen nodded his head and said, regarding the sacred red blood church, I'm still confident. Besides, I'm not an idiot, I won't rush in recklessly. Let's talk about this after we meet your grandfather. Even though Long Chen was strong, he was still far from reaching the Earth core realm. Yang Yuntian didn't dare to think too much. Although Long Chen was their only hope, he wasn't sure if Yang Tsangqiong would let Long Chen attack. After all, Long Chen was better off cultivating in peace. The distance between the Eastern Spirit region and the Southern Spirit region was quite a distance. Long Chen and Yang Yuntian spared no effort on their journey and spent quite a bit of time before they arrived at the Southern Spirit region. Your grandfather lives in a small inn here. This is the place to contact me. Compared to the Eastern Spirit region, the Southern Spirit region was much more backward. However, it wasn't something that Baiyang Town or even Yuanyang City could compare with. Soon, the two of them arrived at a relatively simple inn. The Scarlet Blood Sacred Church is located at the edge of Yuanling City and Southern Spirit region. There aren't many places here, so there aren't any big powers. In this place, the Scarlet Blood Sacred Church is considered to be the biggest power. Compared to the Lingwu family, the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church was just an unremarkable speck of dust. However, this speck of dust was like a huge rock to Long Chen. Moreover, the background of this huge rock wasn't ordinary. There's movement in the inn. After arriving, Long Chen was still asking about the Scarlet Blood Holy Church when Ling Shi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said something. It seems like your grandfather is about to fight with a mortal core warrior. Long Chen was shocked. In one of the guest rooms of the inn, Yang Tsangqiong looked at the middle-aged man in a blood-red robe in shock. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Tsangqiong with a sneer and said, I'm curious as well. I've been asking about the identity of the man from the Scarlet Blood Church for the past few days, but I never expected it to be you. You've just broken through to the Divine Core realm, but you sure know how to travel from Baiyang Town to here. Yang Tsangqiong had lived his life for a long time, so of course he wouldn't be scared by this man. However, when he found out that he had been discovered, he felt a sense of despair. Right now, Yang Lingqing was still in their hands. As the strongest fighter in the clan, he had been discovered by the other party. Even if he could defeat the middle-aged man and escape, he couldn't stay in this place anymore. The blood sacrifice ceremony would be held in 1 day, and at that time, Yang Lingqing would be dead. He had just broken through to the mortal core realm. Facing the Scarlet Blood Holy Church, he basically had no chance of turning the situation around. Thinking up to this point, although he didn't show any signs of giving in, his heart was filled with despair. At the end of the day, I still have to thank you, old man. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have discovered this mysterious body. You should know that the blood of a mysterious body is equivalent to the blood of thousands of young girls. Even the 5 great sect elders are jealous of the reward that our sect leader has given me. Using the blood of young girls to form a blood pool, then cultivating with it. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens for doing such a heartless thing? Heavens? What is the heavens? With strength, we are the heavens. The red-robed man said indifferently. It's like I'm stronger than you right now, I'm the heavens, and the one being punished by the heavens is you. Looking at the man who was laughing wildly, Yang Tsangqiong felt helpless. Ling Qing, do you really have to suffer like this? Thinking about how his beloved granddaughter was going to die like this, Yang Tsangqiong's heart twitched. He would rather be the one dying than the beautiful young girl, young Ling Qing. If we hold another blood sacrifice ceremony, our scarlet blood holy religion strength will soar once again. At that time, we will be able to absorb even more disciples and grow like this. One day, we will grow to the same level as the Lingwu family and the Beast Spirit Palace. In your dreams. Hearing the red-robed man's words, Yang Tsangqiong smiled coldly. He was already thinking of a way to escape from this crisis. Oh. I'm going to take your life now, then you'll know if I'm dreaming or not. After saying that, a powerful aura exploded. Everyone in the inn was shocked. Just when they were about to step forward to see what was going on, the red-robed man's cold voice sounded out, "The Scarlet Blood Holy Church is handling a matter, those who are not involved, leave immediately." Immediately, people ran out of the inn one after another and left in a panic. In this small place at the edge of Yuanling City, these people seemed to be living under the shadow of the Scarlet Blood Holy Church. Yang Tsangqiong's heart was filled with sorrow, but he knew that he was the pillar of the Yang family, he couldn't just fall like this. Last time, when I fought with you, I didn't let you have a taste of a mystic combat skill. This time, I'll show you the power of a mystic combat skill, you country bumpkin. After the red-robed man said this, Yang Tsangqiong's face turned bitter. He was no match for this man because he had just broken through to the mortal core realm, and also because he didn't have a suitable combat skill. If you want me to die, you'll have to pay a heavy price. At this moment, Yang Tsangqiong's eyes had turned red, and his face was filled with killing intent. The red-robed man was startled, then he sneered, "You old bastard, how dare you threaten me? You've got guts, but today will be the day you die." After saying this, he unleashed his powerful energy towards Yang Tsangqiong. In his hand, true qi exploded and formed into an illusionary fist. This was the energy of a mystic combat skill, and it made Yang Tsangqiong feel despair. Could it be that today, I'm really going to die here? He thought about all the things that had happened to him in his life. He didn't expect that in his old age, the things that had happened were getting more and more tragic. I hope that when Yuntian comes back, he'll find my body and help me bury my roots, by Yang Town. But, if you want me to die, don't even think about living. Seeing that his opponent was using a mystic combat skill, Yang Tsangqiong roared out and started using the Taishian Dragon Seal. 2 powerful auras instantly rose to their limits. Then, both of them roared and charged at each other. The red-robed man's mouth was filled with a cold smile. Go to hell for me. Jade-breaking fist. Taishian Dragon Seal. The 2 forces were about to collide, and the jade-shattering fist, which was stronger than the Taishian Dragon Seal, was about to take Yang Tsangqiong's life. Suddenly, the window burst open, and a figure appeared in front of the red-robed man. The figure reached out and grabbed the man's jade-shattering fist. The red-robed man's violent attack was now immobilized. He was stunned as he looked at the person who had appeared out of nowhere. As for Yang Tsangqiong, when he saw the familiar figure standing in front of him, Yang Tsangqiong hurriedly retracted the Taishian dragon seal and was stunned. This young man had given him an endless shock. How could he not remember him? However, when he saw Long Chen suddenly appear and break the red-robed man's powerful mystic combat skill with just a stretch of his hand, Yang Tsangqiong was completely stunned. The look of disbelief in his eyes was no less than the red-robed man's. The red-robed man stared blankly at Long Chen and his eyes gradually filled with fear. He quickly knelt down and said, "This. Sir, may I know why you are blocking me? What is it?" Long Chen smiled and stretched out his hand to pat the red-robed man's face. The red-robed man dared not resist. "You want to kill my grandfather and you still dare to ask me why?" Hearing Long Chen's words, the red-robed man's eyes widened and he said in shock, "You are the Long Chen who entered the Lingwu family? How can you be so powerful?" Just as he was about to break free, Long Chen's hand that was still holding onto his arm suddenly twisted. The red-robed man screamed in pain as his arm was twisted into a terrifying angle by Long Chen. "I advise you not to move or your other arm will be broken." Long Chen's cold words made him feel hopeless. He finally understood the situation and started crying. He wanted to beg for Long Chen's forgiveness. "It's not impossible for me to forgive you. If you answer me seriously later, I won't kill you." After saying this, Long Chen turned around and looked at Yang Tsangqiong who was still looking at him in shock. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry Grandpa, Chen is late." Yang Tsangqiong finally regained his senses and said hurriedly, you're not late at all." "But Chen, is this you? How can it not be me? How did you become so powerful?" When he asked this question, Yang Tsangqiong still thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Long Chen had just entered the Lingwu family for a month. There was no way he could easily defeat a mortal core warrior in such a short period of time. Yang Tsangqiong had personally experienced the red-robed man's strength. Even he couldn't do anything to him. How did Long Chen do it just now? At this moment, Yang Yuntian walked in and looked at the scene in shock. "Grandpa, if you have any questions, just ask second uncle. I'll interrogate this guy." Chapter 122. Yang Yuntian had only heard about Long Chen's strength before, but he had not seen it with his own eyes. Now that Long Chen had easily subdued the red-robed man, he finally believed it. "Father," seeing the old man's face filled with shock and excitement, Yang Yuntian also felt the same. He silently stood beside the Yang family ancestor, watching how Long Chen dealt with the red-robed man. The Yang family ancestor had many questions in his heart, but he did not ask. He only wanted to see what level his grandson had reached. This was the sacred Scarlet Blood Church's territory, and this red-robed man had caused such a huge commotion. Long Chen knew that he could not stay here for long, so if he wanted to know anything, he had to end this quickly. The red-robed man was under his control, so he had no way of escaping. He knew that Long Chen had the status of a Lingwu family member, so if he did not handle this well, it could bring a lot of trouble to the sacred Scarlet Blood Church. Therefore, the red-robed man's heart was currently filled with fear. "I won't talk nonsense with you. Answer all my questions honestly. If you lie, I'll cut off one arm at a time. I want to see how many arms you have." Long Chen stood in front of the red-robed man and coldly asked. "I'll talk. I'll talk. Just ask." Seeing that although Long Chen was young, his words and eyes were filled with ruthlessness, the red-robed man anxiously said. "Very good." Long Chen nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "First question, when will the blood sacrifice ceremony be held?" Long Chen had come this time specifically for the blood sacrifice ceremony, so the red-robed man was not surprised at all when he asked this question. However, even if he was not a member of the sacred Scarlet Blood Church, there were still many people who knew about this question from Long Chen. Therefore, the red-robed man directly said it. The blood sacrifice ceremony is tomorrow. What time tomorrow? This was what Long Chen wanted to know. Seeing the ice-cold look in Long Chen's eyes, the red-robed man quivered in fright. He hurriedly said, "Tomorrow night, at midnight, the yin qi is the heaviest. It's the best time to hold the blood sacrifice ceremony." Third watch? From the looks of it, there really wasn't much time. Seeing that Long Chen did not question him immediately, the red-robed man asked pitifully, "Sir, are you saying that as long as I tell you the truth, you will let me go?" "That will depend on whether or not your answer can satisfy me. If you stutter and try to cover things up and beat around the bush with me, you will die a horrible death if I find out." Although Long Chen's tone was calm, it was extremely terrifying to the red-robed man. The Yang clan patriarch and Yang Yuntian looked at Long Chen, who was growing more and more mature by the day, then exchanged glances and nodded. It seems that after Chen went to the Lingwu family, not only his strength but also his temperament has matured a lot. In this way, they were more confident that Long Chen could rescue Yang Lingqing. Perhaps he will succeed. At this time, Long Chen had already asked his second question. "Where will the blood sacrifice ceremony be held in your Scarlet Blood Demon Palace?" The Scarlet Blood Demon Palace was the main base of the Scarlet Blood Demon Church. Thinking of what Long Chen had said before, that as long as he answered honestly, he would be let go. The red-robed man saw the righteousness in Long Chen's eyes and concluded that Long Chen was a person who kept his promises and would do what he said. So he answered honestly, "Our Scarlet Blood Demon Palace has an underground city and the blood sacrifice ceremony will be held in this underground city. Normally, the underground city is closed and when the blood sacrifice ceremony is held, all the members will enter the underground city." To the red-robed man, the questions that Long Chen asked could be answered by any member of the Scarlet Blood Demon Church, so the red-robed man was not afraid. He would be punished by the Scarlet Blood Demon Church Patriarch. Underground City? As long as he was still in Yuanling City, then he would be able to make it in time. "I'll ask you another question. You must answer this question honestly." Long Chen looked at the red dot between the red-robed man's eyebrows and said, "What does your Scarlet Blood Demon Church rely on to identify members? You want to sneak into the Scarlet Blood Demon Church?" The red-robed man said in shock. "You don't want your hand anymore?" Long Chen said coldly. "I'll speak." The red-robed man knew that he should not speak nonsense. He thought to himself, if this brat wants to enter the Scarlet Blood Demon Church, naturally the sect leader and the 5 elders will take care of him. If I tell him this now, I can get rid of him and vent my anger. Thinking of this, he quickly said, "Our Scarlet Blood Demon Church members will have a cinnabar mark between their eyebrows called the Scarlet Blood Mark. I can see that you have a red dot between your eyebrows, so if you want to enter the Scarlet Blood Demon Church, you don't need the Scarlet Blood Mark. Other than that, we also have a Scarlet Blood Token to prove our identity." "Scarlet Blood Token? Let me have a look." The red-robed man took out 2 blood-red tokens from his universe bag. He first gave one of them to Long Chen. Long Chen took the token and found that there was a strange pattern on the front of the token. There was also a name carved on the back, Protector Zhou Tai. "Your name is Zhou Tai." The red-robed man quickly nodded. He then gave the other token to Long Chen and said, "Sir, the Scarlet Blood Demon Church has over 1,000 members. There are over 100 that I am in charge of. The owner of this token has already been secretly killed by me because he angered me. No one knows about this. If Sir wants to enter the Scarlet Blood Demon Church, you just need to use his identity to enter and no one will know." Long Chen took the token and saw that the back of the token was also engraved with a few words, "Followers of Yellow Sky." Seeing that Long Chen did not say anything, the red-robed man anxiously looked at him and carefully said, "Sir, I've said everything I need to say. Moreover, I've directly given you a token and helped you arrange an identity. Is Sir satisfied now?" This little one promises that as long as I leave this room, I will immediately leave Yuan Ling City and never return. I will not care about the Scarlet Blood Demon Church. Is that so? Long Chen revealed a faint smile and put away the Scarlet Blood token. Then he looked at the red-robed man with a smile and said, "Don't be anxious. I will release everything that needs to be released. However, I will ask you one last question. Where are the girls that the Scarlet Blood Demon Church has been capturing these days? Just give me a specific location and route and you can leave." "Sir, I really don't know. In order to prevent everything from going to waste, our sect leader is very careful. Perhaps only he knows about this." Hearing this question, the red-robed man's face turned white and he anxiously said, "You mean that you don't want your arm?" Long Chen's face sank. "No. I really don't know about this. I only know that it is somewhere in the underground city. However, the underground city is so big, so how would I know where it is?" Seeing that Long Chen's eyes were already filled with ill intent, the red-robed man anxiously said. Long Chen smiled coldly. Without any warning, he attacked. However, his target was not the red-robed man's arm, but the top of his head. That palm strike directly killed the red-robed man, who had been subdued. Even in death, the red-robed man did not know that Long Chen would suddenly kill him for Long Chen. First, Long Chen said that if he did not answer well, he would break his arm. He did not say that he would take his life. Secondly, from the red-robed man's point of view, a rash young man like Long Chen should keep his promise. "Chen, why did you kill him?" The young family patriarch and Yang Yuntian were both very shocked. At this time, Long Chen put the red-robed man's corpse into his cosmos sack. Then he cleaned up the scene and covered up all traces. Then he said, "Someone is coming this way. We can't stay here for long. Grandfather, let's go to a safe place first and then we can discuss." Under Long Chen's lead, the three of them came to a forest on the outskirts of Yuan Ling City. This place was not far from the Scarlet Blood sect and was very good for concealing themselves. "Grandfather, second uncle, you should be clear about what I just asked. You should stay here. I will secretly capture a few people from the Scarlet Blood Holy Church and confirm the information I just received. Then I will sneak into the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace and save Ling Qing." "No." Yang Yuntian's expression was anxious. "Chen, the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace is like a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. How can you go in alone?" "Ling Qing is my daughter, I will go with you." Long Chen shook his head and said, "Second uncle, let's forget about it. With my current strength, even if I face the Scarlet Blood Religion Master, I can still escape unscathed. As for you, if you enter, you will only cause more trouble. I hope you can believe me, even if I die, I will properly complete the things I said." Yang Yuntian still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by the Yang family patriarch. The Yang family patriarch's eyes were filled with concern. He looked at Long Chen and said, "Chen, do what you want to do. We really can't help you with this matter, but you are the future and hope of our Yang family. So grandfather warns you that you must be more careful. Also, your life is the most important. Don't give up your life so easily. It is not worth it for you." Long Chen nodded his head and left. His figure quickly disappeared from Yuanling City, leaving the Yang family patriarch and Yang Yuntian looking at each other. "Father, do you think he will succeed?" The Yang family patriarch sighed and said helplessly, "I don't know either. But right now, our Yang family can only leave it to fate." Throwing away the fourth corpse in his hand, Long Chen looked in the direction of the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. With the confirmation of these four ordinary disciples, the red-robed man's words are not wrong. But I still don't know where Ling Qing is imprisoned. It seems that I need to enter the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace to find her. Looking at the Scarlet Blood token in his hand, Long Chen smiled. In order to live, this fellow has even prepared an identity for me. This is a smart choice. Firstly, it allows me to spare his life. Secondly, even if I don't spare him in the end, from his point of view, if I successfully enter the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, I will still die. Long Chen had also asked the 4 disciples about the information of the person named Huang Tian in the token. But he knew that there were not many people who were familiar with each other in the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. Therefore, as long as he was careful and did not meet Huang Tian's acquaintances when he entered, he would be able to successfully enter the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. Lingxi, your senses are strong. When the time comes, help me search. I know. Ling Qing is also my sister. If something really happens to her, I won't forgive you. Since something had happened to young Ling Qing, Lingxi was also very anxious. Now that they were nearing the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, she was also very nervous. That's good. But you have to promise me something. What is it? Because you stole the Thunder Flame Crystal, you don't have much spiritual energy left. Therefore, this time, you don't need to do anything. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Although Long Chen's words were cold, there was a deep concern in them. Lingxi nodded obediently. Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, I'm coming. Long Chen walked towards the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. Chapter 123. The building in front of him was several times larger than the Green Willow House. Although it was called the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, it was extremely beautiful. There were many pavilions, flowers, and trees everywhere. It was no different from the residence of a rich family or a scholar. Long Chen stood at the entrance and observed for a long time. With Lingxi's perception, he quickly figured out how to enter the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. This method was very simple. He only needed to show his Scarlet Blood token and then report the name of the protector in charge. Huang Tian, under the jurisdiction of Protector Zhou. These 4 guards were all at the peak of the 9th Dragon Vein realm. Although Long Chen was several times stronger than them, he did not dare be negligent. He nodded and took the Scarlet Blood token from one of them before entering the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. These guards should be rotated, so they don't recognize Huang Tian. However, in the Scarlet Blood Demon Church, there will definitely be people who recognize Huang Tian. I should be careful. Thinking of this, Long Chen casually walked around the huge Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. Of course, he did his best to disguise himself as a member of the Scarlet Blood Demon Church. Because the Scarlet Blood Demon Church was about to welcome an important blood sacrifice ceremony, the Scarlet Blood Demon Church members would return to the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace to witness this important moment. Thus, the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace was very lively. It could be seen that those who joined the Scarlet Blood Demon Church were all vicious and merciless people with dark hearts. Thus, even if it was very lively, there were no scenes of people putting their arms around each other's shoulders. This made things much more convenient for Long Chen. Long Chen calmly walked around the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, wanting to find any information about the underground city, but he was unable to find anything. It seems like I have to be bold. Although the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace was large, it did not take long for Long Chen to walk around it. In the Scarlet Blood Hall of the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, Long Chen came to a stop. At this time, a burly man came to his side and looked at him suspiciously. "Brat, you look unfamiliar. Are you new to the Scarlet Blood Demon Church?" Long Chen was already prepared for this situation. Huang Tian had not joined the Scarlet Blood sect for long, so Long Chen did not hesitate and said, "I joined the Scarlet Blood sect less than a month ago." The burly man chuckled and said, "I'm sure you haven't tasted the taste of blood, have you? Cultivating in a blood bath, that kind of feeling is really nostalgic. However, brat, you are really lucky. You just joined the Scarlet Blood sect and you already have the fortune to enjoy a blood bath. He heavily patted Long Chen's shoulder a few times. Seeing Long Chen's pained expression, the big man laughed and left. However, as soon as he left, Long Chen's pained expression disappeared. There's basically no use for me wandering around here. There are fewer people at night, so I'll come out to investigate at night. That way, I'll be more effective. If I wander around now, I'll give him something to use against me. In the Crimson Blood Demon Palace, at least everyone had a place to stay. However, Long Chen could not return to Huang Tian's residence. Now that the sky was getting dark, he found a corner and hid himself. Night fell quickly, and there were fewer people on the streets. That Scarlet Blood sect leader is staying in the Blood Pavilion. I think that I have to enter the Blood Pavilion to find news about the underground city. If my guess is correct, the entrance to the underground city should be in the Blood Pavilion. After making up his mind, Long Chen headed towards the Blood Pavilion. The Blood Pavilion was in the center of the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. It was a sealed courtyard. Long Chen had already heard that this Blood Pavilion could only be entered by the important figures of the Scarlet Blood sect. Therefore, the closer he got to the Blood Pavilion, the fewer people there were. Soon, Long Chen saw a completely red pavilion. Looking from afar, this Blood Pavilion was filled with a murderous aura. That Scarlet Blood sect leader has the strength of an Earth Core warrior. If I rush in now, not only will I not be able to escape unscathed, I might even harm Ling Qing. That's why I need to think of a way. Thinking up to this point, Long Chen stood in a corner and frowned as he stared at the blood-red pavilion without saying a word. There is indeed an Earth Core warrior in that pavilion. Besides that, there are also 5 Mortal Core warriors. Lingxi reminded him worriedly. Indeed, there was an Earth Core warrior and 5 Mortal Core warriors. Long Chen was only a Mortal Core warrior, and he also had to rescue young Ling Qing. Therefore, this was a very troublesome situation. Damn it! These sons of bitches, if I, your father, defeat them, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. Long Chen said with a gloomy expression. Someone's coming. Under Lingxi's gentle reminder, Long Chen quickly hid himself. Soon, another 3 black shadows sneaked into the Blood Pavilion. Looking at their shapes, it seemed like they were a woman and 2 men. Long Chen, they must have sneaked in as well. There was no need for Lingxi to tell him, Long Chen already knew. Besides, the Scarlet Blood sect had caused a huge commotion this time, and they had kidnapped a lot of girls. They must have made a lot of enemies. Among the 3 of them, 2 of the men were at the early Mortal Core realm, and the woman was at the late Mortal Core realm. Soon, they arrived at a place not far from Long Chen. Secretly looking at the Blood Pavilion, the woman said, Brothers, the entrance to the underground city is in this Blood Pavilion, but the Scarlet Blood sect's leader, that demon, is also in this Blood Pavilion. I'm no match for him. Do you 2 have any plans? One of the men said, How about us 2 brothers lure away the Scarlet Blood sect's leader, and Big Sisterly, you enter the underground city and rescue your sister. Big Sisterly shook her head and said, No, if we do that, you'll definitely die. Besides, the Scarlet Blood sect has 5 Grand Elders, a total of 6 of them, and they're all stronger than us. How many of them can you lure away? Thinking up to here, the 3 of them frowned. Big Sisterly, I don't care about that. The Scarlet Blood sect has harmed so many people over the years, I've seen it all. This time, they've even extended their evil claws to your sister. Even if I have to pay with my life, I won't let them have an easy time. Shut up. We're not strong enough, so we can only think of other ways. Don't act recklessly and end up harming everyone. Being reprimanded by the woman, the other 2 men calmed down. These 3 people have some strength. If I come into contact with them, perhaps they'll be of help. While the 3 of them were at their wits' end, Long Chen appeared. In order to avoid any misunderstandings and fights, he immediately revealed his identity. The 3 of you, I am not a member of the Scarlet Blood sect and my goal is the same as yours. I wonder if I can speak with you privately." When the three of them saw Long Chen appear, they were shocked. They were just about to make a move, but hearing Long Chen reveal his identity, they let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Long Chen, seeing how young Long Chen was, they were speechless. This brat is so young, but his courage isn't small. He actually dares to charge into the Scarlet Blood sect alone. That's fine, I can't think of anything even if I stay here. It's better to find a place and have a proper discussion. Thinking of that, the woman called Big Sister Li nodded and said, "Then we'll do as little brother says. We'll talk privately." Following this woman, Long Chen circled around the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace a few times before arriving at a small room. The three of them actually had rooms in the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace without being suspected. This caused Long Chen to be somewhat shocked. "Little brother, there's no need to be shocked. The three of us have been trying to eradicate the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace since a few years ago. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Over a month ago, we joined the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, so no one will suspect us when we move around here." So it was like that. No wonder the three of them were so familiar with the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. The four of them were like-minded and sat down at a square table. Long Chen looked at the tall and sturdy woman and the two middle-aged men who looked similar. He introduced himself and said, "My name is Long Chen. How should I address the three of you?" The woman directly said, "I am Li Jing and these two are Li Cheng." "Little friend Long Chen, why did you sneak into the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace this time?" "Just like you, my little sister was captured by the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. Our goal this time is naturally to rescue her." The three of them looked at each other in dismay. Then Li Jing said, "My little sister was also killed by them. However, little brother is so young, yet you are so daring. This really makes us admire you. It's just that the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace is like a mountain of knives or a sea of flames. Moving around here is like walking on thin ice. Everyone, do you have any news regarding the underground city?" Long Chen ignored Li Jing's sigh and went straight to the point. Li Jing was startled and said, "There are a total of 10 passages to the underground city and they are all distributed in the blood pavilions. However, entering is hard and leaving is even harder. The Scarlet Blood Demon Palace's leader and the 5 great elders are all in the blood pavilions. Even if we can enter the underground city, we won't be able to leave. Is that so?" Long Chen's brows tightly knit together. Li Cheng also sighed. Looking at Long Chen's young face, one of them said with a sigh, "Little brother is so young, yet you are so loyal. This really makes us admire you. However, the strength of the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace far surpasses your imagination." "That's right. I think you should go back earlier. Once your cultivation is complete, you can come back to take revenge on the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace. This time, you can't sacrifice yourself here in vain. Us brothers and Big Sister Li are not afraid of death this time. Even if we can't save Big Sister Li's little sister, we will make these demons pay the price." The other side saw that Long Chen was young and his future was limitless. This advice was out of good intentions. Long Chen understood them. However, this did not mean that he agreed with them. "The three of you, my little sister is very important to me. This time, no matter what, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will definitely save her." Seeing Long Chen being so stubborn, Li Jing and the other two looked at each other and sighed. They were about to say something, but at this time, an explosion suddenly came from outside. "There's a spy." Chapter 124. Hearing the commotion outside, as well as people shouting that they were spies, Long Chen and the other three were shocked. However, there was still no movement from inside the room. Only now did they know that they weren't the ones who were exposed. Only then did they relax. Let's go and have a look. Li Jing, who had a gentle name but a fiery and tough personality, took the lead and quickly rushed out of the room. Long Chen and the others had no choice but to follow. In the Scarlet Blood Hall, you have to be careful. No matter what, you can't expose yourselves and harm others. Li Jing's words were mostly directed at Long Chen. After all, Long Chen was still young and inexperienced, so it was easy for him to be scared by others. If they were exposed at this time, then it wouldn't be worth it. Soon, everyone arrived at the Scarlet Blood Hall. There were already many people gathered here. Most of them were gathered around the railings on the second floor. Looking down, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church had more than 1,000 members, but there were already a few hundred people gathered here. Most of them were just standing around. Following their gazes, Long Chen looked down. Right now, there were also many people gathered here. In the middle of the crowd, there was a burly man with a crazed expression. He was fighting with two other men in red robes. Isn't this the one who talked to me before? He actually snuck in. This burly man was the one who had slapped Long Chen in the Scarlet Blood Hall. This fierce look, he really disguised himself well. I thought he was a real member of the Scarlet Blood Holy Church, but who would have thought that he would be exposed in the end? The ones fighting with the burly man were naturally the two guardians of the Scarlet Blood Holy Church. The burly man was only at the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm, so how could he be a match for a mortal core warrior? Therefore, under the fight of the two guardians, he was severely injured and was not far from death. Scarlet Blood Holy Church. You guys should be called the Scarlet Blood Holy Church. You bunch of devils, you'll suffer the wrath of the heavens for doing such heartless things. The burly man's eyes were already dyed red, blood covered his upper body. A baleful aura erupted from his body. Even though he was injured, he was still crazily fighting. That was why even though the two protectors were stronger than him, they were still unable to kill him in a short period of time. Heaven's wrath? In this world, the strong preys on the weak. Humans and beasts are the same. How can there be such a thing as divine punishment? One of the protectors sneered. Before the blood sacrifice ceremony, you actually dared to cause trouble in my Scarlet Blood Holy Church. Kid, your guts aren't small. Today, I'll dig out your guts and see just how big they are. If you want to kill me, you'll have to die with me. Fresh blood sprinkled over the entire Scarlet Blood Hall. Sect leader is here. Suddenly, someone said, and the crowd suddenly parted to make a path. A young man, who looked to be no more than 20 years old, walked to the front of the three people who were fighting, surrounded by the crowd, with a wicked smile on his face. He was dressed in a luxurious, blood-red brocade robe with alternating white and red eyebrows. Greetings, sect leader. Other than the two protectors fighting, everyone else deeply knelt down. When the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader arrived, Li Jing's expression had already changed. When everyone knelt down, she quickly pulled Long Chen up. According to her estimation, a young boy like Long Chen should be a hothead and wouldn't kneel down. However, she never thought that Long Chen would kneel even faster than her. That pious look on his face made it seem like the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader was his father. Long Chen put on an act while secretly staring at the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader. He's young, but his aura is strong, his eyes are sharp, and his gaze is evil. This kind of person obviously has a great background. Lu Lan said that he's Emperor Yuan's grandson, so it shouldn't be wrong. Feeling how terrifying the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader was, Long Chen knew that the Earth Core realm wasn't easy to deal with. I also have the blood of a profound level 4 demon beast, the heart-devouring demon beast. I wonder if it can help me reach the mortal core realm. As long as I reach the mortal core realm, then I'll have a chance to deal with him. After thinking about this, Long Chen calmed down. At this moment, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader's expression didn't change. He looked around, and his eyes finally stopped on the three people fighting. From his eyes, Long Chen could see a trace of impatience. 2 pieces of trash. The Scarlet Blood Holy Church leaders in different voice sounded out in the Scarlet Blood Hall. Everyone could only see a red shadow flying by, and then, 2 shadows spat out blood and fell to the ground. In the hall, there was only the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader who still had a faint smile on his face, and the burly man. At this moment, the burly man was covered in blood, and his aura was weak. The Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader was holding him by the neck, and he couldn't move at all. Looking at his appearance, although his eyes were still filled with hatred, he wasn't far from death. Seeing this scene, no one dared to make a sound, especially Li Jing and the others. They all sucked in a cold breath, and their hearts were filled with fear. Long Chen squinted his eyes. This guy is really hard to deal with. How should I save Ling Qing? Thinking about this, Long Chen felt a lot of pressure in his heart. The ones who had been sent flying with blood were the 2 protectors of the Scarlet Blood Holy Church. They did not care about their injuries as they knelt down in front of the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader, begging for mercy. This subordinate is useless, I can't even deal with a Dragon Vein realm, but I hope that the Holy Church leader will consider this subordinate's loyalty to the Scarlet Blood Holy Church and that we have been together for many years. I hope that the Holy Church leader will spare our lives. The Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader glanced at them and told them to scram. The 2 of them quickly crawled out of the crowd. The might of the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader was enough to make his protectors fear him, so it could be seen that he was a terrifying person. Big Sister Li, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader is here, should we take this chance to go to the Blood Pavilion? At this important moment, Long Chen suddenly asked. Li Jing was shocked, and she quickly said in a small voice, "Don't say anything, the Blood Pavilion has 5 other great elders, it is useless for us to go now." As soon as Li Jing finished speaking, there was another change in the hall. At this time, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader dragged the sturdy man and raised him in front of him. Although the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader was not as tall as the other side's legs were powerless and he was dragged on the ground, unable to support his body. You actually dared to sneak into my Scarlet Blood Holy Church." With a playful smile on his face, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader said. "Demon, sooner or later. You will die without a burial." Gritting his teeth, the dying sturdy man said. "Is that so?" The Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader revealed an indifferent attitude as he said with a smile, "In this world, the most important thing is strength. If there was someone here who was stronger than me, I wouldn't be able to say anything. But there clearly isn't anyone here, so in this territory, I can do whatever I want. You won't die a good death." The sturdy man spat out a mouthful of blood as he spoke in a cold voice. "I won't die a good death? You still dare curse me? Fine, I'll let you die a bad death." Before he finished speaking, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader suddenly grabbed the large man's arm. With a sudden pull, fresh blood sprayed out and blood poured out. The large man's entire arm had been torn off by him. One hand was grabbing the large man who was letting out a heart-tearing scream and the other hand was grabbing his broken arm. He allowed the blood to splatter on his body and face, but the Scarlet Blood Religion leader still did not change that evil smile of his. "See!" Throwing the arm in his hand to the ground, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader tore off the other arm. His face was already covered in blood and the others were already scared stiff by the large man's pitiful cry. Long Chen and the others tightly clenched their fists as they watched this scene. The burly man was already seriously injured, and after suffering such a heavy injury, the intense pain affected the injuries of his internal organs, which finally took his life. Otherwise, he would have been tortured to death. Throwing the large man's corpse to the ground, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader licked the blood on his lips and muttered, "This man's blood, it really isn't as delicious as a woman's. Especially a young girl's blood." He muttered to himself, but everyone was so scared that they were as quiet as cicadas in winter. That damn pervert! If it wasn't for Long Chen's warning, the indignant Lingxi would have already charged out to fight with the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader. I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen such a disgusting fellow. Long Chen, you have to promise me that you will kill him no matter what. You can't let him harm people anymore. I know. Towards the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader's killing intent, Long Chen's wasn't any less than Lingxi's. However, they hadn't found Yang Lingqing yet and they still had evidence in their hands, so Long Chen didn't dare make a move. Looking around, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader gave a few dry laughs and his evil voice rang out. The blood sacrifice ceremony is about to begin. Since everyone is gathered here today, I'll say something. Yes, Holy Church leader. Looking at his followers, although they were covered in blood, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader didn't seem to feel it at all as he continued. This time's blood sacrifice ceremony, because of the existence of a certain person, has become even more grand than before. So, everyone must work harder. Even if you have to pay with your lives, you must make this blood sacrifice ceremony a success. We will do our best. Even if we have to go through fire and water, we won't hesitate. Very good, very good. In front of everyone's excited gazes, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader clapped his hands a few times. His eyes gradually became cold as he looked around and said in a cold voice, I know that there are still spies in your group, but you have to look carefully. The Scarlet Blood Holy Church, this is my territory. This person might be you in an hour or a day. The place where they are imprisoned is in my blood pavilion. If you are interested, spies, you can go to the blood pavilion. I will wait for you there. His eyes seemed to pierce into everyone's hearts. Even if they weren't spies, their hearts still felt a bit numb. My words have ended here. Everyone can disperse and let us look forward to tomorrow night. Scarlet Blood, invincible. Scarlet Blood, invincible. Under everyone's cheers, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader who was covered in blood left, leaving behind the corpse in the Scarlet Blood Hall. Long Chen and the others also left and returned to their small rooms. In an instant, the four of them had heavy expressions. With the Scarlet Blood Holy Church leader here, it is impossible for us to enter the underground city ahead of time. It seems like we can only make a move during the blood sacrifice ceremony. Chapter 125. Long Chen, what do you plan to do now? The three of them decided to do it during the blood sacrifice ceremony. If you listen to my advice, don't make a move this time. Where there's life, there's hope. The three of us have reached the peak of our lives, but you're different. If it's possible, please avenge us. Big Sister Li. Long Chen was a bit depressed. You see, you're calling me Big Sister, so you'll definitely help me, right? I won't stand on ceremony, I'll call you Little Chen. Little Chen, this time, the three of us will risk our lives. If we fail, remember to avenge us. Seeing Li Jing's insistence, Long Chen had no choice but to say, of course I'll kill this red blood religion chief. I promise you, I won't do it before the blood sacrifice ceremony. During the ceremony, as long as it's not a life or death situation, I won't reveal my identity. What do you think? Even if they died now, there would be people who would avenge them in the future. For the three of them, this was more than enough. At his age, Long Chen already had the strength of a mortal core warrior. Although he was still a bit weaker than the red blood religion chief, as long as he persevered, he might still have a chance. Come, let's discuss about the blood sacrifice ceremony. Little Chen, I'm afraid you don't know anything about this, right? Li Jing asked. Long Chen nodded his head. Yes, you can tell him. Li Jing was the leader here, so she ordered the three of them to sit together and start talking. The blood sacrifice ceremony is divided into three parts. The blood sacrifice ceremony is divided into 3 parts. The first part is for all the members to enter the underground city and worship the Scarlet Blood religion leader as well as offering sacrifices to the spiritual god. The second part is to slaughter the young girls and pour their blood into the blood pond until the blood pond is full. The third part is the blood bath. At that time, the Scarlet Blood religion leader will undergo the blood bath first, followed by the 5 elders and protectors, and finally the members. Like this, the entire blood sacrifice ceremony will be complete. In other words, we have to make our move when they are offering sacrifices to the gods. Otherwise, when they start killing, it will really be a sin. Hundreds of lives, and all of them are young girls. My little sister is among them. At this point, Li Jing's voice was extremely cold. This group of beasts. The 2 brothers, Li Cheng and Li Li, also coldly sighed. Indeed, they're worse than beasts. Long Chen's heart was also filled with killing intent. He had used blood refinement qi before, but it had always been against demonic beasts. Bai Zhanxiong had used it because of hatred, and Master Blood Essence had also used it because of hatred. Moreover, they were all Long Chen's opponents, while the Scarlet Blood Holy Church was attacking hundreds and thousands of innocent girls without the strength to even truss a chicken. There are basically no good people in the Scarlet Blood Holy Church. This time, I will go all out and kill. As he thought about this crazy massacre, the countless blood-colored dragon images in Long Chen's body roared furiously. A bloody and murderous aura slowly erupted from his body. The next day arrived and the 4 of them patiently waited. Nightfall quickly arrived, and before the sky darkened, Long Chen's group had already gathered with the thousands of other members of the Scarlet Blood Holy Church and headed towards the Blood Pavilion. The members of the Scarlet Blood Holy Church were all at least at the 5th Dragon Vein stage. With over 1,000 of them gathered together, in a small place like Baiyang Village, it was an unstoppable force. Under the influence of the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader, the entire Scarlet Blood Holy Church had a vicious and ruthless atmosphere. With a glance, Long Chen could see that there were not many people with fiendish expressions on their faces. This group of beasts, who knows how many innocent people have died at their hands, following the large group, under the guidance of the remaining protectors, Long Chen and the others finally entered the Blood Pavilion and saw the passageway to the underground city. It was a narrow passageway with a flight of stairs leading downwards. It was only wide enough for 2 people to pass. Long Chen was at the back of the group. When he entered the underground city, he walked down a passage for a long time before the front suddenly opened up. This was a huge underground space that was artificially excavated. It was called the Underground City, and it was basically built to look like a city. However, the difference was that the walls here were all red, and there were all kinds of strange patterns on the walls. It looked very scary. It's best to be careful, Li Jing ordered. Then the 3 of them separated from Long Chen. They wanted to openly resist the Scarlet Blood Holy Church, while Long Chen was only here to watch. Of course, this was only what Li Jing and the others thought. After walking for a long time in the underground city, everyone gathered in one direction. Finally, Long Chen saw the center of the underground city from afar. In front of him was a large pool that could fit over 1,000 people. At this time, the pool was dry, but from the bloodstains on it, one could guess that this was the blood pool that they were talking about. The Scarlet Blood Holy Church's members were all lined up on one side of the blood pool. They were neatly lined up, and on the other side of the blood pool, there was a huge blood-red altar. 3 large incense sticks were burning and the green smoke was rising towards the top of the underground city. Under the altar, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader and 5 old men of different genders were standing. These 5 old men were all wearing golden red robes. They were the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's 5 great sect elders. None of them were weak at all. Long Chen's gaze fell on them. These 5 old ghosts, you can tell with a single glance that they aren't good people. Since the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader is so heartless, they should have a share of the profits. Looking at the bloody aura around them, they must have killed a lot of people. Sensing the strength in his body, Long Chen frowned. The blood essence of the heart-devouring demon beast, a profound rank 4 demon beast, is still not enough for me to break through to the late mortal core realm. This time, I must break through to the late mortal core realm before my fight with the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader. Looks like I'll have to turn their blood into qi. Long Chen was still a bit unwilling to turn his blood into qi on a human. Don't think too much about it. If I don't do this and something happens to Ling Qing, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Lingxi comforted him sensibly. Thinking about that girl, Long Chen helplessly nodded his head and said, "Fine, for her, I'll make an exception again." Long Chen, turning blood into qi is indeed a heaven-defying ability. At least, I've never seen anything more miraculous than it. It represents endless power, and anyone would go crazy for it. But you're still able to control yourself. To be able to control yourself like this at your age is already very good. Lingxi's praise came from the bottom of her heart, and it made Long Chen feel good. Of course, I, your father, have always been the most powerful existence, shameless. With Lingxi's laughter, Long Chen's depressed heart eased up a bit. After all, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader had given him a lot of pressure. The blood sacrifice ceremony begins now. Everyone, kneel down. There were 4 men and 1 woman among the 4 great sect elders. At this moment, an ugly old witch's sharp voice pierced through everyone's ears. Long Chen also felt his ears were very uncomfortable. He followed the others and knelt down. The old witch gave a roar before turning around. She said a few words to the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader before standing to the side. Long Chen kneeled on the ground. While everyone was filled with fear and trepidation, his eyes were looking all around. "Little Shi, can you feel Ling Qing's existence?" Inside Lingxi's sword, Lingxi tilted her head and said with a frown, "On the left side of the blood pool, there are several mechanical doors that are at least 100 meters away from the blood pool. There are several hundred young girls inside, but there doesn't seem to be Ling Qing's aura. I'll look around." Without confirming Yang Lingqing's position, Long Chen did not dare make a move. At this time, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader announced the start of the blood sacrifice. He first lit 3 incense sticks in the large cauldron on the altar, followed by the 5 elders with pious expressions. Above the blood pool, there was a bridge that led to the altar. After the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader, the others crossed the stone bridge and lit the incense sticks one by one. Next to the altar, they received a bowl of blood-red liquid. This was blood. After the incense sticks were lit, everyone returned to their original places with a bowl of blood in their hands. Even the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader was not an exception. "Everyone, for us, the most important moment is about to arrive. Now, hold the blood in your hands and invite the Holy Church's leader." The old witch's sharp voice rang out again as she looked at the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader with a serious expression. The Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader laughed and said, "Everyone, let's do it. Do it. All right." The Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader took the lead and drank the bowl of blood. With a ping sound, the bowl was thrown into the blood pool by him and turned into fragments. Following that, the other bowls were thrown into the blood pool and the blood pool was covered in fragments. Because they were covered in blood, the fragments on the ground were all blood red. "Open the door and bring in the blood yuan." The Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader gave an order, and on the left side of the blood pool, large mechanical doors began to open. There were a total of 4 doors and each one was thicker than the last. Even with Long Chen's current strength, without half a day, it would be hard for him to destroy these stone doors. It could be seen that in order to prevent others from making a move, the Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leader had made many preparations. When the stone doors opened, a wave of screams and cries rang out. Hearing the sounds of collapse, every Scarlet Blood Holy Church member began to wildly laugh. Cry, cry, this is your last few minutes in this world, cry as much as you want. Using your blood to make me stronger, you should feel honored. The Scarlet Blood Holy Church's leaders' wild laughter echoed throughout the underground city. In the middle of the crowd, Long Chen tightly clenched his fists. Long Chen, I found Ling Qing, she's under the altar. Chapter 126. Altar? Long Chen's eyes were originally on the large doors. When the crying young girls saw the doors open, their legs turned soft from fright. They knew that there was a group of beasts gathered outside, so they did not dare come out. But just by listening to the cries, Long Chen could guess that there were at least 500 people. It had to be said that killing 500 beautiful young girls like this, the Scarlet Blood religion leader's methods and heart had reached a point where even Long Chen could prostrate himself in admiration. Why is Ling Qing under the altar? Long Chen anxiously asked. I didn't think of it before, I thought she was with those young girls. I never thought that there would be another mechanism under the altar. Now Ling Qing is tied to an iron pillar and it seems like she has already fainted. But her body is fine. Hearing Lingxi say this, Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. But, he looked at the Scarlet Blood religion leader who was smiling in satisfaction. The anger and killing intent in his heart had already reached its peak. At this time, the Scarlet Blood religion leader didn't care about the cries of the young girls as he said to everyone, perhaps there are many people who don't know why this blood sacrifice ceremony is so special. Now, let me tell you. After saying this, the Scarlet Blood religion leader faced a protruding stone on the altar and suddenly pressed it in. Instantly, a stone tile in front of the altar moved and an iron pillar slowly rose from inside. Everyone could see that on top of this iron pillar, there was a beautiful girl tied to it by an iron chain. Feeling the shaking of the iron pillar, the pale young Ling Qing woke up. Seeing this unfamiliar environment and the thousands of Scarlet Blood religion disciples in front of her that were like hungry wolves, she sucked in a cold breath of air. She is my biggest surprise. Do you know why? Because. Using an admiring gaze, as if he was admiring a work of art, the Scarlet Blood religion leader paced in front of young Ling Qing and crazily said, because she has the mysterious Yin body. Mysterious Yin body? What is the mysterious Yin body? What does it do? The Scarlet Blood religion disciples were all in the Dragon Vein realm, so their knowledge was not high. Of course they did not know what the mysterious Yin body was. All of you don't need to know what the mysterious Yin body is. All you need to know is that the blood of such a beautiful woman is comparable to that of thousands of young girls, or perhaps even more. After saying this, the Scarlet Blood religion leader began to chuckle. When the other Scarlet Blood religion members heard this, they all looked at young Ling Qing with fiery eyes. Their faces were filled with excitement. With her, after this blood bath, as long as we put in a bit of effort, anyone can break through to the next level. Warriors at the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm can definitely use this blood bath to form their god core. At that time, our Holy Red Blood Church will have at least 30 mortal core warriors. This is a big moment for the rise of our Holy Red Blood Church. Everyone, look forward to it. Hearing the Scarlet Blood religion leader's words, all the Scarlet Blood religion members cheered. Especially the warriors at the 9th level of the Dragon Vein realm. As long as they could form their mortal core, they would definitely reach the heavens in one step. At this moment, the Scarlet Blood religion leader turned to the 5 Grand Elders and said with a smile, Grand Elders, I also want to see how many of you will reach the Earth Core realm. The 5 Grand Elders kneeled down in excitement and said gratefully, everything is because of the religion leader's cultivation. If we can become even stronger, we will follow the religion leader's footsteps to the death. We will go through fire and water for the religion leader, climb a mountain of blades and dive into a sea of flames. Our lives are the religion leaders. With the 5 grand elders taking the lead, the other disciples all kneeled down in excitement. At this important moment, all of them were going crazy. Yang Lingqing watched the scene unfold in silence. Originally, she thought that after the Bai family disappeared, she would finally be able to live a peaceful life. She never expected that she would face such a dangerous situation again. Last time, Long Chen was not far from her and could have saved her. But this time, everything was different. She was trapped here alone, and the people around her were all extremely powerful existences to her. Just these few people around her, any one of them could easily destroy the Yang family's old ancestor. Under such a force, even a god wouldn't be able to save her. Therefore, in Yang Lingqing's heart, she had already lost all hope. It would be a lie to say that she was not afraid. However, at the moment of death, figures kept flashing past her eyes. Especially when she thought of the last person, she suddenly felt that everything was not that terrifying anymore. Her slender body seemed to be filled with strength. I hope that when I leave, the Scarlet Blood religion will let the Yang family go. Brother, you must cultivate in peace. Wait until you become a true expert, then you can take revenge for your sister. I know that you will. As long as you are here, no one can bully me. Only, reality is too cruel. No matter how strong you are, in this world, there will always be someone who can suppress you. Biting her lips, Yang Lingqing forced herself to be strong. She raised her head and looked at the group of beasts in front of her with arrogant eyes. Perhaps this is the only way I won't lose face for you, brother. This underground city was already sealed. Yang Lingqing looked at the crowd and helplessly smiled. She was speechless at her own actions. At this time, with the Scarlet Blood religion leaders stirring speech, the hearts of all the Scarlet Blood religion members were boiling. Before, they still had fear and resentment towards the Scarlet Blood religion leader, but now they had completely disappeared. Long Chen coldly looked at this scene. Yang Lingqing was in front of him, but she was also next to the Scarlet Blood religion leader, so he did not act impulsively. When he saw Yang Lingqing's appearance, Long Chen's killing intent filled his entire body. Long Chen, endure a bit more, now is not a good time. With Lingxi's constant advice, Long Chen's heart became a bit more sober. When the Scarlet Blood religion members were cheering, suddenly, a series of explosions rang out. Pitiful cries rang out and blood splashed everywhere. Yang Lingqing looked up in pleasant surprise and shouted, "Brother." However, her face quickly froze because she did not see that familiar figure, but rather 3 people that she had never seen before. Although they were fighting, Yang Lingqing could not feel happy at all. At that moment, she almost thought that Long Chen had come, but when she saw that it was not Long Chen, she couldn't help feeling disappointed. What am I thinking? If he comes to save me, he will only harm himself. Thinking of this, Yang Lingqing could only shake her head with a bitter smile. Beside Yang Lingqing, the Scarlet Blood religion leader saw this scene, but his expression did not change. A cold smile appeared on his face as he softly said, "Old Yen, if they can't deal with it, then he will make a move." The old man beside him quickly nodded and walked towards the bridge above the blood pond. Long Chen had already calculated that the 3 people who were unafraid of death would make a move at this time. Just now, all the Scarlet Blood religion members were immersed in joy, so how could they have thought that someone would make a move at this time? So when Li Jing's group of 3 made a move, several dozen people around them were instantly killed. Long Chen did not know that Li Jing was actually using throwing knives. With the infusion of true qi, each throwing knife was filled with the strength of a giant rock. When it suddenly pierced into a human body, it would definitely have the effect of piercing through it. So, from the beginning, Li Jing and the Li Qing brothers were protecting her as she suddenly exploded and began a crazy slaughter. Scarlet Blood Church, all of you must die. Under Li Jing's shrill voice and fast movements, these Dragon Vein Realm disciples were all chopped up like melons and vegetables. In just an instant, a large number of them were killed. Only then did the rest of the people finally react and ran away in panic. Only a few guardians were left, and with a loud shout, they dashed towards the three men. The remaining guardians were all at the early mortal core realm, so they could not be underestimated. Li Jing's group of three looked at each other and ran towards the place where there were many people. Not only would they be able to hide themselves, they would also be able to kill more people. Big Sister Li, I'll deal with these guardians, you find a chance to save the others. No. You guys can't deal with them. Today, I'm going all out. If we're going to die, we'll all die together. While Li Jing and the other two were crazily slaughtering, the people from the Scarlet Blood Church were crying and screaming. One of them was a late mortal core warrior, and two were at the early mortal core realm. They were not people these people could fight against. The only ones who could fight them were the guardians. When the Scarlet Blood Church's leader saw Li Jing in the crowd, he sneered and said, "So there's someone at the late mortal core realm. Old Yen, Old Chen, you guys go deal with them quickly, don't cause any more trouble." After giving his orders, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader clicked his tongue as he looked at Yang Lingqing. Looking at her smooth skin, he let out a sound of praise. Especially when he saw Yang Lingqing's cold eyes, he suddenly clapped his hands and said with a sigh, "That's right, it's this kind of gaze. I like tough girls like you the most, it's a pity you have the mysterious Een body, so you are my food. I won't be polite to you. Don't be so proud of yourself. A beast like you will die a horrible death sooner or later. It's best if King Yama takes your life right now." Yang Lingqing said in a calm tone. The Scarlet Blood Church's leader laughed out loud. He laughed until he couldn't stand straight. Then, he pointed at Li Jing and the others, but his eyes were focused on Yang Lingqing. He said, "What you're saying is that these three clowns can take my life? My Scarlet Blood Church's two elders are enough to skin them alive and pull out their tendons." Yang Lingqing sneered. She closed her eyes and didn't reply. The Scarlet Blood Church's leader was furious. Just as he was about to explode, a loud noise came from the other side of the blood pool. "What's going on?" The Scarlet Blood Church's leader looked over in shock. Previously, when he saw the two elders of the Scarlet Blood Church charging towards them, Li Jing and the others knew that they were finished. At this time, Li Jing couldn't care about her little sister. In this situation, saving her little sister was an impossible matter. So, the only thing she could do was kill more Scarlet Blood Church members before she died, interrupting their blood sacrifice ceremony. "Brothers! Kill!" The three of them had turned into wild beasts. Li Jing charged forward alone and faced the two elders while she and Li Cheng attacked the other protectors. "Kill one. It's worth it. Killing a pair is a great profit." Facing the enemy's desperate attacks, the two elders were not panicked at all. They sneered and said, "A grain of rice dares to show off in front of us?" As soon as they attacked, they unleashed a torrential barrage of attacks, causing Li Jing to spit out blood and fly backwards. Two late mortal core realm warriors against this person. Li Jing had only lost to them in terms of numbers. "No, even if I die, I want one of them to die." Thinking up to here, Li Jing didn't care about his injuries. He gritted his teeth and continued to attack. But at this moment, a burning hot energy pulled him backwards. A blood-red light suddenly appeared in front of him, causing Li Jing's eyes to open wide. Who is this? Chapter 127. Who is it? Li Jing subconsciously shouted out, but she was immediately pulled back by the strange man behind her. This caused her to be startled. But right at this moment, she suddenly saw a violent flame explode out and turn into a flaming fist, fighting with the two sect elders in front of her. What shocked Li Jing was that under the mysterious man's attack, the two sect elders were being pushed back, and in less than 2 breaths of time, they had turned into corpses. How is this possible? It's a beast warrior. Li Jing and the two brothers from the Li family had completely stopped what they were doing. They stared blankly at the beast warrior who had attacked the two sect elders and killed them in such a short amount of time. This beast warrior was Long Chen. The reason why Long Chen had been hiding here was because he was waiting for the 5 sect elders to leave the Red Blood Religion chief's side. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, how could he not make a move? Long Chen had reached the initial mortal core realm, and he had also cultivated the Thunder Flame combat body, which was equivalent to a mid-mystic rank combat skill. Not only that, he was also using a mid-mystic rank combat skill, the Burning Devil Fist. With this kind of attack, even Feng Wuqian who was at the peak of the mortal core realm could deal with him, let alone the 2 sect elders from the Red Blood Religion. After subduing the 2 sect elders, Long Chen immediately activated his current goal. Dragon 9 Heavens Roaming Steps, activate. Using the Dragon 9 Heavens Roaming Steps, Long Chen grabbed the 2 corpses and jumped into the crowd. Right now, he had already transformed into his dragon soul form. Under this state, he activated his heaven-defying ability, refining his blood into qi. In less than 2 breaths of time, the 2 mortal core warriors had been absorbed into his body. For the current Long Chen, a mortal core warrior who had reached the mortal core realm was barely equivalent to a 3rd rank mystic rank demon beast. Long Chen didn't waste any energy when absorbing and refining their blood. I can't deal with the Scarlet Blood Temple's chief right now. I can only lure these sect masters here and see if I can reach the late mortal core realm by absorbing their blood essence. This was Long Chen's plan. At this time, he was using the 9 Heavens Roaming Dragon Steps to quickly move through the crowd. The only person who could see his figure was the Scarlet Blood Religion leader, but he was currently talking to Yang Lingqing. 2 dried corpses were tossed in front of everyone. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. By the time they reacted, Long Chen had already disappeared. Or rather, he had already blended in with them. What happened? Li Jing and the other 2 quickly scanned the crowd, but that person seemed to have disappeared. Senior. These people from the Scarlet Blood sect should all be killed. Senior, please help us. Li Jing and Li Cheng looked at each other. They both felt that someone who could easily kill 2 mortal core warriors should be at the Earth Core realm. He should have a way to deal with the Scarlet Blood Religion leader. However, as soon as their voices faded, there was no response at all. Everyone was puzzled as they searched the crowd for the beast warrior just now, but to no avail. Li Jing also saw Long Chen. She was very gratified to see that the boy was obediently standing there. That strong warrior just now, who was he? While everyone was still confused, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader had already figured out what had happened after listening to the 3 sect masters. Stop acting mysterious. You 2, go and deal with those 3 small fries. As soon as someone else appears, I'll be there immediately. I'll deal with them. This time, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader didn't dare be careless. Someone who could kill 2 sect masters like this was definitely not an ordinary person. But, he's hiding instead of fighting openly. It's obvious that he's afraid of me. Looks like he's still not my match. Just now, he only won because of a sneak attack. Thinking up to here, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader had already walked to the side of the bridge and was staring at the opposite side. He hadn't walked over yet. He wanted to find the person just now and kill him because he was afraid that the most important person, Ong Lingqing, would be rescued. Granny Huang, watch this little girl for me. I'll deal with this guy who's trying to act mysterious. After giving his orders, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader looked at Yang Lingqing with a threatening gaze. Then, he stood in the middle of the blood pool and scanned the crowd. He knew that there was definitely a person mixed in here. As for Yang Lingqing, she was staring at the 2 dried corpses in a daze. She more or less knew about Long Chen's situation. The most important thing was that Bai Zhanxiong had died like this. Brother, did you come?" Yang Lingqing's originally ashen face gradually brightened. But thinking of how strong the other two elders were and how Long Chen was only in the 8th dragon vein layer when he left Baiyang village, he was far from the realm of the red shadow that had just appeared. So, Yang Lingqing did not have any confidence. Although I didn't see it clearly, the red shadow should be him. Only, how could he be this strong? Thinking of this, Yang Lingqing shook her head. It seems like I've thought too much and am seeing things. Bitterly laughing in her heart, Yang Lingqing bit her lips and continued to watch the Scarlet Blood Religion leader who was being played like a monkey. It could be seen that Long Chen had saved Li Jing once before. The Scarlet Blood Religion leader had the other two elders make a move, so he could force Long Chen out again. This was a very useful move. If you're a man, then fight me fair and square. If you're afraid of the slightest thing, what kind of hero are you? The Scarlet Blood Religion leader looked around with cold eyes. Seeing that there was still no movement, he signaled the other two elders with his eyes. Only then did the two elders start attacking Li Jing and the other two. Li Jing could still handle one of them, but she and Li Cheng were soon in a dangerous situation. At this moment, Long Chen, who was hiding in the dark, was furious when he saw that he and Li Cheng were in danger. I can vaguely feel that I'm about to break through to the late mortal core realm. Looks like I'll have to fight one last time. Thinking up to here, when he and Li Cheng were about to be forced into a dead end, Long Chen suddenly transformed into his dragon soul. Then, like a blood arrow, he dashed towards the two elders. Burning Demon Sun Fist, Burning Sky Red Flames. 2 consecutive Burning Sky Red Flames were unleashed by Long Chen's left and right hands respectively. Such a powerful attack immediately made the two late mortal core elders' faces turn pale. They immediately unleashed their most powerful skills to protect themselves. As for the Scarlet Blood Religion leader, when he sensed Long Chen's position, he also dashed towards Long Chen with his fastest speed. Little bastard! Die! However, he had still underestimated Long Chen. Long Chen was much closer to the two elders. That's why when he suddenly dashed forward, he was like a flaming tornado that swept past the two elders. When the tornado passed by, what was left behind were 2 corpses. This made the Scarlet Blood Religion leader extremely angry. However, this wasn't enough. When Long Chen killed the 2 elders, he didn't waste their blood essence. These 2 old men helped the wicked, they deserve to die. Also, after absorbing their blood essence, I will have a chance to reach the late mortal core realm. Success or failure will depend on this one move. After capturing the 2 corpses, Long Chen used the same trick again. He used the Dragon 9 Heavens roaming steps and dashed into the crowd. After that, he used the blood refining chi skill. Blood that could be seen with the naked eye flowed into Long Chen's body. It was forcefully refined into blood red true chi, which flowed into the mortal core in his dantian. Who are you? You killed my Scarlet Blood Religion's elders, you will die a horrible death. When the other disciples died, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader didn't even frown. However, these 5 elders had followed him for many years and were loyal to him. Now that 4 of them had been killed by Long Chen, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader had gone crazy. This Scarlet Blood Religion leader is indeed an Earth Core warrior, his speed is so fast. Feeling that even in the crowd, the enemy was still rushing towards him, Long Chen furrowed his brows. But, I still have time to refine this blood essence. After absorbing all the blood essence, Long Chen suddenly threw the corpse towards the Scarlet Blood Religion leader. At this moment, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader had a ferocious expression on his face. Killing intent was constantly bursting out from his body. Long Chen seized the time and completely refined the blood he had absorbed into true chi. But what disappointed him was that although his mortal core had moved a few times, it still hadn't reached the high success of the mortal core realm. I'm still a little bit away. This time, I really have to face this Scarlet Blood Religion leader head-on. The Scarlet Blood Religion leader's strength was without a doubt. Long Chen didn't know how far he could go. This was something he wasn't confident in, so he didn't want to do it. But for Yang Lingqing, this battle was unavoidable. Right now, Yang Lingqing's eyes were wet. When Long Chen stopped and revealed his eye-catching dragon soul transformation, how could Yang Lingqing not know who was coming? At this time, she didn't care about why Long Chen was so strong. She only knew that Long Chen would still come to save her. No matter what the situation was, this was enough. "Brother," subconsciously, Yang Lingqing shouted out. She couldn't control her tears anymore as they flowed down. Her white face was wet with sweat. This shout was heard by Grandma Huang, who was next to her. Grandma Huang thought for a while, then her eyes revealed a shocked expression. She immediately shouted towards the Scarlet Blood Religion leader, "Leader, this brat is Long Chen from the Lingwu family. He's from the Yang family who killed Master Shui Yuan, Protector Qin, and Protector Shi." Grandma Huang's shout made the Scarlet Blood Religion leader stop what he was doing. At this moment, he had already forced Long Chen out of the crowd and was about to attack. Grandma Huang's shout startled him. He tried to recall this person's information. Indeed, everything could be explained, but Long Chen's strength wasn't as described. "You're Long Chen?" The Scarlet Blood Religion leader calmly asked after knowing that he was going to be defeated. "He's Long Chen." Li Jing and the others looked over in shock. Their eyes and mouths were wide open, and their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Chapter 128. After being recognized, Long Chen didn't want to hide anymore. For the Red Blood Church's disciples, Long Chen was like a plague. Wherever he went, people would die. When Long Chen was finally controlled by the Red Blood Religion chief, they all retreated in fear and hid to the side. After that, everyone looked at Long Chen and the Red Blood Religion chief. The ones who were the most shocked were Li Jing, Li Cheng, and Li Jing. "Big Sister Li, didn't you say that Long Chen is just an early mortal core warrior? How can he have such powerful combat strength?" "I don't know either." In Li Jing's heart, there was a huge wave of shock. "We must have underestimated him. Long Chen's talent is extraordinary, he's way better than us. What we said before was a bit embarrassing." Before, they had asked Long Chen not to attack. "Oh right, I heard that Long Chen is from the Lingwu family." Li Jing nodded her head and said, "That's right, only someone from the Lingwu family would have such incredible talent. But looking at his surname, he should be an outsider. An outsider doesn't seem to have a high status in the Lingwu family. No wonder he came here alone." They were filled with emotions towards Long Chen. Before, they thought that Long Chen was the weakest among them, but it was the opposite. He can even kill a late mortal core warrior with ease. Although Long Chen's combat strength hasn't reached the Earth core realm, it's not far from it. To have such combat strength at the early mortal core realm, Li Jing felt it was unbelievable. The Red Blood Religion chief was also very interested in Long Chen. He looked at Long Chen in amazement and said, "I heard that when you left your family, you were only at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm. But in just a month, you have reached the early mortal core realm, and you even have the combat strength of a peak mortal core warrior. Young man, I didn't expect you to be such a genius." At this point, the only solution was to brace himself and fight with all his might. Towards the Scarlet Blood Religion leader, Long Chen had to kill him. Sect Master has such achievements at such a young age. Compared to me, you are an even more amazing genius. Really? The Scarlet Blood Religion leader said with a grin, "You are a member of the Lingwu family, but you came here alone. It seems like you know my true identity, interrupting my blood sacrifice ceremony and affecting my mood. I will take your life now. Bring it on." In this intense atmosphere, the two men's auras continued to rise, becoming the focus of the crowd. Die! The Scarlet Blood Religion leader shouted. Under his pressure, Long Chen didn't give up. This aroused his anger. Suddenly, the aura of an Earth Core realm crazily pressed down on Long Chen. His whole body turned into a phantom. An Earth Core realm warrior is indeed much stronger than a Mortal Core realm warrior. Long Chen frowned. He used the Dragon 9 Heavens roaming steps. Although it was a beginner mystic level movement skill, if he used it well, it was enough to deal with his opponent. You even know a movement skill. But, I have it too, and it's even stronger than you. Blood Shadow Steps, activate. The Scarlet Blood Religion leader used this movement skill. He suddenly turned into many blood shadows. His speed was much faster than Long Chen's. Long Chen immediately felt a huge pressure. This Scarlet Blood Religion leader is actually this strong? But it was no wonder. He was Emperor Yuan's grandson. Although he wasn't well received, how could a small place like Long Chen compare with his own resources? The Dragon 9 Heavens roaming steps had been completely suppressed by the Blood Shadow Steps. No matter how you looked at it, the Blood Shadow Steps was still a middle mystic level movement skill. Attack, body tempering, and healing, I'm a middle mystic level in these three areas. I should be able to use these areas to my full potential. Attack and body tempering could actually be put together. The stronger one, the greater the attack, defense, and speed. Therefore, Long Chen understood what he had to do. Kid, you're indeed a bit strong, but you're far from being my opponent. The Blood Shadow Steps had forced Long Chen into a corner. In this battle, although both sides hadn't made a move yet, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader had firmly grasped the initiative. The blood sacrifice ceremony can't be interrupted for too long. So, Long Chen, I'll end you in one move. To be able to die from this move, consider it your honor. A playful laughter sounded in Long Chen's ears. In your dreams. At this moment, Yang Lingqing was staring at this side. At the beginning, she was confident in Long Chen's ability to kill a late Mortal Core warrior. However, the reality was that Long Chen was still not a match for the Scarlet Blood Religion leader. When she saw Long Chen being forced into a corner by the Scarlet Blood Religion leader, Yang Lingqing's face was filled with worry and panic. She knew that she would definitely die after coming to the Scarlet Blood Demon Palace, but she couldn't accept that Long Chen's life would be involved in her death. Brother Chen, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about me. She screamed her lungs out, but it seemed like Long Chen didn't hear her at all. In the next moment, Yang Lingqing saw the Scarlet Blood Religion leader unleash a devastating attack on Long Chen. With this attack, that brat will die for sure. Beside Yang Lingqing, Grandma Huang who was guarding her laughed evilly. The wrinkles on her face made her look like a ghost that had just walked out from hell. The energy of heaven and earth was crazily gathering in the Scarlet Blood Religion leader's hands. Both of his palms were quickly forming seals, and faint red true chi was spinning around his hands. Do you know why the red dot between our eyebrows is called the Scarlet Blood Seal? Facing his opponent's powerful attack, Long Chen took a deep breath. He used the Dragon 9 Heavens roaming steps and flew towards his opponent. At the same time, he had already unleashed his most powerful attack. Not hearing Long Chen's reply, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader said, "That's because this attack of mine is called Scarlet Blood Seal." With a loud explosion, under the Scarlet Blood Religion leader's control, true chi exploded and formed into a huge blood palm that flew towards Long Chen. And on Long Chen's side, a burning hot energy had already formed. It was like a black sun that flew towards the blood palm. Burning Heaven Demon Sun Fist, Demon Sun Penetrating Earth. It's actually a middle-level profound level battle skill. Brat, not bad. Under the Scarlet Blood Religion leader's laughter, Long Chen and him began a powerful collision. Li Jing and the others couldn't believe their eyes when they saw such a grand competition. Big Sister Li, do you think he can succeed? Li Cheng muttered. Facing an Earth Core realm, Long Chen is already an arrow at the end of its flight. If he wants to succeed, it will be very, very, very difficult. After saying the word difficult 3 times, Long Chen and the Scarlet Blood Religion leader finally had a direct confrontation. Under this kind of condition, using the demon sun penetrating earth was Long Chen's strongest move. Even if it was Feng Wuqian, he would still be heavily injured by this move. However, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader was clearly much stronger than Feng Wuqian. That strange scarlet blood seal had a might that even the demon sun penetrating earth could not resist. To be more accurate, Long Chen's true qi was not enough to support the true power of the burning heaven demon sun fist. This was the first time seeing the burning heaven demon sun penetrating earth's demon sun penetrating earth explode in the middle of someone else's attack. Then, that surging wave was like a giant wave of the sea as it slammed into Long Chen's body. Although he had already tried his best to dodge, the scarlet blood seal's powerful attack still made Long Chen spit out a mouthful of blood. It had been a long time since he had been injured. This kind of burning pain made Long Chen feel very uncomfortable. In an instant, his battle strength was greatly reduced. One more time and father will definitely die here. Long Chen, Origin Returning Technique. With Lingxi's reminder, Long Chen stabilized his body in the shortest amount of time. At the same time, he used the middle-grade profound-grade life skill, Origin Returning Technique. Immediately, a white fluorescent light swept through his body, repairing the damage to his internal organs and muscles bit by bit. Although the Scarlet Blood Religion leader's attack was strong, Long Chen had the Thunder Flame battle body and his Dragon Scale's defensive power was not bad. Adding in his dodging, the injuries he received this time were not that serious. However, in the eyes of the Scarlet Blood Religion leader and everyone else, this move was enough to take Long Chen's life. Yang Lingqing was already crying out in nervousness. Li Jing's group of 3 also had faces filled with anger. They were about to impulsively go all out against the Scarlet Blood Religion leader. It's a pity, all these geniuses want to go against me. Even if they die, they deserve it. Holding this kind of thought, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader was about to take care of Li Jing's group of 3. Your imagination is just too good. You want to kill me with just this? His injuries were not serious, and with the help of the Origin Returning Technique, while Long Chen was talking, he had almost recovered. How is this possible? When the Scarlet Blood Religion leader saw the unharmed Long Chen, his eyes widened and his face filled with shock. He knew very well how powerful his Scarlet Blood Seal was. He had even killed an Earth Core warrior before, but today, when facing a warrior at the initial Mortal Core realm, it actually lost its effect? Impossible, Long Chen, take another attack from me. Seeing that Long Chen was fine, Yang Lingqing finally recovered from her sadness. However, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader attacking again made her heart beat faster. There was a heavy stone on top of her heart. Brother, you must be fine. Being able to escape from the Scarlet Blood Religion leader's hands once, Long Chen was not worried at all. I used the Burning Heaven Demon Sun Fist, the Thunder Flame Battle Body, and the Origin Returning Technique. With this, it will be hard for the Scarlet Blood Religion leader to kill me. His eyes glanced at Yang Lingqing. When he saw the little lass looking at him with tears in her eyes, he felt a stab of pain in his eyes. He thought to himself, but all I can do is delay. There's nothing I can do to save Lingqing. Thinking about this, Long Chen couldn't help but feel a headache. But time did not allow him to think. The Scarlet Blood Religion leader attacked again, this time with the Scarlet Blood Seal. This attack was something that Long Chen was afraid of. You want to kill me? It's not that easy. Demon Sun penetrates the earth. Relying on the previous method, Long Chen once again dodged this attack. This time, the Scarlet Blood religion leader finally lost his patience. Everyone, listen to my orders, kill Shui Yuan. Granny Huang, I'll leave the mysterious Yin body to you. On the 12th of this month, next Monday, it will be Feng Zi's 21st birthday. If you see this, go and leave your blessings in the comments section. I want to see how many people are reading this book, and how many people like it. I hope you can give me the strength to carry on. Forget about being a VIP, just leave your blessings. If you love this book, leave at least 10 comments. Living in this world, sometimes I feel lonely. I want to see warmth that can move me, will you give me that? Chapter 129. Hearing the Scarlet Blood religion leader's words, Long Chen was shocked. All he could do before was stall for time, but it was clear that the Scarlet Blood religion leader didn't have much patience. Although 4 elders had died, to him, the blood sacrifice ceremony couldn't be stopped. As long as the blood bath is completed, I will be able to step into the early Earth Core realm. With such talent, even if I return to Yuan Emperor City, I will be treated normally. Thinking up to here, the Scarlet Blood religion leader started laughing crazily. Everyone, kill them. Protectors, listen to my orders, stop these 3 clowns. Out of the 8 protectors of the Scarlet Blood religion, 4 had died, and the remaining 4 were all early Mortal Core realm warriors. 2 of them were blocking Li Cheng, and the other 2 were restraining Li Jing. As for the rest of the religion leader, they all started attacking the defenseless girls. For this group of tigers and wolves, it would only take a short while for hundreds of girls to die. At that time, even if Li Jing and the other 2 managed to escape, it would be useless. For Long Chen, the most important thing was that the elder called Huangpe had already taken out a sharp dagger and was about to slash Yang Lingqing's goose feather-like neck. You're very anxious and angry, right? But Long Chen, do you think you can escape from my palm? The Scarlet Blood religion leader chuckled as he stood in front of Long Chen. Although he was standing there casually, he could still attack at any time. No matter how strong Long Chen was, it was impossible for him to save Yang Lingqing at this moment. As for the others, they were already charging towards the girls. Brothers, kill. As long as we kill these girls, we will become even stronger. Kill. After tonight, us brothers will be able to eat and drink well. Once we kill these girls, won't we be able to get more girls? A series of ghostly cries and wolf howls could be heard. When the girls heard that they didn't have long to live, they cried even louder. Some of them turned pale and fainted. Bastard! Right now, Long Chen's eyes were completely blood red. He clenched his fists tightly, and his whole body was trembling. I promised grandfather and second uncle that I would bring Ling Qing back in one piece. However, there's nothing I can do now. Power. Power. I want power. Long Chen lowered his head and his body began to violently tremble. An ancient and bloody aura suddenly erupted from his body. The Scarlet Blood religion leader was still laughing, but his smile froze at this moment. What is this? Just as he was feeling puzzled, Long Chen let out a loud roar. This roar shook the entire underground city. The Scarlet Blood religion leader who was standing in front of Long Chen suddenly saw 2 blood-red lights erupt from Long Chen's eyes. Deep red dragon tattoos began to appear on Long Chen's dragon scales, from his face all the way to his feet. Roar! This dragon roar was enough to shake the world. It made all the excited people who were about to make a move stop what they were doing and look at Long Chen in a daze. Within Long Chen's body, countless blood dragons were roaring and surging. A powerful spiritual energy swept into Long Chen's mind. This is refining blood into qi? Actually, when Yang Lingqing was in danger, Lingxi was preparing to save her. Although she didn't know how weak she would be, she didn't consider this point. At this time, the angry and powerless Long Chen had an endless thirst for power. The change in his body seemed to satisfy this need of his. The current Long Chen's body was like a blood-red whirlpool. When the whirlpool's power erupted, as long as it was someone from the Scarlet Blood religion, they were all shocked. What's going on? Even the Scarlet Blood religion leader felt the blood in his body surge, let alone the others. Under the powerful devouring power of Long Chen's blood-red whirlpool, several people let out pitiful cries. These people were all weak, they hadn't even reached the 5th dragon vein realm. What happened to Bai Zhanxiong was happening to each of them. First it was the 5th dragon vein realm, then it kept going up. As long as it was someone from the Scarlet Blood religion, they all felt this move. Endless amounts of blood burst out of their bodies and surged excitedly towards Long Chen. Under the powerful suction and filtration ability of the vortex, the blood was forcibly converted into blood-red true energy, which was then absorbed by Long Chen. Bloodline, this is the most basic power of any living being. It is the continuation and inheritance of life. This was the reason why there was a technique called refining blood into qi. It was because the hidden power contained in the bloodline was too strong. What's going on? Looking at the people from the Scarlet Blood religion, as long as they were weak, they all fell to the ground in pain. They were spitting out blood, and the others weren't any better. Even the late mortal core Granny Huang's face was filled with pain. The dagger in her hand fell to the ground. Li Jing and the other two were completely startled. Although their current opponents were early mortal core warriors, they couldn't control their own bodies, and their faces were twisting. Li Jing's eyes turned cold. She threw out 3 flying daggers and pierced the hearts of the 4 men. At this moment it was as if a dam had opened up, and all the blood in their bodies started flowing towards Long Chen. Although they were shocked, and although they didn't know what was going on, Li Jing, Li Cheng and the other 2 looked at each other and understood each other's intentions. Therefore, they roared out angrily and charged towards those who hadn't fallen to the ground. As for Li Jing, he charged towards Granny Huang. What kind of monster are you? Although his men were being slaughtered, the Scarlet Blood religion's leader didn't move. He was still resisting the powerful devouring ability from Long Chen's body. This caused his blood to boil, and he even guessed that if he attacked with too much force, he would end up like the others, and his blood would explode. At this moment, Long Chen's devouring ability had reached its limit. With the help of Li Jing and the other 2, the disciples of the Scarlet Blood religion were all turned into dried corpses. When the maidens saw this terrifying scene, they didn't faint from fright. To them, the people who had died were all animals. Seeing how these animals died, they felt a sense of relief in their hearts. Everyone's gaze shifted to the source of the devouring blood. Those who hadn't seen Long Chen before were all guessing what it was. These animals wanted our blood to cultivate, but he sucked their blood instead. This must be their retribution from the heavens. Yang Lingqing looked at this scene in a daze. She looked at the man. This wasn't the first time he had turned the tide like this. Long Chen's body was filled with secrets, and it was these secrets that made him so strong. Seeing his own followers die one by one, it was obvious that he would soon become a general without an army. The Scarlet Blood religion leader looked at Long Chen with eyes that were about to spit out flames. Granny Huang, kill this mysterious body for me. The Scarlet Blood religion leader roared out. He turned around and saw that Li Jing and Granny Huang were already fighting. Both of them were at the late mortal core realm, but Granny Huang was restricted by Long Chen's blood refining qi. In just a few moves, she was stabbed by Li Jing's throwing knives. At this moment, the blood on her body started to pour out and gather towards Long Chen. Ah! Granny Huang let out a miserable cry. Her withered body became even more shriveled. In just a few moves, she had turned into dried corpses just like the other Scarlet Blood religion disciples. The people of the Scarlet Blood religion fell down one by one and turned into dried corpses. This was a magnificent scene. After Granny Huang died, the other Dragon Vein Realm followers couldn't hold on any longer and fell down one by one. The Scarlet Blood Religion leader was stunned. This time, he had really become a general without an army. As long as it was someone from the Scarlet Blood Religion, not a single one of them was left alive. As long as it was a Dragon Vein Realm warrior, they were all killed by Long Chen's blood-refining chi. Those who weren't Dragon Vein Realm were also killed with the help of Li Jing and the other two. This time, Long Chen had killed more than 1,000 people. He had never thought that one day he would become such a murderous maniac. But, now wasn't the time to worry about it. When he reached the late mortal core realm, and Granny Huang's blood essence had entered his body and turned into his blood-red true chi, the boundary between the early mortal core realm and the late mortal core realm had finally loosened. An endless amount of blood-red true energy surged within his dantian. The mortal core within his dantian spun violently as it endured the influx of true energy. As it spun, it shrank rapidly until the mortal core's volume shrank from 8 to 7. Is this the strength of a late mortal core warrior? Late mortal core warrior, this is the true mortal core warrior. After dispersing the blood-refining chi skill, the underground city finally returned to its original state. However, the current situation was that besides the leader, everyone from the Scarlet Blood Religion was dead. The ground was filled with dried corpses. This kind of scene was really terrifying. Long Chen and the Scarlet Blood Religion leader stood on one side of the blood pool. On the other side, he and Li Cheng went to save the girls, while Li Jing saved Yang Lingqing from the iron pillar and regrouped with the others. Although such a huge change had occurred, everyone's hearts were still heavy. Because, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader, who was the strongest among them, was still unharmed. Long Chen's skill, blood-refining chi, could only be used against Dragon Vein warriors. As for mortal core warriors like Granny Huang, without Li Jing's attack, they would be able to withstand it easily. As for the Scarlet Blood Religion leader, although it would restrict his movements, it wouldn't be able to hurt him. This blood-refining chi skill was different from the previous ones. Long Chen had only used it at a critical moment. Different from the previous blood-refining chi skill, this skill was used in a large area. Although this move was still essentially refining blood into chi, it had a new name, Devouring World of Blood. At this moment, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader's eyes were filled with blood as he looked at Long Chen. This time, all of you will die. Chapter 130. The people of the Sacred Red Blood Church were all dead, but none of them felt relaxed because of this. Because the Scarlet Blood Religion leader was still alive, he was the root of the Sacred Red Blood Church. Only by killing him could the Sacred Red Blood Church be truly destroyed. However, killing the Scarlet Blood Religion leader, how difficult was that? After Li Jing handed over Yang Lingqing to Li Chenghe, she walked towards Long Chen. Right now, Long Chen was facing the Scarlet Blood Religion leader alone, so he was definitely under a lot of pressure. Long Chen, I'll help you. Seeing that Li Jing was about to enter the confrontation between Long Chen and the Scarlet Blood Religion leader, Long Chen suddenly said, "Big sister Li, you should go back. I want to deal with this thief myself." What? Li Jing was startled, but Long Chen's resolute gaze was filled with an irresistible feeling, causing Li Jing to stop in her tracks. He's an Earth Core warrior, you're not his opponent. Li Jing's anxious words didn't change Long Chen's mind at all. Seeing Long Chen wave his hand at her, Li Jing could only step back helplessly. At this moment, the Scarlet Blood Religion leader turned around and looked at her. What's the rush? When it's your turn, I'll naturally grant you death. After that, his cold and bloodthirsty gaze landed on Long Chen. I don't care what kind of evil skill you used just now, but since you've destroyed the Sacred Red Blood Church that I, Yan Qi Shui, had spent so much effort to build, I'll drink your blood. Right now, Long Chen had reached his strongest state, the late mortal core realm. This was the true mortal core realm, and the strength he possessed was more than 10 times stronger than before. Before, he could still deal with the enemy, but now, he was full of confidence. Looking at the excited young Lingqing, he gave her a confident look. Only now did Long Chen face the Scarlet Blood religion leader. Stop talking nonsense, let's see who's the real deal. He still doesn't seem to be afraid of death. A ferocious bloody light appeared in the eyes of the Scarlet Blood religion leader Yan Qixie. Compared to before, an even more ferocious aura erupted from his body. It could be seen that the current him was much angrier than before. From the very beginning, he wanted to kill Long Chen. I've said it before. Today, none of you will leave this place alive. With a roar, Yan Qixue transformed into a blood arrow that pierced towards Long Chen. The only one who deserves to die is you. Long Chen's speed suddenly increased tenfold as he sensed the immense power within him. Dragon 9 Heavens Roaming Steps, activate. Agility combat skill? How can this beginner-level Mystic class skill compare to my middle-level Mystic class Blood Shadow steps? The two of them unleashed their movement techniques and soared rapidly. What was too much for the others to take in was that the two figures were like a whirlwind, fighting fiercely in the midst of the howling of the wind. What? How did your speed become so fast? Yan Qixue's surprised voice came from within. Both of them had just exchanged a blow, and both of them were knocked back. The enormous power that came from Long Chen's fist made Yan Qixue's expression change slightly. So you've reached the advanced mortal core realm? But, you're only at the advanced mortal core realm. Compared to an earth core warrior, there's still a huge gap. From this fierce battle, Long Chen could feel the difference between his current strength and Yan Qixue's. He had a plan in his mind. After reaching the advanced mortal core realm, it's really different. Long Chen knew that besides Yan Qixue, everyone else was looking at him nervously. After all, if Long Chen lost, none of them would be able to escape the fate of death. This battle was the most crucial one. So what if you're fast? Don't run away if you have the guts. At this realm, when Long Chen used the Dragon 9 Heavens Roaming Steps, Yan Qixue actually felt like he couldn't catch up with him. This made him want to vomit blood. Right now, Long Chen was like a loach, he couldn't catch him at all. All of his attacks missed, and this made Yan Qixue even angrier. The mentality that he had cultivated for more than 10 years had been completely destroyed by Long Chen today. As you wish. Right at this moment, Long Chen suddenly turned around. Seeing that Long Chen was no longer dodging, Yan Qixue sneered. He once again used the Scarlet Blood Seal he had used before. However, the Scarlet Blood Seal this time was much stronger than the previous ones. It was obvious that the anger in Yan Qixue's heart had pushed him to use his most powerful attack. Long Chen, die. Scarlet Blood Seal. The moment he turned around, Long Chen also used his most powerful attack. After reaching the advanced mortal core realm, he had become even more proficient in using this mid-mystic combat skill. He could basically unleash the full power of the Devil Sun Burning Fist. So that's how it is. Devil Sun Burning Fist, Devil Sun penetrates the earth. The amount of true energy of an advanced mortal core warrior had increased by 10 times. Right now, Long Chen's true energy was almost on par with an earth core warrior. Together with the Thunderflame combat body, Long Chen knew that Yan Qixue was no match for him. Once again, he used the Devil Sun penetrates the earth. This time, it was much more powerful than before. When Yan Qixue used the Scarlet Blood Seal, he suddenly saw the Black Devil Sun above his head, which was at least 10 times bigger than before. Instantly, his expression changed. How is this possible? He is still a mortal core warrior. While Yan Qixue was still in shock, the two of them once again clashed. However, this time, the situation was completely different from before. Last time, Long Chen was no match for Yan Qixue. But this time, under Long Chen's devil sun-burning fist, the scarlet blood seal was completely incinerated and shattered. A large part of the force, under Yan Qixue's shocked, unwilling, and desperate eyes, had completely engulfed him, turning him into a piece of black charcoal. Yan Qixue, who was originally in perfect condition, had completely turned into a piece of black charcoal in just an instant. He stood still on the spot. As for Long Chen, it was as if nothing had happened. He recovered from the dragon soul transformation, then he looked at Yang Lingqing with a smile on his face. "It's done, my dear sister. Why don't you show us something?" However, no one moved. Everything was dead silent. When Yan Qixue's body turned into ashes and fell to the ground, only then did everyone come back to their senses. Regarding Long Chen's strength, of course, these girls had no idea. They only knew that Long Chen had won, and that meant they were saved. Of course, they cheered. Li Jing and the other two knew Long Chen's strength, but Long Chen had killed Yan Qixue at this moment, resolving the crisis. This made them unable to wrap their heads around this. Long Chen, did he really kill the Scarlet Blood Religion's leader? Li Jing's teeth were trembling as she asked the two brothers next to her for confirmation. Looking at the pile of black dust, she nodded her head with difficulty and said, "I think so." Looking at Long Chen's indifferent face and smirk, Li Jing finally believed it. This kid, I guess he is not a simple character in the Lingwu family. If he works a bit harder, he might even be accepted into the inner family. With a sigh in her heart, Li Jing sent Yang Lingqing to Long Chen's side. When Long Chen used the devouring blood world, Yang Lingqing knew that the turning point had arrived. She also guessed that Long Chen would try his best to turn the tide. This was not the first time, but because it was not the first time, Yang Lingqing was especially touched. "Brother," walking a bit bumpy, Yang Lingqing arrived in front of Long Chen. "Give me a hug. We are brother and sister, don't be shy." Long Chen opened his arms, looking like a gentleman. "No." Originally, Yang Lingqing was a bit restrained, but she was quickly amused by Long Chen. "I saved you, but you don't even give me a hug? Sigh, this is really a big loss. If I had known earlier, I would have let you bleed that guy and turn you into those people." As he spoke, Long Chen pointed at the people he had turned into dried corpses. Seeing those people, Yang Lingqing frowned and asked doubtfully, "Is it okay to kill so many people?" Long Chen was also stunned. Only then did he remember that he had killed so many people this time. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. "Long Chen, don't think too much. Those who deserve to be killed still have to be killed," Lingxi said suddenly. Long Chen was not a person who would take things too hard. He could only keep this matter in his heart for now. He turned to look at Yang Lingqing with a roguish smile and said, "Grandpa and your father are waiting for you. I will bring you home." Home. The word home made Yang Lingqing suddenly burst into tears. She remembered that if it were not for this young man in front of her, she would never be able to go home and see those people she wanted to see. "All right, let's go home." Silently walking to Long Chen's side, Yang Lingqing wiped away her tears and playfully pulled on Long Chen's arm. Feeling the warmth from her body, Long Chen was surprised and his face was filled with pride. "Your expression is disgusting," Lingxi said with jealousy from within Lingxi's sword. Long Chen pretended not to hear it and brought Yang Lingqing out of the underground city. On the way, he turned his head and said in a clear voice, "Big sisterly, I still have things to do, so I will be leaving first. Now that the Scarlet Blood sect is gone, you can help me send these girls home one by one. If there is any trouble, you can go to the Qingyang Hall of the Lingwu family's Qingyang clan." Long Chen had already completed the most difficult part, so the three of them were willing to do the rest. "Little friend Long Chen, goodbye." These beautiful girls clearly remembered Long Chen's name. They had just obtained hope from despair, so all of them were in a daze. However, this young man named Long Chen was enough for them to remember for a lifetime. I hope we can meet again. Seeing them leave, Li Jing shook her head and helplessly smiled. Long Chen still remembered the exit of the underground city. He was about to leave when two people suddenly walked in from the entrance. That kind of strength made Long Chen's hair stand on end. Chapter 131. Long Chen was taken aback. However, he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that one of the people walking down was someone he knew. Of the two people who came, one was the extremely flirtatious Lu Lan. Right now, Lu Lan was walking behind a man. Her expression was filled with respect. The lazy and seductive look on her face was gone, replaced by a solemn and serious look. Lu Lan's performance gave Long Chen a signal. That was, the person walking with him, whether it was in terms of status or strength, was definitely not a simple person. Long Chen looked at the man, and he estimated that he was in his 20s. His face looked ordinary, but his eyes were like two deep and quiet ponds, without any ripples. His eyes gave off a profound feeling. The strongest young man Long Chen had seen before was ranked just below Mo Xiaolang, and it was Dongfang Tianyu who had appeared in the heavenly martial realm. However, although Dongfang Tianyu looked more majestic than this young man, Long Chen knew that Dongfang Tianyu was no match for this young man. Long Chen, this young man is a heavenly core warrior. Compared to Mo Xiaolang, he is just slightly weaker. Lingxi's weak voice sounded out in Long Chen's ears. Such a strong man, and someone who could make Lu Lan treat him with such respect, he must be someone from the Lingwu family. Long Chen had a plan in his mind. The young man and Lu Lan walked into the underground city. When they saw the scene before them, even they were startled. In their field of vision, none of the girls that had been taken away had died. As for the thousands of Scarlet Blood Religion disciples, they had all turned into dried corpses. This was far too different from what they had expected. The scene in front of them was really spectacular. Long Chen brought Yang Lingqing and stood in front of Lu Lan. Lu Lan quickly turned her gaze to Long Chen. Her eyes were filled with shock. Long Chen, did you do all this? Long Chen could only helplessly nod his head when he sensed that the young man's calm gaze had landed on him. Lu Lan froze for a long time before letting out a sigh of relief. Looking at this scene, it was clear that Long Chen had already solved the problem. Lu Lan and the young man looked at each other before saying to Long Chen, "Where is the Scarlet Blood Religion leader?" Long Chen was calm. He pointed at the pile of black dust and said, "This is him." Not bad, right? When she asked this question, Lu Lan had already expected it. However, when she saw the Earth Core warrior Yan Qixue turn into ashes, she still found it hard to accept. When she first saw Long Chen was still a little guy at the 8th level of the Dragon Vein realm. Lu Lan didn't pay much attention to him. She didn't expect that Long Chen would kill Huang Feiyang, defeat Feng Wutian, and now, kill the Earth Core warrior Yan Qixue. A late mortal core warrior can kill an Earth Core warrior, not bad. An indifferent voice came out from the young man's mouth. Whether it was the man's tone or his actions, he was extremely calm. However, it was this calmness that made Long Chen's heart palpitate. It was as if his thoughts couldn't escape from this man's grasp. When the young man spoke, Lu Lan had no choice but to believe him. She then introduced him to the man next to her, "Young Master Mo, this is Long Chen from our Qingyang Hall. Yang Lingqing is his sister." After that, she turned to Long Chen and said, "Long Chen, this is young Master Bei Tang Mo from the Lingwu family's Beitang family. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and greet him." Long Chen greets young Master Mo. Although Long Chen didn't know why this man came looking for him, he knew that if he wasn't strong enough, he had to obey the rules. Even Lu Lan could easily take care of him, let alone this Bei Tang Mo. That's why he hurriedly greeted him. After taking another look at Long Chen, Bei Tang Mo shifted his gaze to Yang Lingqing, who was holding Long Chen's arm. His calm voice sounded out. Yang Lingqing, are you willing to join the Lingwu family's Beitang family? This sudden sentence caused Long Chen and Yang Lingqing to be stunned. Li Jing and the other two were even more confused. Seeing that Long Chen and Long Chen had no idea what was going on, Lu Lan hurriedly signaled to Long Chen with her eyes and added, the Beitang Xuanwu family is based on the water and yin attributes. Most of the family's techniques are based on that. Long Chen, your sister has the mysterious yin body. As long as she joins the Beitang family and practices their techniques, she will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Even surpassing you will be a piece of cake. Ever since Long Chen joined the Lingwu family, Yang Lingqing had also learned about the Lingwu family's power structure. She also knew that the family Long Chen joined was merely an outsider. As for the Lingwu family's inner family, they were the truly amazing ones. But now, someone had actually invited her to join the Lingwu family's inner family? Yang Lingqing had just escaped from death. At this moment, the people she wanted to see the most were her parents and family members. Hence, Bei Tang Mo's appearance made her a little worried. She didn't dare to say anything and directly hid beside Long Chen. Seeing that this little girl was a little flustered, Lu Lan felt a little crazy. This was a great opportunity that many people would fight for. Long Chen, you make the decision. Your sister has always been unable to find a suitable cultivation technique. Hence, she is still in the Dragon Vein realm. If she joins the Beitang family, she will definitely soar. If it wasn't for Gan Lin overhearing your conversation, I wouldn't have known that your sister has the mysterious yin body. To be honest, we came this time to help you deal with the Scarlet Blood sect. I didn't think that we would be too late. Right at this moment, Long Chen's mind was spinning rapidly. If she really has the mysterious yin body, she really needs a suitable cultivation technique. With that, she will be able to shine quickly, and in 1 or 2 years, she will be able to break through to the heavenly core realm. Long Chen, if your sister joins the Beitang family, it will be really good. Lingxi had seen a lot of things. With Lingxi's opinion, Long Chen's mind became much clearer. Right at this moment, Bei Tang Mo, who had been silent, spoke again. Think about it carefully. Whether you join the Lingwu family or not, your life will be completely different. If you don't want to be a nobody for the rest of your life, just follow me. You will have nothing to worry about, and your brother will be able to get more resources in the Lingwu family. Your family will be protected secretly by an Earth Core warrior. Everyone around you will be able to benefit from your decision. Although Bei Tang Mo's words were simple, they hit the nail on the head of Yang Lingqing. She raised her head and looked at him with her bright eyes. She said word by word, you mean, my brother will be able to get more training, and no one will be able to bully my family anymore? Unless the other party is stronger than the Lingwu family. Bei Tang Mo smiled faintly. His smile was filled with endless confidence. Everyone knew that in the Yuanling County, there was no force that was stronger than the Lingwu family. In other words, as long as the Yang family was still in the Yuanling County, they could do whatever they wanted. Brother, when Yang Lingqing looked at Long Chen could tell that she had made up her mind just by looking at her eyes. Your life, you decide for yourself. But no matter what, I will always stand by your side. I will protect you. Long Chen smiled helplessly. In his heart, he was quite happy for Yang Lingqing. After all, to be able to enter the inner family, even in the Lingwu family, was a difficult thing. No. Yang Lingqing smiled slyly. In the future, it will be my turn to protect you. Also, I will protect our family too. Hearing Yang Lingqing's words, Lu Lan heaved a sigh of relief. Because Yang Lingqing had agreed. Seeing that this girl was invited to join the Lingwu family, she did not seem to be overjoyed. All she wanted was to protect her family. Bei Tang Mo nodded at her. Alright, I agree to join you. Yang Lingqing officially agreed. Bei Tang Mo faintly smiled and said, many years from now, you will definitely rejoice that you have made the correct choice today. Because, Bei Tang Xuanwu, this is the most suitable place for you. Long Chen could guess the uniqueness of the mysterious Yin body. After all, one person's blood could be compared to thousands of young girls' blood. How could it be simple? Therefore, the Beitang family needed new blood like this. With more training, perhaps one day in the future, this person could become the trump card of the Beitang family. Since Yang Lingqing had agreed, Long Chen did not say anything else. He directly said to Beitang Mo, young Master Mo, my sister has just escaped from death. Her grandfather and father are waiting anxiously outside. I think we should go back to the family first and reorganize, then we will go to the Lingwu family. What do you think? Beitang Mo nodded and said, there is no rush. Lingqing, I will wait for you at the Beitang family. The Earth Core warriors I told you about will be sent to Baiyang town by today. That's all for today, see you. After saying this, Beitang Mo did not stay any longer and directly left. Lu Lan looked at Long Chen and said, you guys leave this place as soon as possible. I will help to send those girls home. Although Lu Lan had asked Beitang Mo to come a little late, she still showed her sincerity. Long Chen had originally fallen out with her, but now that she was talking to him politely, Long Chen did not want to argue with her anymore. After thanking Lu Lan, he brought Yang Lingqing and left the underground city. Long Chen, remember to return to the Qingyang Hall. You still have a chance to enter the inner family selection. Before Long Chen left, Lu Lan called out to him from behind. When Long Chen's silhouette disappeared from the underground city, Lu Lan shifted her gaze away. Her eyes were glowing brightly. If he is able to obtain a place in the inner family selection, he might be able to help me. But, it seems unfair to him. Of course, Long Chen did not know what Lu Lan was thinking. When Long Chen brought Yang Lingqing to the Yang family's ancestor and Yang Yuntian, the old man and the middle-aged man's eyes were filled with tears. Qing, looking at Yang Lingqing crying in Yang Yuntian's arms, the ancestor's heart was filled with joy and pride. He looked at Long Chen and said while wiping his tears, Chen, you are the biggest pride of my life. Long Chen smiled and said, you are wrong. Your biggest pride is not me, but your precious granddaughter. She has been invited to join the Lingwu family. I wish you all a happy bachelorhood. I will start the 3rd chapter tomorrow. Also, tomorrow is my birthday. Please leave a message for me. A message is worth 10 fresh flowers. Thank you. Chapter 132. It had been a long time since he had returned to Baiyang town. Now that he was here again, Long Chen felt an indescribable sense of superiority. Here, he was the only super expert. No one could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. I can't stay here forever. Otherwise, I'll probably stay here for the rest of my life. Now that the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church's matter has been settled, I'll stay in the Lingwu family from now on. Lingqing is going there as well. That's the place I want to stay. If I stay in the Lingwu family, Lu Yuan won't dare to touch the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church for me. I didn't expect that the moment Beitang Mo appeared, he would directly attack the headquarters of the Sacred Scarlet Blood Church. This Beitang Mo is really generous. He directly sent an Earth Core warrior to protect the Yang family. This way, the Yang family won't be in any danger. The Yang family no longer had anything to worry about. The Sacred Scarlet Blood Church had completely disappeared. From now on, Long Chen only needed to focus on the Lingwu family. At this moment, everyone in the Yang family knew that Yang Lingqing was going to enter the Lingwu family. The whole family, and even the whole Baiyang town, celebrated for a day and a night. Now, Long Chen and Yang Lingqing were super famous in Baiyang town, and even in the surrounding towns. Long Chen was originally a good-for-nothing playboy. He had suffered a lot of spittle. But now, he had completely turned his life around. He had turned into a glorious hero. This made him very proud. 2 days later, Long Chen brought Yang Lingqing with him. Under the gaze of countless people in Baiyang town, they left Baiyang town and headed towards the Lingwu family. Lingqing, let's go for a while longer. I'll introduce you to someone who is very important to me. Both of them were riding on a good horse, jolting along the road. Long Chen had already confessed to Yang Lingqing about the black-scaled dragon horse that Yang Lingqing had given him. However, Yang Lingqing didn't blame him. Instead, she blamed herself for causing trouble for Long Chen. Very important? Looking at this young man who was born in the same year, month, and day as her, Yang Lingqing was very curious about the extent of his importance. Going from the official road to the forest, Long Chen turned around mysteriously. At this moment, Yang Lingqing looked around and asked curiously, "Is the important person you mentioned here? Why can't I see him?" Long Chen smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. "Little she, come out." Under Yang Lingqing's surprised gaze, Long Chen's ear stud suddenly emitted a misty white light. Then, a 2-centimeter tall girl shrouded in white mist floated out and instantly appeared in front of Yang Lingqing. Yang Lingqing was stunned. What? What is this? How rude. This is your sister-in-law. Long Chen said in a strange voice. Sister-in-law? Yang Lingqing was even more confused. Being called sister-in-law by Long Chen, Lingxi felt humiliated. She turned around and spat at Long Chen. Then, she smiled at Yang Lingqing and pretended to be an elder. Little sister Lingqing, my name is Lingxi. Don't listen to his nonsense. I'm not your sister-in-law. After hearing Lingxi's words, Yang Lingqing looked at the two of them in shock. She said gloomily, "You too. Hurry up and explain to me. What's going on?" It took Long Chen a lot of effort to tell Yang Lingqing about Lingxi's situation. He also told her about their experiences together. When she heard that Lingxi had saved Long Chen several times, Yang Lingqing quickly accepted this girl. Moreover, Lingxi's current situation was pitiful. Yang Lingqing couldn't help but feel pity for her. The two of them quickly got along very well and completely forgot about Long Chen as a middleman. Seeing that the two of them were playing together and he was the third wheel, Long Chen had a bitter expression on his face. It was Lingxi who suggested getting to know Yang Lingqing. The person closest to Long Chen was Yang Lingqing, so he readily agreed. He didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. Seeing how intimate they were, Long Chen was full of bitterness. The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. As Lingxi and Yang Lingqing chatted intensely, they arrived at Yuanling City very quickly. When they reached Yuanling City, there were already people waiting at the city gates to receive Yang Lingqing. Therefore, at this time, Lingxi could only return to Long Chen's ear stud. The person who came to receive Yang Lingqing was Bei Tang Mo. Because of Long Chen and Yang Lingqing's relationship, Lu Lan accompanied him this time. The gathering of two prominent members of the Lingwu family attracted many people's attention. From the looks of it, they should be welcoming someone. After a while, Long Chen and Yang Lingqing appeared in front of them. The others finally knew who Bei Tang Mo was waiting for. To be able to make Bei Tang Mo and Lu Lan wait here, what is the background of this young man and girl? Who knows? They're just at the mortal core realm, and the other one is only at the dragon vein realm. Coming to Yuanling City is like throwing a needle into the ocean, they can't do anything. That's right. Don't think that Yuanling City is so glamorous. How many geniuses have died here? Under the envious and jealous gazes of the passers-by, Long Chen and Yang Lingqing arrived next to Bei Tang Mo. Without saying anything, Bei Tang Mo led the two of them into a luxuriously decorated carriage. The carriage then headed towards Lingwu City. On the way, Bei Tang Mo didn't say a word. When they were almost there, he told Yang Lingqing, "When we arrive at the Beitang family, listen to my orders. But, I can see that you're an obedient girl, and I don't think you'll cause any trouble. If you have any questions, just ask me." "Yes, I understand." Yang Lingqing nodded her head. Yang Lingqing didn't think about anything, but Long Chen had a lot of worries. Yang Lingqing was still at the Dragon Vein realm, but she was accepted into the inner family. She would definitely be the target of jealousy from many people. Even if she didn't provoke others, others would find an excuse to provoke her. If she wasn't careful, she might die without knowing why. Holding Yang Lingqing's hand, Long Chen could feel that she was actually very nervous, but she didn't want Long Chen to see it. Remember, if someone bullies you, no matter how strong they are, just tell me, I'll stand up for you." When they parted, Long Chen moved his head closer to Yang Lingqing's ear. His voice was filled with authority. "I know. But, if I don't cause trouble, no one will bully me." Although Yang Lingqing was still afraid, she squeezed out a smile and waved her fist at Long Chen. "You better take good care of Sister Lingxi, or I'll beat you up." Long Chen nodded his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. The two parted ways. However, Bei Tang Mo clearly heard what Long Chen said to Yang Lingqing. This time, he looked at Long Chen carefully and said, "I heard that you've already submitted your application for the selection battle?" Long Chen nodded his head. Bei Tang Mo suddenly laughed coldly, "Don't be too naive. The enemies that Lingqing will face in the future are not people that you can fight against. You better work harder and not embarrass Lingqing." With that, he waved his sleeves and left calmly. When Yang Lingqing left, she turned back to look at him from time to time. Thinking about how this girl had to face so many things alone, Long Chen was still worried. "I don't know if letting her join the Lingwu family is the right thing to do," Long Chen thought to himself. If he wanted Yang Lingqing to not be bullied in the Lingwu family, he had to become stronger. He said that I'm not qualified to fight against the enemies that Lingqing will face? Let's wait and see. Those who dared to bully Yang Lingqing were at least from the inner clan. Long Chen understood that if he wanted to protect Yang Lingqing, he had to enter the inner clan first. "I wonder if I have a chance in the upcoming internal competition." Long Chen watched as Yang Lingqing left, his gaze filled with stubbornness and unyieldingness. At the same time, there was also a deep sense of concern. Lu Lan saw it all. She looked at Long Chen and smiled sweetly. "What? Are you not convinced now?" She was obviously referring to the words that Bei Tang Mo had said before he left. "I'm not convinced now, but I'll make you guys convinced in the future." Long Chen raised his head and stared at Lu Lan as he said such disgraceful words. "You've grown a lot more daring." Lu Lan shook her head, her tone was slightly coquettish. Looking at the determined look in this young man's eyes, she felt a little dazed. Noticing that Lu Lan's gaze had become somewhat strange, Long Chen was startled and smiled. "Why are you looking at me like that? Could it be that you're thinking of eating the cradle?" After saying this, Long Chen suddenly felt a cold gaze staring at him. Turning his head, he saw a young man staring at him from a building far away. Long Chen couldn't see who it was, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Lu Lan wasn't angered by Long Chen's teasing. Instead, she was extremely cooperative and placed her hand on Long Chen's shoulder. "Of course I want to eat you. Can you fulfill my wish?" Long Chen's entire body went numb. He couldn't handle such hot words. He hurriedly took a few steps back and smiled embarrassedly. "Coward," rolling her eyes at Long Chen, Lu Lan turned serious and said, "What are you going to do next?" "Of course, I'm going to get the beast soul of the demonic dragon Violet Rain first. Time is of the essence, so I can't talk to you anymore. Goodbye. After saying this, Long Chen walked past her without saying another word. He ignored Lu Lan's angry gaze and walked forward. Lu Lan seems to be too passionate towards me today, and in public. What's her motive? Thinking of the man who was staring at him from a building far away, Long Chen felt that something was wrong. I didn't sleep with his girl, why are you looking at me like that? The lunar calendar was updated at midnight, and it was already the 21st. Here are my wishes for this year. 1. The fire of the dragon blood god warrior will break the sky, shake the universe, and devour the starry sky. 2. Those who support me will be healthy and live a long life. I will become a VIP after I become rich. 3. My family, thank you for your company. We will go on happily. 4. My baby Yu Xiaofan will be healthy and grow up happily, and then marry me. If you support me, go to the book review and comments section and leave a blessing for me. Thank you, I want to see strength. In order to thank you for your support, I will update this book with 500,000 words in December. There will be 5 to 10 chapters a day, and each chapter will have more than 3,000 words. This is the fastest update on the website. Please support me. Those who are not in the book market can search for The Young Sword Emperor. This is definitely a good book. I am Qingyang, and this is the work of my good friend Purple Chen. I have just released the book, and I need everyone's support. Chapter 133. After returning to the Green Willow residence, Long Chen went back to his own place. He had reached the peak mortal core realm. Under the arrangement and request of the Lingwu family, he had moved to a rank 1 disciple's place. This was the first time Long Chen had gone there, so he wasn't familiar with the route. I have 240 contribution points left. If I want the soul grass, I need 300. But, Old Man Lu wants me to use 500 contribution points to exchange for a mystic rank 6 beast soul. Obviously, he values me a lot. Then you should go to the Sky Realm. Alright, let's go and see what the new house looks like. When he was in Baiyang town, Long Chen had rested enough. Now, he was going to start his journey. The Lingwu family were extremely wealthy. Their buildings were luxurious. Even a rank 3 disciple's place was not bad, let alone a rank 1 disciple. With the help of his identity jade plate, Long Chen quickly found the entrance to a huge courtyard. The courtyard looked like it was made of white jade, it was beautiful. This is where I live? The Lingwu family is really generous. When Long Chen was about to open the door with his identity jade plate, Lingxi suddenly said, "Look at the room next to it. The door isn't closed. The person inside seems to be the deacon's sister. Lu Ling? She has reached the peak mortal core realm?" Lu Ling's place was right next to his, and this girl didn't even close the door. How could Long Chen not go and visit her? This girl has reached the peak mortal core realm, she must be very arrogant. Daddy, I will go and tease her. Thinking up to this point, Long Chen gently pushed open the door of her courtyard and walked in. The place where a rank 1 disciple lives is like a legendary paradise. I think she's in that room, I wonder what she's doing. Lingxi could only find out where other people were, but she didn't know what they were doing. Long Chen quietly moved closer to the door. When he was close to the door, he gently pushed it. He was about to play some tricks and scare Lu Ling, but when he saw her, he was stunned. At this moment, Lu Ling was lying comfortably in the bathtub. Her eyes were closed and she was completely naked. Long Chen had only taken a glance, but he had already seen the whole picture. That lass. In another 1 or 2 years, she'll definitely become like her elder sister. Long Chen's mouth was dry and she quickly turned around to escape. At this time, Lu Ling also saw her. She immediately covered her vital parts and let out an earth-shattering scream. "We're done for." Long Chen quickly returned to his residence and shut the door tightly. Without an identity jade plate, Lu Ling could not enter his residence. What a pervert, bathing without closing the door. Thinking of her slender figure and fair skin, Long Chen felt a little unsatisfied, but he didn't dare to look at her again. "I think you must be overjoyed." Lingxi's angry voice came out from Lingxi's sword. At the same time, Long Chen felt a sharp pain in his ear. "Little she, please spare my life, I didn't do it on purpose." It was only after Long Chen tried to explain himself in every possible way and made countless promises that he was innocent that Ling Xi spared his life. She said fiercely, "If you dare to look again, I will take your little life." Long Chen didn't expect this to happen. However, he knew that Lu Ling hated him to begin with, and this time, she might hate him even more. Maybe she would bring him some trouble. Whatever, I'm sure she's guarding the door now. I'll merge with the Thunder Flame Crystal first, then I'll go out. His late mortal core true energy was much more powerful than before, and he could now suppress more Thunder Flame Crystals. When Long Chen was in Baiyang Town, he had already merged with the 21st crystal. According to my calculations, my current limit should be 30. During the process of merging with the Thunder Flame Crystal, although he was still at the first level of the Thunder Flame combat body, Long Chen's body had become stronger. The effect of the Thunder Flame Crystal was huge. Every time he merged with one, he could feel his combat strength increasing. 3 days have passed, and I've merged with the 25th crystal. The soul grass is the guarantee of Lingxi's life. I can't waste any more time. I need to enter the Sky Martial Realm first. After 3 days, Long Chen didn't believe that Lu Ling was still waiting for him outside. When he opened the door, Long Chen let out a sigh of relief. There was no one outside, so he quickly flew towards the Sky Martial Palace. Now, Long Chen's reputation in the Green family was getting bigger, and everyone knew about him. However, in the Lingwu family, Long Chen still hadn't made any good friends. The red blood sect's business is over. It's time for me to start a new life. Long Chen was full of confidence in himself. This confidence came from the mysterious dragon jade left behind by Long Qinglan, and the mysterious drop of blood. Dragon soul transformation, blood refining, and the other version of blood refining, devouring blood world. Devouring blood world is even more bloody and cruel. I can't use it unless I'm in an extreme situation. This was a power similar to a domain. As long as one was in this domain, they would be affected by Long Chen. In order to suppress the boiling blood in their body, their fighting strength would be greatly reduced. If it was a weak person, they would basically be devoured by Long Chen. If I use this devouring blood world well, it will probably be an even more heaven-defying ability. Long Chen knew very well that anything related to blood came from that mysterious drop of blood essence. Such a powerful bloodline ability. That drop of blood probably belongs to the legendary ancestral dragon that rules over bloodshed and massacres, the ancient blood spirit dragon. Lingxi said with a frown. However, Long Chen, even if it's the ancient blood spirit dragon, it's still a dragon with a strong demonic nature. You have to stick to your heart and not be blinded by power. Some things should be used sparingly. Long Chen secretly remembered Lingxi's advice. Soon, Long Chen arrived at the Sky Martial Palace. Compared to the Green Clan's trial, the Sky Martial Palace was much livelier. There were more than 2,000 people in the Green Clan and at least 1,000 of them were regular visitors of the Sky Martial realm. At this moment, there were more than 200 people going in and out of the Sky Martial Palace. In the Sky Martial Palace, there was a total of 1 road to the Heavenly Pill Domain, 5 roads to the Earth Pill Domain, and 10 roads to the Mortal Pill Domain. Just as Long Chen walked into the Sky Martial Palace and was about to look around, he suddenly felt a hateful gaze lock onto him. Long Chen turned around and saw a girl who was trembling with anger. Who else could it be other than Lu Ling? Oh no! Before he could escape, Lu Ling immediately ran in front of him. Long Chen also noticed that there was a middle-aged man in a red and white martial artist's tight suit following behind her. This middle-aged man's eyes were sharp and it was obvious that his cultivation was not low. An Earth Core martial artist. But fortunately, he has just entered the Earth Core realm. After estimating the middle-aged man's strength, Long Chen did not panic. Pervert. Walking in front of Long Chen, Lu Ling knew that she could not fight here, so she could only grit her teeth and scold him. What are you talking about? I have not done anything to you, why are you calling me that? Long Chen was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, so he said shamelessly. You still don't want to admit it? 3 days ago, didn't you? Speaking up to this point, the surrounding people suddenly hissed. Only now did Lu Ling realize that everyone was watching her. Thinking about what she had said, it was inevitable that it would cause people to have wild thoughts. Her face immediately turned green, and she wished that she could find a hole to hide in right now. In the past, Lu Ling and Feng Wuqian had a good relationship, but now, Feng Wuqian was defeated by Long Chen. This Long Chen is really amazing. Not only did he defeat Feng Wuqian, he also defeated Lu Ling. This kind of love and hate story only appears in novels. I never thought that it would happen in real life today. Damn it, all the good cabbages have been taken by pigs. I am the real handsome man, why can't I get such a good thing? In the midst of the discussion, Long Chen had a complacent expression on his face, and Lu Ling wanted to kill herself to apologize. She wished that she could kill Long Chen. Just when she was about to attack, the middle-aged man behind her stopped her. Ling, follow me to the Sky Realm. No. Uncle Yen, I want to kill him. The middle-aged man called Uncle Yen stared at Long Chen coldly and asked, Are you going to the Sky Realm? Looking at the middle-aged man's provocative gaze, Long Chen replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, Of course. Are you going to treat me well? Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that this Earth Core warrior was going to teach Long Chen a lesson in the Sky Realm. However, Long Chen was just a mortal core warrior, and he still dared to answer him. He was really reckless. I told you, a pig that has taken good cabbages will be slaughtered sooner or later. Looks like this Long Chen doesn't know how high the sky is after he defeated Feng Wuqian. In the midst of the discussion, Uncle Yan's expression didn't change. He held Lu Ling's hand and said to Long Chen, Then, let's meet in the Sky Realm. When Long Chen was about to reply, Lu Ling suddenly sneered and said, Long Chen, there is one thing that I'm afraid you don't know, right? Long Chen was startled and said, Could it be that after that incident, you've decided to marry me? The crowd burst into laughter. Lu Ling was so angry that she almost exploded. Her voice was trembling as she said fiercely, My brother Wuqian, not only did he enter the Earth Core realm, he was also recruited into the Nangong vermilion bird family. Long Chen, just wait for your death. After saying that, she and Uncle Yen entered the Sky Realm. Long Chen took a long time to react. He smiled bitterly and said, Nangong vermilion bird? Why is it so easy to enter the inner family? Maybe it's because he has the bloodline of the vermilion bird family. Long Chen, that girl hates you to the core. She has Feng Wuqian as her support, so she will definitely come and cause you trouble again. Lingxi explained with a bitter face. Then let's see who is stronger. After being defeated by me once, there is no chance for him to win again. Hearing Feng Wuqian's name, the crowd knew that Long Chen was going to have a tragedy. Last time, Feng Wuqian was defeated by Long Chen while he was unconscious. How could he accept that? Such a good young man, but he is too arrogant. This time, he is going to have a tragedy. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Long Chen was like a dog that had fallen into the water. Let's see who's stronger. Thinking about this, Long Chen didn't want to explain himself. He directly entered the sky realm from the mortal core realm. Chapter 134. Gold Clan. Sky Martial Realm, Mortal Core Region. This time, Long Chen wanted to kill a level 4 Mystic class beast. He came from the Mortal Core region to be safe. If he directly entered the Earth Core region, he would be surrounded by level 4 Mystic class beasts. It would be strange if Long Chen didn't get killed. From the Mortal Core region to the Earth Core region, there was a gradual process of demonic beasts. For example, the heart-devouring demonic beast was at the border of the Mortal Core region and the Earth Core region. In the Sky Martial realm, the sky was as clear as ever. If he could kill a few level 3 Mystic class beasts, he could get around 300 contribution points. However, these types of beasts posed no challenge to Long Chen at all. Only level 4 Mystic class beasts were more challenging for him. The Sky Martial realm belonged to the entire Lingwu family. There were definitely people from all clans who had entered the Sky Martial realm. There might even be people from the inner clan. However, because the Sky Martial realm covered a large area, Long Chen didn't see anyone else after entering the Earth Core region for a long time. However, he met many demonic beasts. It could be seen that the number of beasts in the Sky Martial realm was even higher than the number of people in the Lingwu family. The Heaven Martial realm is a small world where monstrous beasts are kept. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth here is mixed with monstrous aura. It is extremely suitable for monstrous beasts to grow and mature. The Lingwu clan is quite lucky to have such a place. Seeing that there was no one around, Lingxi stopped on Long Chen's shoulder. I reckon that the Lingwu family was established by relying on the Sky Martial realm. Didn't you say that this is a small historical site? Indeed, but it seems that too much time has passed. This place has been completely dug out. What a bunch of bastards. It would be great if there were some things left for me. I'm going in. There's someone in front. Lingxi was just about to say something when with a whoosh, she disappeared into Lingxi's sword. Long Chen was secretly on guard. He raised his head and walked a few steps. Passing through a forest, he saw a group of people gathered together. From the looks of it, they were actually roasting meat. When Long Chen appeared, they all turned their heads and looked at Long Chen. These young men were all around 14 or 15 years old, and there were two who had reached the peak Mortal Core realm. Between the young boys and girls sat a sloppy man who was drinking. This man was about 30 years old. Although he was sloppy, one could see that he was not a weak expert. Another Earth Core warrior. Yan Qixue, Uncle Yan, and the sloppy man in front of him probably had about the same strength. Little brother, are you interested in coming over for a drink? Seeing Long Chen appear alone, the man's eyes lit up. He hurriedly waved at Long Chen. In this Lingwu family, this was the first time that Long Chen had met such an enthusiastic person. Although the man's smile looked disgusting, it was definitely from the heart. Long Chen walked over and said with a smile, "If it's drinking, of course it's fine. But if it's not good wine, do you dare take it out to serve me?" "Nonsense, the wine that I, Ma Tianyang, drink is naturally the best wine. Quickly sit down, drink wine and eat meat. These little fellows only know how to eat meat, but not a single one of them can drink wine. This journey of mine is so boring that I'm about to die." Ma Tianyang didn't have any scruples. He pulled Long Chen and sat down next to him. He immediately snatched the roasted meat from a young boy and placed it in front of Long Chen. He then offered a pot of wine and said loudly, "Little brat, are you going to give me face? Here." "Little brat, Long Chen, you're a few years older than me. I'll call you Brother Ma." Receiving the good wine, Long Chen drank it all in one gulp. Then, he showed the shiny bottom of the pot to Ma Tianyang. "Good. Good. I've finally found a suitable little fellow for me. The more Ma Tianyang looked at Long Chen, the more satisfied he was. The young men and women that he led were all dressed in gorgeous clothes and had elegant mannerisms. Not to mention drinking wine, they were even eating meat in a leisurely manner. Ma Tianyang was about to die from anxiety. At this moment, the young boys and girls were looking at Long Chen with indifferent eyes. Especially the young boy whose meat was snatched, his face was full of anger. He wanted to make a move, but he didn't dare to do so. Don't lower yourself to their level. They're all little geniuses. They're very arrogant. Long Chen, come, let's go to the other side and drink to our heart's content. Ma Tianyang didn't care about the unhappy looks of the young boys and girls. He pulled Long Chen into the forest and found a thick tree branch. Both of them sat opposite each other and started chatting. I wonder which clan Brother Ma is from. Why did you bring these young boys and girls to the Sky Martial Realm? Brother Ma smiled helplessly and said, as for me, I'm just an errand boy from the Gold Clan. This time, I was ordered by the Great Elder to bring these little mortal core geniuses here to experience a 4th rank mystic rank demon beast. To be honest, this job is really depressing. These little bastards are all boring, they are good at guessing and comparing, but when it comes to drinking, they are all cowards. Brother Ma smiled helplessly and said, I'm just an errand boy from the Gold Clan. So that's how it was. Long Chen looked at the young boys and girls who were eating in a depressing manner. He finally understood Ma Tianyang. This Ma Tianyang was impatient and straightforward, and he hated this kind of person the most. That's why it was so difficult for him to stay with them. When Long Chen appeared, Ma Tianyang really regretted not meeting him earlier. I'm from the Green Clan. This time, I'm going to the Sky Martial Realm to see some 4th rank mystic demon beasts. Long Chen took a sip and praised the taste of the wine in his heart. Then he said, this is the best monkey wine. I spent a lot of effort to get it. Take it easy, kid. Ma Tianyang first took care of his wine, then he looked at Long Chen and said, not bad, kid. You're so young, but you've already reached such a realm. You're much stronger than those boys. Besides, you dared to come to the Sky Martial Realm alone, and you even went to the Earth Dan Realm. Others might think you're reckless, but Brother Ma thinks you're brave. You're a real man. This Ma Tianyang was straightforward, and Long Chen liked him a lot. This meat is well roasted. I saw that the kid roasted it well, that's why I dared to give it to you. But looking at that kid's eyes, I think he wants to teach you a lesson. Ma Tianyang looked in the direction of the group of boys and girls and said to Long Chen with an indifferent smile. My mission this time is really a pain in the ass. Long Chen, if you really want to see a 4th rank mystic demon beast, why don't you come with me this time? Ma Tianyang invited with great hospitality. Long Chen was originally unwilling, but it was fate that they met. It was rare to meet someone who was to his liking. He nodded and said, how can I refuse Brother Ma's kind invitation? Besides, I haven't had enough of Brother Ma's wine. Ma Tianyang patted Long Chen's shoulder fiercely and said with a smile, you're really interesting. I like you. In the future, if you have any problems, come to the Jin clan to find me. I'll make sure you eat and drink well. The two chatted for a while. The boys and girls had already finished eating. Ma Tianyang brought Long Chen back, packed up, and was about to leave together. The boys and girls all looked at Long Chen with unfriendly eyes. The boy who had his roasted meat stolen said unhappily, Master Ma, is he coming with us? Yes, he's called Long Chen. He's an amazing guy. Let's all make friends on the way. Ma Tianyang smiled. But Master Ma, isn't this training for our Jin clan's 4-star geniuses? Why would there be unrelated people appearing? Yes, I don't want other clans to appear and drag our Jin clan down. Kid, which clan are you from? Being questioned like this, Ma Tianyang looked at Long Chen awkwardly. Long Chen smiled nonchalantly, I'm from the Green Clan. What, do you have something to say? Green Clan? The boy sneered and said, the Green Clan is ranked second from the bottom among the 9 foreign clans. How can you compare to my Jin clan, which is ranked first? The obvious mockery of this group of boys made Ma Tianyang feel like he had lost a lot of face. He was originally laughing, but in an instant, his expression became very cold. A powerful aura erupted, causing the group of boys and girls to freeze, not daring to move. The Great Elder has already said that I will be in charge of the training this time around. If you have any objections, go back and tell the Great Elder. If you continue to spout nonsense, I, Ma Tianyang, will not show any mercy. Being scared by Ma Tianyang, these boys didn't dare to say anything. However, the way they secretly looked at Long Chen was a little sinister. The group then continued on their way. Long Chen, you won't lower yourself to the level of these bastards, right? That's only natural. Long Chen smiled. Actually, he didn't care about these little fellows at all. Long Chen and Ma Tianyang walked at the front. On the way, Long Chen suddenly asked, Brother Ma, is there such a thing as a ranking in the 9 foreign clans? This lousy thing, only idiots like them would care about it. As long as they are from the foreign clans, they have to listen to the orders of the inner clans. What's the point of comparing the height of dwarves and dwarves? Ma Tianyang didn't care. The 9 foreign clans? Indeed, the Jin clan and the Silver clan are slightly stronger, but they definitely don't have the status that these little fellows think they have. Only now did Long Chen understand a little. Speaking of which, your potential value should be rated at 4 stars, right? In a while, there will be a selection battle for the inner clans. Have you signed up? Ma Tianyang asked about the selection battle. Long Chen nodded and said, the doyen of my clan has already submitted my name, and it's waiting for the assessment. Ma Tianyang's eyes lit up, not bad, kid. To be able to receive the recommendation of a doyen, you must be a top genius from one of the clans of the Green Clan. Long Chen smiled, but didn't deny it. For this selection battle, I heard that there's a genius from the Green Clan named Chu Yunshi who directly obtained a spot. Our Jin clan also has a genius who directly obtained a spot. There are still dozens of people waiting for the assessment. Dozens of people? That's really terrifying. Oh right, that genius, how strong is he? Him? He's really amazing. He's been a famous character since young, and is known as the Little Prince of the Jin clan. He's 18 years old now, but he's already at the initial Earth Core realm. He's much stronger than me. He's publicly acknowledged as the second genius of the outer clans. Second? Long Chen was startled. Then who's first? First? Ma Tianyang's face darkened, and he said in a low voice, first? Sigh, he's already a legend. His name is Mo Xiaolang. Chapter 135. Hearing this name, Long Chen's heart skipped a beat, and his expression immediately changed. What's wrong? Ma Tianyang looked at Long Chen with a puzzled expression. Before this, when Long Chen asked Gan Lin about Mo Xiaolang, Gan Lin didn't want him to know anything about Mo Xiaolang. But now, he finally heard about Mo Xiaolang from Ma Tianyang. Brother Ma, do you consider me, Long Chen, as your brother? Raising his head, Long Chen looked at Ma Tianyang with a pair of bright eyes. Seeing Long Chen suddenly become serious, Ma Tianyang's expression darkened as well. He nodded his head and said, although we haven't met for long, I like your character, I like it. We can be considered as half a brother. If we can fight side by side again, we will be true brothers. Half a brother is more than enough. To be honest, I've joined the Lingwu family for less than a month, and I want to know more about Mo Xiaolang. Brother Ma, please tell me. Ma Tianyang was startled. He turned around and looked at the little elites of the Gold Clan. After that, he told Long Chen in a serious tone, the family has ordered us not to tell anyone about him. But, if you really want to know, I don't mind taking this risk. But, Long Chen, I need you to tell me about your relationship with him first. Actually, it wasn't a deep relationship. All in all, it was just that Mo Xiaolang had helped Long Chen before. Long Chen told Ma Tianyang everything. Ma Tianyang nodded his head. Long Chen was concerned about Mo Xiaolang because of Long Chen's kindness, and it showed that he was a man who valued friendship. Therefore, Ma Tianyang said in a low voice, just don't tell anyone about what I told you. Mo Xiaolang, his talent has reached a level that even the geniuses of the inner clan would be jealous of. He's only 14 years old, and he's already at the lower heavenly core realm. Don't you think it's terrifying? 14 years old, lower heavenly core realm? Basically, he was even more powerful than an old monster like Lu Yuan. He was even close to the level of the 9 outer clan supreme elders. In Baiyang town, Long Chen was considered a monster, but in the Lingwu family, Mo Xiaolang was the real monster. When Mo Xiaolang was 10 years old, he joined the Silver Clan. His cultivation base increased dramatically, which caused quite a stir. If it weren't for his insistence, he would have joined the inner clan long ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this situation today. Long Chen was also puzzled. With Mo Xiaolang's talent, why didn't he join the inner clan? Why didn't he join the inner clan? Ma Tianyang shook his head and said, I'm not too sure about this. Do you know that the Lingwu family has 5 great treasures? Divine weapon? Long Chen had never heard of him before. 5 great divine weapons, 4 of them belong to the 4 inner clans. They are the Blue Dragon Halberd, the Vermilion Bird Demonic Plume, the White Tiger Saint Blade, and the Xuanwu Divine Axe. The last one is controlled by the 9 outer clans, and it's called the Heavenly Wolf Demon Blade. I'm guessing that Mo Xiaolang wanted the Heavenly Wolf Demon Blade, that's why he stayed in the outer clan. And he really did get it. The scariest thing is, not only did he get the approval of the Heavenly Wolf Demon Blade, he even cultivated the Heavenly Wolf Demon skill, and he can control the Heavenly Wolf Demon Blade. Long Chen knew nothing about the 5 great divine weapons. However, what he was worried about the most wasn't himself, it was Mo Xiaolang's whereabouts. Brother Ma, what happened to him after that? Ma Tianyang shook his head, let out a sigh, and said, about that. I heard he killed a few great warriors from the inner clan, including some geniuses from the younger generation. That's why he's been locked up in the Star Devil prison. What? Long Chen was shocked. He'd thought that Mo Xiaolang had defected and escaped. He hadn't expected that he'd become someone else's prisoner. Mo Xiaolang had done him a favor, so when Long Chen thought about how he'd become someone else's prisoner, he immediately felt very uncomfortable. How could this be? I don't know either. That's what I heard. It doesn't seem to have been announced who exactly died. However, he can only blame himself for not joining the inner clan. As an outsider, he actually killed the upper echelons of the inner clan. Isn't that rebelling? Ma Tianyang's tone was a bit regretful when he spoke of Mo Xiaolang. Brother Ma, where is the Star Devil prison? Long Chen calmed himself down and said indifferently. Ma Tianyang turned around and said seriously, the Star Devil prison is a place where the Lingwu family imprisons all kinds of criminals. It's extremely dangerous. As for its location, it's right in the center of the Sky Martial realm. There are high-level profound rank beasts guarding it. So, Long Chen, if you want to save him, I advise you to stop as soon as possible. Although you're talented, you can't even pass through the Earth Pill region, let alone the Heavenly Pill region and the Star Devil prison. In the deepest part of the Heavenly Pill region? Long Chen was dejected. Ma Tianyang patted Long Chen's shoulder and said with emotion, "The Lingwu family is very complicated. We're just two insignificant people. We're just two ants in the eyes of such a strict clan. If you want to do something to let everyone know of your existence, at least wait until you've grown into a lion." Hearing Ma Tianyang's words, Long Chen suppressed his desire to save Mo Xiaolang to the bottom of his heart. Speaking of Mo Xiaolang, Long Chen's mood became much heavier. Ma Tianyang didn't disturb him anymore. He slowed down and said to the young boys and girls who were pointing at them, "Little bastards, we're almost at the Earth Pill region. From now on, you'd better be very careful. If anyone dies, don't blame me, Ma Tianyang." Hearing that they were almost at the Earth Pill region, the young boys and girls shivered and looked around nervously. In order to protect them, Ma Tianyang and Long Chen joined them. Seeing that Long Chen had settled down, one of the young boys mumbled, "Do you think you can get our protection by squeezing into our place?" How naive. When Long Chen heard this, he dismissed it with a laugh. "Just stay with them. In a while, I'm afraid I'll be fighting too and won't be able to take care of you. Just don't run around." Ma Tianyang arranged for Long Chen to stay there. However, as soon as Long Chen approached, the young boys avoided him and gathered into a group. They looked at Long Chen with unfriendly expressions, as if Long Chen was emitting a foul stench. "Damn it, these little bastards." Ma Tianyang was about to lose his temper, but Long Chen stopped him and said, "Brother Ma, it's okay. Don't worry. I promise that even without them, nothing will happen to me." Ma Tianyang nodded. In his opinion, Long Chen was recommended by a founding member, so he was stronger than these young elites. He only knows how to flatter. What a coward. This kid is flattering Teacher Ma. Maybe he wants the beast souls and demon cores. We can't let him succeed. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with them and walked at the back. If it wasn't for Ma Tianyang, Long Chen wouldn't be bothered to walk with them. From Ma Tianyang, he got the information about Mo Xiaolang. This proved that his previous choice was right. If the information I provided is correct, there is a rank 4 mystic rank violent demon bear in the cave not far from here. This guy has a bad temper and is extremely powerful. Even a warrior who just entered the Earth Core realm would have a hard time dealing with him. But, I'm an exception. Hearing the name, Giant Demon Grizzly Bear, the boys and girls all went silent out of fear. One of them said, "Master Ma, is our training target this giant demon grizzly bear?" Ma Tianyang turned around and said impatiently, "Kid, you've asked this question more than 10 times. Are you afraid? If you're afraid, then go back now. We're only asking you to watch, not to fight." Afraid of your mother. Because of this, the kid shrunk his neck and didn't dare to speak anymore. The information shows that there is indeed a violent demon bear. That's why they specifically asked me, a speed-type Earth Core warrior, to lead them. I've killed 3 violent demon bears before, so I'm very experienced. These little guys are their treasures. I hope nothing happens to them. Ma Tianyang arranged for these guys to be in a more concealed place where they could directly observe the battle. Then, he signaled Long Chen with his eyes before walking towards the cave in a carefree manner. This was a secluded mountain stream. On the opposite side was a deep, dark green pool. Beside the deep pool was a cave covered in moss. However, it could be seen that the moss had been trampled on. There were also many huge claw marks on the rocks along the edge. It was very shocking. Looking at the height of the cave, it looks like the violent demon bear isn't small, Long Chen calculated in his mind. Walking into the violent demon bear's lair, Ma Tianyang's expression became serious. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it deep into the cave. "Stupid little bear, hurry up and come out for your grandpa Ma." Ma Tianyang's deafening voice traveled into the cave. With the addition of the stone, it didn't take long for the roar of a bear to resound in the cave, causing the entire cave to shake. What? Ma Tianyang's expression changed. Long Chen and the others' expressions changed as well. This was because they could hear that the roar of the beast inside had two completely different tones. There are two demon beasts. To be able to stay in the same cave as the violent demon bear, this demon beast must be at the 4th level of mystic rank. Thinking up to this point, Ma Tianyang's expression changed. He didn't expect such a turn of events. At this time, he only had time to say the word "escape" to the crowd. From within the cave, two demon beasts that covered the sky pounced out, causing the ground to shake. Long Chen raised his head and saw that even though it was on all fours, it was still a full 4 meters tall. He was a little frightened. The two demonic beasts that came out were both giant demon grizzly bears. Their bodies were covered in long, pitch-black fur, and their muscles were as thick and hard as iron. Their fangs were like steel drills, and their eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. The two giant bears were roaring angrily. It was obvious that they were angered to the extreme by Ma Tianyang's disturbance. Their roars were deafening, and one of the girls was so scared that she started crying. Seeing the two violent demon bears so angry, Long Chen was a little depressed. Looking at their crotch, he immediately understood. I was still feeling gloomy. Why did one giant demon grizzly bear turn into two? It turns out that one of them seduced its lover and was working hard to reproduce in the cave. Brother Ma actually interrupted them. The result can be imagined. Chapter 136. Reality was just like that. The Lingwu family's information stated that there would only be one giant demon grizzly bear here. However, the Lingwu family had said goodbye to being single and was working hard to reproduce. So, Ma Tianyang was in for a tragedy this time. The demon grizzly bear was a peak existence amongst the 4th level mystic rank demon beasts in terms of strength and attack power. Ma Tianyang practiced a mystic level middle level movement technique. Dealing with one demon grizzly bear was indeed easy. But if there were two, it would be beyond his ability. These two demon grizzly bears, one male and one female, were about the same size. As soon as they came out of the cave, they pounced towards Ma Tianyang. Ma Tianyang only had time to let the others escape first. The demon grizzly bear was already beside him. Its thick bare arms that were even larger than his body grabbed towards his waist. If he was grabbed, Ma Tianyang's willowy waist would definitely be torn into two. Ma Tianyang let the Jin clan's youths escape first. As long as they escaped, the demon grizzly bear's speed would not be able to catch up to Ma Tianyang. Ma Tianyang would also be able to escape. But the problem was that these youths' willpower was too weak. The demon grizzly bear looked too terrifying. So when Ma Tianyang's voice was filled with panic, most of them were scared stiff. A girl was the first to cry. The others were also so scared that their legs trembled. Only a few of them were obedient enough to escape. With such a loud noise, how could the demon grizzly bear's hearing not be able to hear it? This was their territory. Their fun was interrupted. It seemed that if they didn't smash Ma Tianyang into a meat patty, they wouldn't be able to appease their anger. When they saw that there were still people on the side, and they were all relatively weak, one of the demon grizzly bear panted heavily. With a roar, it charged towards Long Chen. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of everyone. At this time, there were still a few people who hadn't started to escape. No! Ma Tianyang let out a roar and broke free from his opponent's control. He soared to his maximum speed and chased after the demon grizzly bear. But because he was held back for a while, he had already missed the timing. Even if he arrived, the ground would probably be covered with corpses. Relying on the strength of this giant demon grizzly bear, as long as these young men and women suffered a single blow, there was absolutely no way they could survive. Seeing that they could no longer escape, Ma Tianyang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he roared, "Stop running, attack." As long as someone stood out and blocked one of the attacks, Ma Tianyang would be able to rush over. Although Ma Tianyang didn't have any feelings for these kids, they all had some status. They grew up outside the Lingwu family and their parents were at least deacons. If these people were gone, not only would the Jin clan's future power be greatly reduced, Ma Tianyang would also lose his life. As long as they could block one attack, Ma Tianyang would be able to arrive in time. But what made Ma Tianyang speechless was that all of the late mortal core warriors who had the ability to block one attack from the grizzly demon bear immediately ran away when they saw how terrifying it was. Those who stayed behind were the weakest ones. As long as the troll violent bear arrived, just one slap and it would be able to smack these little fellows into minced meat. Thinking about what would happen next, Ma Tianyang's heart sank. He squeezed out all of his potential, trying to increase his speed to the maximum. Looking at the gigantic shadow of the bear, it was almost on top of their heads, and the thick smell of blood was already lingering in their noses. The few remaining geniuses' eyes were about to fall out from their sockets. Their bodies were trembling, and they fell to the ground weakly. There was no way for them to attack. "I'm doomed, we're all doomed." Looking at this scene, Ma Tianyang had lost all hope. Just as everyone was in despair, a figure suddenly slammed into the giant demon grizzly bear. The giant demon grizzly bear was knocked back a few steps. The figure also retreated more than 10 meters before stabilizing his footsteps. Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen had blocked the grizzly demon bear, Ma Tianyang, who was in despair, was suddenly filled with joy. He had forgotten about Long Chen before, but he didn't expect that at the last moment, it would be Long Chen who would save these kids. Why isn't he injured? Although Long Chen's face was covered in dirt, anyone with a discerning eye could see that he wasn't injured. In fact, it could even be said that he was in perfect condition. However, Long Chen was cursing in his heart. "Fucking beast, I'm no match for it without my dragon soul transformation." Using the Taishian dragon mark only pushed it back a few steps. The grizzly demon bear's steps were more than 10 meters away. At this moment, Ma Tianyang finally had the time to stand in front of the two grizzly demon bears, as well as in front of Long Chen. Those little fellows were originally prepared to die, but when it was Long Chen who saved them at the last moment, they were all dumbstruck, and their faces instantly flushed red as they recalled how they'd looked down upon and ridiculed Long Chen earlier. With Ma Tianyang and Long Chen standing in front of them, they finally recovered from their fear and fled quickly. They hid far away and regrouped with the others who had fled earlier. "What's going on? Weren't you guys about to be killed just now?" Those who had fled earlier didn't see Long Chen attack. "It's that guy from the Green Clan, he saved us." "Impossible, he's just a mortal core warrior, how could he face a rank 4 mystic ranked grizzly demon bear?" "I think I saw it too, but I think that grizzly demon bear isn't that strong." "Bro Bei, Bro Dong, you guys are both late mortal core warriors, you guys can go deal with it as well. Don't let that Green Clan kid steal the limelight." Hearing what one of the girls said, two of the taller guys immediately became spirited. However, when they saw the grizzly demon bear's terrifying body, they immediately waved their hands and said, "Since that kid is eager to show off, let's give him this chance. We, the Gold Clan, are a big clan, we should have the spirit of a big clan." "Wow, Bro Dong, what you said makes sense." A few of them started flattering Bro Bei. They didn't know how embarrassing it was for them to escape just now. On the other side, Ma Tianyang had finally stopped the grizzly demon bear. Although he was surprised by Long Chen's strength, it was impossible for him to deal with two grizzly demon bears at the same time. Therefore, he immediately said, "Long Chen, do me a favor and bring those bastards to the mortal core realm. I'll get rid of these two beasts and meet up with you guys." He thought that Long Chen would listen to him and leave quickly, but he didn't expect Long Chen to not move at all. He calmly said, "Bro Ma, if you're not here to see a rank 4 mystic ranked demon beast, I think your grizzly demon bear can be sold for a high price." The originally reliable Long Chen had suddenly said such unreliable words. Ma Tianyang was dumbfounded. At this moment, the grizzly demon bear's attack arrived once more. "Quick, Long Chen. I can't hold on for long." As he said that, he saw fine red scales and sharp bone spikes gradually emerging from Long Chen's body. In an instant, they completely covered Long Chen, changing his appearance. This appearance was extremely cool. "You're a beast warrior?" Ma Tianyang was shocked. "Let's have a competition to see who can kill the opponent first. What do you think?" Long Chen grinned at him and said. Ma Tianyang was confused. After seeing Long Chen's eye-catching equipment, the young boys and girls were also stunned. One of the young girls' eyes suddenly lit up. She held her chin and praised, "So handsome, handsome my ass. These scales will be completely broken if the grizzly demon bear hits them once." The young man called Bro Bei said confidently. "He's a beast warrior, which means that he wasn't at his strongest just now." "Bro Bei, do you think he's stronger than you?" The young man called Bro Bei pondered for a while and shook his head. "Although he's extraordinary and is considered a top genius in the Lingwu family, I think he's still weaker than me." As he said that, Long Chen and Ma Tianyang had already started fighting with each other. When Long Chen said that, before Ma Tianyang could react, Long Chen had already rushed forward and collided head-on with a grizzly demon bear. Taishian Dragon Seal. The blood-red shadow of the dragon crashed into the thick arm of the grizzly demon bear. When the two forces collided, the grizzly demon bear roared and retreated. There were already traces of injury from the Taishian dragon seal on its arm. "Even angrier now?" Long Chen sneered. He used the Dragon 9 Heavens roaming steps and quickly circled behind the grizzly demon bear. At this moment, the grizzly demon bear's body was bursting with monstrous energy. In terms of pure attack power, it was already much higher than an ordinary Earth Core warrior. As a result, the grizzly demon bear was completely lured away by Long Chen. He practiced the Dragon 9 Heavens roaming steps. "I think he can still fight with the grizzly demon bear for a while. I'll take advantage of this time to finish off this grizzly demon bear and go help him." After making up his mind, Ma Tianyang and the grizzly demon bear began fighting. Watching these two battles, the other young boys and girls opened their eyes wide. This scene was similar to their original plan, but there was an extra Long Chen and a bear. "Why do I feel that the Green Clan kid is fighting more exciting?" the young girls murmured. Although they didn't know how long Long Chen could last, at least they didn't hate him anymore. On the contrary, they were grateful. If it wasn't for Long Chen, a few of them would have died just now. However, when they thought about how they had actually laughed at Long Chen, it was like they had been slapped in the face. Long Chen was indeed more skillful in dealing with the grizzly demon bear. This grizzly demon bear's strength is extraordinary. I've cultivated the Thunderflame battle body, so I can fight you head-on. Let's see who's stronger. Chapter 137. Blood-red lightning flashed across Long Chen's body. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see the blood-red flames on the surface. After fusing with the thunder flame crystals, the power of the lightning and flames continuously tempered his body and even fused with his true energy. After fusing with 25 thunder flame crystals, Long Chen's strength had already reached a very high level. Even among the medium-grade body tempering techniques, it was still considered very powerful. Relying on this powerful thunder flame battle body, Long Chen and the demon grizzly bear began a shocking battle. On Ma Tianyang's side, he used his exquisite footwork to dodge the demon grizzly bear and then looked for opportunities to attack. However, Long Chen was different. He was completely using his body to clash with the demon grizzly bear. If outsiders heard that he was clashing with the demon grizzly bear, they would definitely think that Long Chen was crazy. However, whether it was Ma Tianyang or the others, they all knew that Long Chen wasn't crazy. At this time, not only had he not lost in his clash with the demon grizzly bear, but he had also caused the demon grizzly bear to let out a series of blood-curdling roars that shook the surrounding trees. The two youths who had been bragging didn't dare say anything anymore. After all, the battle between Long Chen and the demon grizzly bear was too terrifying. If any of them were to be placed in Long Chen's position, they would probably be turned into meat patties in just a few moves. Come on! The few youths silently cheered in their hearts. Long Chen's position in their hearts had risen continuously. Looking at Long Chen's current appearance, he wasn't much weaker than Ma Tianyang. In fact, he might even be more relaxed than Ma Tianyang. Ma Tianyang glanced at Long Chen out of the corner of his eye and was extremely shocked. Today, I, Ma Tianyang, encountered two demon grizzly bears. I was really too unlucky. However, I also made friends with Long Chen. My good luck has suppressed my bad luck. Overall, I still made a profit. His originally taut heartstrings had finally calmed down and he focused on facing his opponent. Fighting with this beast is really exciting, but I can't lose to Brother Ma. After fighting the grizzly troll bear for quite a while, Long Chen lost interest in fighting it until it was riddled with scars. At this moment, he suddenly retreated. The giant devil grizzly bear thought that he was trying to escape, and immediately let out an even louder roar. Unexpectedly, just as Long Chen retreated a few steps, the true energy in his body suddenly exploded. With an explosive roar, he thrust out a fist that shook heaven and earth. Sky-burning Devil Yang fist, Devil Yang penetrates the earth. The fist was like a black sun that slammed into the grizzly devil grizzly. The grizzly devil 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 fresh blood sprayed across the entire sky. The young men and women let out blood-curdling screams as they scattered. Only then did the grizzly troll bear fall to the ground. However, when everyone looked over in fear, they discovered that the grizzly troll bear's stomach had a large hole. Its internal organs had been shattered by Long Chen's one move, and the originally terrifying grizzly troll bear was now completely dead. Long Chen rushed over, and with a wave of his hand, he placed the giant demon bear's corpse into his cosmos sack. He was extremely carefree. The young boys and girls stared at him in a daze, not knowing what to do. What? How dare you have designs on my spoils of war? Long Chen said with a ferocious expression. We wouldn't dare, they quickly retreated a few steps. As they spoke, even their legs were trembling. It was especially so for Bro Bei and Bro Dong. They had been bragging, but now they realized that Long Chen was at least 10 times stronger than them. They had no idea where to hide their faces. That's good. Long Chen smiled faintly, then headed towards Ma Tianyang's battlefield. At this time, Ma Tianyang and the other grizzly troll bear had already seen that Long Chen had won. Ma Tianyang's heart was filled with shock. As for the grizzly troll bear, it saw that the woman who had been riding on it was now dead, and her corpse had been taken away. Suddenly, it exploded with even greater anger. This beast is crazy. Ma Tianyang knew that his chance had come. Brother Ma, I won this bet. If you have any good wine, don't hide it later. Otherwise, I'll look down on you. As Ma Tianyang fought, Long Chen teased from the side. Ma Tianyang immediately had a bitter look on his face. Previously, he had treated Long Chen as a junior. If Long Chen asked for anything, he could naturally refuse. Now that Long Chen was close to him, and Long Chen's strength was at the same level as his, Ma Tianyang knew that his hidden treasures would probably be taken away by Long Chen. He could only vent the grievance in his heart on the grizzly troll bear. Ma Tianyang was good at speed and sneak attacks. He had always been the grizzly troll bear's nemesis. Facing a grizzly troll bear alone was still very easy for him, especially since the grizzly troll bear had already lost its mind. So, after another 15 minutes, there was only a corpse left under Ma Tianyang's feet. "Fucking bastard, how dare you flirt with me at this time? You almost killed me." Ma Tianyang ruthlessly kicked the giant demon grizzly bear a few times before preparing to collect the giant demon grizzly bear's corpse. He wanted to be like Long Chen and put the giant demon grizzly bear's corpse into his universe bag, but Long Chen suddenly asked, "Brother Ma, besides the beast core and the beast soul, do you have any other use for this grizzly troll bear?" "No need. The meat, bones, fur, and skin can't be sold for much money," Ma Tianyang said directly. "Then give it to me, I have use for it." Ma Tianyang nodded his head. Although he didn't know what Long Chen wanted, he didn't ask. He immediately refined the beast's soul and took the beast core. Only then did Long Chen put away the grizzly troll bear's corpse. This grizzly troll bear has more blood than the heart-devouring devil beast. 2 4th-rank mystic beasts should be enough for me to improve a little. The higher his realm was, the more true energy he would need. Although Long Chen was only at the late mortal core realm, if he wanted to break through to the earth core realm, a 4th-rank mystic beast was still not enough. These 2 grizzly troll bears would only be enough to fill his stomach. I wonder how many powerful demon beasts I will need when I break through to the heavenly core realm, or even higher. After Ma Tianyang and Long Chen had dealt with the 2 demon beasts, the young boys and girls finally dared to walk up to them. Right now, they didn't dare look at Long Chen directly. At most, they would sneak a glance at him and then immediately turn their heads away. Their faces were filled with embarrassment. "After going through this crisis, let's all be friends. Come, this is your brother Long, let's hear him." Ma Tianyang was also a guy who couldn't stay still. How could he not know about the disdain these young boys and girls had shown towards Long Chen? Now, Long Chen had slapped them hard in the face, and this was the perfect opportunity for him to add insult to injury. "These bastards, if I don't teach them a lesson, they won't know their place," Ma Tianyang thought to himself. Since Ma Tianyang had spoken, although they were unwilling, they still hesitated and called him Brother Long a few times. This was the first time Long Chen had been called like this, and he immediately felt like he was their boss. After dealing with the grizzly troll bears, the training was finally over, and Ma Tianyang had to go back. Long Chen nodded his head. Suddenly, he looked at a direction not far away and said, "Why are you sneaking around? Why aren't you coming out yet?" Ma Tianyang and the others were startled, they didn't know what Long Chen was talking about. However, when they saw 2 men walking down from a rock not far away, they realized that someone had been watching them all this time. The 2 men were Lu Ling and Uncle Yen. When Long Chen and the grizzly troll bears were fighting, they created a huge commotion. The 2 of them were not far away, so they rushed over and just happened to see Long Chen display his invincible might and take care of the grizzly troll bears. Lu Ling originally planned to let Uncle Yen teach Long Chen a lesson in the heaven martial arts realm, or even kill him so that she could clear her name. However, the scene of Long Chen and the grizzly troll bears' battle was like a tide that struck her heart. On the way, Uncle Yen said helplessly, "Ling, this Long Chen can fight the grizzly troll bears with ease, but I don't think your Uncle Yen is a match for him." Since even Uncle Yen said that, Lu Ling really felt a bit powerless against Long Chen. However, when she remembered that Feng Wuxian was now in the Earth Core realm, and an inner clan Earth Core realm expert, she regained her confidence. "Uncle Yen can't defeat you, but Big Brother Feng Wuxian will definitely teach you a lesson. Today, when we leave the heaven martial arts realm, I'll go look for him." Lu Ling thought to herself when she was called out by Long Chen. You're secretly spying on us, so what? Do you want to steal my spoils of war? Long Chen said rudely without any trace of politeness. A mere rank 4 profound rank demon beast, I don't fancy it. When Lu Ling saw Long Chen's fiery gaze, she felt extremely uncomfortable in her heart. Then what do you fancy? Is it my big brother Ma? Big brother Ma is a man of striking appearance, he won't fancy an ugly freak like you. You better give up on this idea. Big brother Ma, let's go, lest you get entangled by this ugly freak. Long Chen sneered, pulled Ma Tianyang, turned around and left. When the youths of the Gold Clan saw Lu Ling, who was about to explode from anger, they looked at each other in dismay, but in the end, they still left. Long Chen. You're the ugly one. You bastard, you'll die a horrible death. Lu Ling was so angry that she cried. For the first time in her life, she felt endless grievances. Uncle Yen, I want to look for Big Brother Wuxian. I must find him. On Long Chen's side, after walking for a while, Ma Tianyang patted his head and scolded with a smile, Good boy, it's fine if you want to pick up a girl, but you even brought your big brother Ma out to embarrass yourself. Bullshit, I'm not going to pick up her. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you, let's go drink. What did you say? I know more about women than you do. Have you ever heard that hitting is love, and scolding is love? You guys hit and scold, isn't that love? Long Chen smiled and did not deny it. The one who hit and scolded and laughed with him was Lingxi. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.